if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it,
We're here for the wild chase. Even if we find exotic things that matter, we'll still keep going. If you don't get the puns intended in that opening line, then you need to watch more PH Valorant. Lucky for you guys, we're off to an action-packed day filled with amazing players and amazing games. Welcome to day number 7 of VCTPH Split 2.
By now, as next is prepared yet again. It just almost just Relentless. Ace comes for Ja!
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcomes are in order talaga dahil welcome sa mga nanonood once again sa VCTPH Split 2 Day number 7. Pero, welcome back din sa akin. Tingnan mo naman nagpapakit tong si Azuray at syempre, hindi na naman natutuwa si Raf sa mga nangyayari. Just another normal day in the world of Azuraf. Guys,
sabi
I got
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, sabi ng direct kasi beauty shot.
Okay, anyway, I do have to ask you guys to kind of fill me in kung ano yung mga na-miss out ko dito. Matanong lang kita, Azuray, meron bang mga highlights na gusto mong i-bring up dito sa ating opening, sa ating introduction as we welcome this new week?
I guess real quick lang, it's yung highlights na pinakita ng Zol Esports actually in that overtime match that they had against Oasis to get sa game number 3 yesterday.
Ikaw, Raf, are there any highlighted players that you wanna shed some light on right now?
Right now, honestly, Azuray being annoying has really kind of made my brain explode. I saw that intro and I'm like really restarting the day off like that.
Ayaw mo ba ng ganito?
Okay lang basta ikaw si Azuray parang ano hindi ko alam bakit. Isipin mo ang batak ni Azuray whatever. I'd rather not explain it.
Understandable. Pero to give Raf some time to reset, let's watch the highlights from yesterday's matches para naman makaka-catch up din ako ng tuluyan. Let's watch yesterday's highlights.
RNC still alive, still fighting, and feeling a bit of confidence after that one. Hydra has done an exceptional job for this roster. Markel, though, to boot, to add on, and Lev Magician happy to play it as close as possible. Watch his sleeve, because here comes the cards coming out. 3K already, shut down eventually by V-Black, but yet again, the damage has been done, and the position is even better for RNC. 2 for 1 here, but MVP still able to fight on back. Worship in a good spot here to fight here. Sladom with 2 for himself, and it's all left to Hydra versus familiar faces. The Reckoning though into play. Nico getting halfway because of the lineup, and Hydra will rear his head and keep RNT alive. 2 down for both sides, 3v3 from such a long staging ground, and here by Ramp, MVP will decree that this will be their destiny. Finally, the award for the first series on the board for themselves goes to MVP Esports. They got on site.
Beautiful read by Zol, so there's Sparrow here. We might actually see a few kills on their end. Zin really getting as much value as he can with that stinger, but Georgie, he does not want any other Jet to get the highlights but himself. Zin still has that dash.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
And they're slow pushing it. They want Josh F to actually pick right now. Well, they haven't found him at all. They're playing with fire here. My god, and Josh F gets it! We're gonna go to game number 3. This is Nexi, and he is always sexy. Now as he tries to come around, spots out the last 2. He can get it to the side. This is actually still winnable for Oasis if they can hold the fort in. Nexi straight up diffuses it, and he's gonna defuse it.
Sticks.
Shock dart, please.
Oh my
Shock
gosh.
dart. Oh my god, no way! They allowed him to do it, man.
With our highlights being shown and done with, Raf, siguro naman, meron ka ng time dito makapag-isip kung sino ba yung highlighted player at siguro naman nakapag-reset ka na sa mga pinagagagawa ni Azuray kanina.
I think what Azuray did is make one of my... Alright, there you go, it's fine. Anyway, so one of the players, she's just been doing that since yesterday, but one of the players that I've really had a good time you know, really trying to find an identity for is Kel. I know Kel is super young, but he has a lot of responsibilities to fill, especially with Asta not in that current MVP roster. Again, the clutching has been sorely missed, but definitely he has his moments to really shine and bring his unique take to that roster.
And speaking of unique things, itong VCTPH broadcast natin, napaka-unique of course dahil sa ating mga napaka-unique na sponsors din. So maraming salamat sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines for making this unique event happen.
And of course, enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited now. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
Wow, he didn't go for that, you know, for free. But of course, VCTPH Play 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So big thank you to everybody making the event and making the circuit possible.
Yes, thank you so much to our special sponsors. Ngayon naman tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung mga bagay na i-expect natin today. We'll be seeing the standings as well as our match schedule for the day. At medyo mainit to, guys. Kasi although day number 7 pa lang tayo, it actually means na nasa halfway point na tayo ng ating regular season dito. So, hindi na pwede yung medyo pa-chill-chill lang. Dapat at this point, no more room for error talaga. And as we look at the standings over here, Asterai, anything that you want to point out or anything that is out of the blue for you?
Actually, two things. So, mentioned in the Raf kanina si Kel. He's actually playing for MVP Esports, a team that is adjusting sa bagong pickups nila with the players. I believe that was Kel at si Nico that was previously from MOTV. And another team na at least hasn't garnered any wins just yet and has lost 2 of their very impactful players. Rambutan ni Tatay. Nawala si Cheng. Nawala din si Josh S. So with that being said, them being on a 0-4 right now with new pieces to work out with, I believe that was Gadowers saka si Worship, really is putting this team... Actually, no, not Gadowers. Worship saka si... Gadowers is an Action PH. I forgot to mention. In any case, Rambutan ni Tatay still in that point where they are definitely grasping for any sort of win.
It's Hydra. Aren't they his new
Thank
player
you,
is
Hydra.
Pero sobrang obvious din kahapon na yung mga growing pains nila. Parang naiba talaga yung identity at approach ng RNT with their 2 new players. You did mention that Ching and I believe it was Josh S.
Josh S, yeah.
Brought so much personality and aggression na siguro yung mga take nila kahapon, especially in the early rounds, medyo kulang or magulo. Unlike the confidence that those 2 brought up. But, you know, enough of that. We have so many exciting games ahead of us. Even at the start, that I have to say, you know, this is super off topic, but I think this is cyan and like this scarlet pink color is so popular. These neon pairings are just so popular. So many teams have been adopting it.
Yeah, it's a really good color pair. Parang ako rin fit ako dun sa colors na yan.
Ay, syempre. Bagay pa, di ba?
Okay.
Since day one.
Since
Wow.
day one, yes. I'm looking at the match schedule, right? Do you think, Raf, na meron ng rivalry na na-form when it comes to Oasis Gaming and GameLab? Because may something na nangyayari talaga dito eh. I don't know if it's safe to like compare them or like, yun nga, i-brand sila as rivals at this point. Pero time and time again, parang nagiging kryptonite ng Oasis Gaming tong GameLab eh.
I think it's fair to say na there is a blooming rivalry kasi yung matchup nila, sobrang nahirapan yung Oasis kasi again, looking at GameLab, and I say this in the nicest way possible, you look at them and you play them, it feels like their playstyle is so incredibly tilting. And Oasis have had that type of issue for a good minute now. Other than that, GameLab has been super refined and just taking, I guess, super front duels, and Oasis, despite their strategic, I guess, approach to the game, can get a little, I guess, mixed when that does happen.
That is gonna be the very big challenge here. Kaya naman, for our viewers, alamin natin kung ano nga ba yung mahahanap natin as we step into the Oasis.
Oasis Gaming, a very familiar name, lalo na kay Laika, di ba Laika? Anyway, before we get into any of that, again, there's just so much expectation riding on the shoulders of this team, and for good reason. Every single individual piece here is as talented as can be, and they're probably one of the most active teams during the mid-round. But as I say that, you can really tell when things are getting a little shaky. But so far, every team that they performed against, I guess barring Naos, they've been spectacular. Maybe there was a little bit of a hiccup in that Ascent game yesterday, but it was recovered as well as they did. GameLab though, I don't know about this one, Chief.
Yeah, para sa akin naman, I feel like there's Oasis Gaming are undeniably one of the strongest teams that we have as of the moment.
Oh, yeah.
But I think more than anything else, alongside yung comparison natin with Naos, they have that bump in the road that turns into a pit stop na tumitigil talaga sila once that momentum vanishes, diba? It takes them a while, if not the next game pa, to recuperate, regroup themselves. And if that continues, they could be in trouble here for some teams that might not let go of that lead. And I feel like GameLab.Alpha, sinabi ni Raf, has opportunities to make that happen, even though, again, Oasis is still pretty up there sa power levels.
Saktong-sakto talaga yan eh. Kasi again, bukod sa parang kryptonite nga, quote-unquote, netong Oasis Gaming, etong makakalaban nila for this series. Another thing na gusto kong i-point out, nun ngang lower finals natin during Split 1, Oasis Gaming na rin ang mismong nagsabi na etong team na makakalaban nila was able to just stretch out that game at napilitan talaga yung Oasis na i-bring out lahat ng strategies na pwede nilang i-bring out. Is that gonna be the question again? Alamin natin kung ano ang wini-whip up ng ating mad scientist.
Okay, GameLab.Alpha. We did see again yung pag-exodus dito ni Chase replaced by Aeonix, but this particular player ng GameLab.Alpha actually was part of the team na previously nung I think they were in a team called Coup de Grace. So parang nagkaka-mini reunion sila, but because of that, I feel like GameLab.Alpha has shown so much more confidence, so much more trust in each other. Nakita mo kung how aggressive Full X can play, especially on Lotus. Aeonix, such a good Sentinel player for this particular team. And with all of that, GameLab.Alpha still on that forward trajectory talaga to becoming even better than they were before.
You know, now that you mentioned it about them being competing in the NA scene, now we see why they're so incredibly individualistic still. Again, they still work towards a greater system, but it doesn't really kill the shine of their individual players. And I feel like this is a team that I feel like we've all learned to really like and appreciate because they really put a lot of emphasis on the basics of the game. Again, trading, being diligent, and just proper dueling. And I feel like it's something every other team can emulate. And they've also added quite a few layers to their strategic side too.
I think one of the things to connect to what you just said, Raf, na nakakatuwa pagdating dito sa GameLab.Alpha is the fact na hindi sila yung kasing as veteran katulad ng mga ibang teams na andito, and yet they're able to keep up. So it's always just a pleasant surprise kapag napapanood natin tong team na to. Especially pag nakita natin yung head-to-head natin led by some of the most impactful players from their respective rosters. Dun sa last game natin, nakita natin na itong si Javi, however you want to pronounce his name, sobrang strong. Grabe yung laban nila against sa Zol, and they were just taking so much lead and space there. Parang may hinihirit ka pa nga, Raf, na merong mga buffs na kakaiba for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Ay, wow.
Pero that is gonna be a challenge as we put Boogie on the comparison against Savi dito.
Yeah, Boogie on that comparison. Then I just wanted to add, can't forget yung match na yung best of 3 nila with SR Nacague last week. Si Boogie, every 2 rounds ata on Pearl, was it? Meron na siyang palaging ultimate. Actually, Lotus and Pearl, he's able to always get that run it back. So, looking at the maps, if they can give Boogie that Phoenix once again, sobrang nakakatakot ng kaya niyang gawin. He's able to create space. He's very confident at it. And that is, I think, again, going in sa identity na meron dito ang GameLab.Alpha. It's all about that aggressive yet very, very refined execution.
Like I said, I am one of the biggest appreciators of that playstyle. It is very simple, yet it's incredibly effective. But that head-to-head, is also telling of how the game's macro is going to be, because Xavi is a player of multiple aptitudes. My goodness, words are difficult. Do you see that? The panel fell. All of them fell, actually. But anyway, like I said, there's a lot of activity in the mid-round for Oasis, and that kind of tends to put them away from each other as a whole. So there's going to be a lot of 2-1-2 splits, whereas GameLab, they really love to play that super compact game. Very rarely do we actually see them go for a 2-3 split or have a lurk presence. So I feel like that could be potentially problematic.
Yeah, exactly, Raf. Siguro to point back kung ano yung mga nangyayari during Split 1, one of the biggest problems na nakita natin when it came to Oasis Gaming was the fact na pag in-game sila, it just seemed na individually they were all mechanically skilled, they all had really great game sense. It's just that the direction medyo kulang. They always had to have the timeouts in para magkaroon ng voice from their coaches. Pero sometimes yun nga, hindi enough para makapag-adjust on the fly as opposed to dito sa GLab kung saan nandiyan si Owen QT. And ang dali niyang i-correct in between these rounds yung nangyayari. With our current split though, Raf, nakita mo ba na nagkaroon ng improvement for the side of Oasis dito sa specific problem na to?
That is so difficult to gauge considering we expect Oasis to be a team that's always going to be 100% all the time. And again, to go back and to tie into your initial point that medyo kulang yung clarity ng Oasis kung yung sa mga mid-round calls ganyan. Parang dapat may timeout talaga. That being said, this is gonna be a callback to one of my favorite players from way back in the day, I guess. I wish I would actually see more of Coco, because when we had Coco, or rather when Oasis had Coco on the squad, they just never had this issue. But again, you know, it is a different time. The game's always evolving, so we may never know.
Yes, we may never know indeed. Pero what we can know is what maps we're gonna be going to. Astra, I'm actually looking at the map selection that they've had in the past, specifically nung nagkita nga sila dito sa ating lower final. Ano ba yung mga mapa na nakita natin dito? It was Fracture, Ascent, Icebox, Haven, Pearl, and all of those maps were really stretched out. Ganun kadikit yung laban. Do you think we'll end up with the same pool of maps or iibahin na nila? Kasi syempre umaasa rin yung GLab na this time around sila na yung manalo.
Well, it's kind of hard to mention din kasi I feel like out of the two, mas more concrete yung map performance, map results na meron dito ang Oasis. I'm looking at the stats na meron ng Oasis dito. This is actually interesting din kasi Oasis's one solo split map was the one that they lost, but that was against Abaddon Abyss way back noong split 1. But GameLab.Alpha might not just want to play it just because, just in case lang, they might want to bring out the Lotus here where Oasis could also be looking to remove that and just play na lang possibly on Pearl, which GameLab.Alpha have shown to be favoring a lot more. Interestingly enough though, Icebox ang tinanggal nila.
Well, I've always been a fan of Icebox and the way that it's been a very, very freestyle type of map. Oasis know that GameLab.Alpha is just so good at being compatible with that map and maximizing every single person for any type of default. Well, now I feel like the game is going to be decided on this first map. They actually go Pearl, which gave so many problems to Oasis despite GameLab dropping this in the, I believe this was the lower final. So GameLab picking this up is pretty much a challenge in a way where, like, you know, if you could beat us once, can you do it again?
I was not surprised. I was actually gonna say na most likely pipiliin na itong Oasis yung Haven. Kasi very comfortable talaga dyan sila. Even the results say so talaga. Pero one thing na kailangan nating balikan dun sa part na nag-meet na sila in the past is that every single map that they fought up against, sobrang dikit talaga nung laban. At hindi mo talaga masasabi kung saan matatapos yung laro, kung kaninong side mapupunta yung win. Pero yun nga, dun sa series na it was Oasis, pero hindi talaga malabo especially with our map picks. As Lotus with the Decider, hindi malabo na umabot tayo dito Azuray dito sa dulo at hindi rin malabo na dikit lahat ng laban at mag-overtime pa. Hindi naman sa nagdidilang ang hela ko, pero the possibility is very high.
True lang. So, in the research na nakita ko lang din dito, very quickly, GameLab.Alpha, they're looking at yung map selection nito to go in their favor because even though medyo shaky yung performance nila sa Haven compared sa Oasis dito, they actually took the side at the first part, which was attack, na is their better side in. So they're banking on the fact na even if maybe it's going to be difficult, they're looking to also push back into that. And Pearl, alam naman natin yung performance nila doon. And then Lotus, alam na natin yung performance nila doon. Both good maps, I think, for GameLab.Alpha altogether.
I love it. I love that you pointed that out. Sorry, Raf. Sorry. I just want to say that I love that you pointed that out. Okay, then I'm not. It's fine. I'm not gonna be apologetic right here. But ano nga, yun nga, natutuwa ako na they're really taking into consideration how important it is to start at the right side, to start with those leveraging points. I am a firm believer na bank on those points earlier on para may room talaga for mistakes later on in the series. Pero sige na, Raf, pagbibigyan na kita.
No, it's okay.
You should say sorry for interrupting me.
No.
Sorry, not sorry.
Anyway, guys, so I actually agree with a lot of the points that you brought up too, in that let's play the difficult map first, so we'll see what Oasis actually has like in the whole back. Oh my goodness, everything is falling apart in my room and it's like 40 degrees. But going back to it, right? You know, as hot as it is in my room, I'm pretty sure this matchup is going to be as heated as possible because like you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of smaller nuances that they'll be picking up, especially on this Pearl map. It's gonna come down to pretty much player matchup, habitual things that they can pick up. And again, I feel like Oasis is one of those teams that super exposed right now because they were really one of the tournament favorites to win in the previous split. So it could be extra difficult for them, but now nobody's underestimating GameLab. So that's also another layer that we have to address.
With this, I wouldn't say newfound respect, pero yung respect na na-establish na rin talaga ng Oasis when it comes to going up against GLab. Do you think, Raf, that the results are gonna be the same as the lower final that we had? Is it gonna be an Oasis win for your prediction?
Wow, we're really jumping right into predictions.
Yeah,
but I
of
will.
course.
I like how, like, so Raf, do you think Oasis is gonna win, Raf? Is Oasis going to win? I think Oasis is gonna take this 2-1. It is going to be a very, very close series all throughout, though, just because of stylistic differences and general incompatibility with each other. And that's also giving GameLab, I believe, an upper hand in this matchup.
Wait, I kind of lost thought on that. If you picked Oasis or GameLab with all of the.
I picked Oasis. Okay.
Okay.
It's an even matchup, but I think Oasis is gonna win. If that's
all right,
what you
sa
wanted to
naman,
say.
quick predictions ko. It's gonna be GameLab. I feel like one of the Oasis issues that was from yesterday, then especially on the second map on Ascent, was their opponent Zol was able to really deter yung pushes dito ni Georgie. And on the flip side, I feel like GameLab.Alpha Fall X, if he is on his good day today, can really match up against the entrier ng Oasis dito. So GameLab.Alpha for me.
Okay, so ako yung pang alleviate ng 50-50 natin. Obvious naman ata kung ano yung ipe-predict ko, no?
GameLab?
Sige, sabihin mo.
Oasis Gaming, syempre. Oasis Gaming yung prediction
Since
ko.
day one.
Since day one. Not only because of how the team is as a whole, pero yung results din kahapon. Oo, medyo naging shaky when it came to Ascent. And I gotta give props to Zol dun. Kasi kahit natalo sila, the biggest upset so far in the tournament was their first map. And then, maganda pa rin yung mentality nila dun that they were able to turn that game around dun sa sa map number 2 natin for that specific series. So props to them talaga. But I do think that with a loss like that, medyo frustrating on the side of Oasis Gaming. And I think that that's good fuel for them to do better today. And that is why I'm locking in that prediction, which means that Azurai is the odd one out for this panel prediction. And which means, ready na tayong magsimula sa games. So alam ko, inaabangan nyo lahat to. Alamin na natin kung sino nga ba ang magwawagi between Oasis Gaming and GameLab.Alpha.
Well, sometimes weather's been a bit hot and cold, but we know this matchup is gonna be absolutely spicy as we get a repeat of that incredible lower bracket finals from last split. Before anything else though, welcome back ladies and gentlemen to VCTPH. My name's Stax here with Black and Blue, and as per usual, we are here together to watch out for some incredible games in the PH scene. This time around, it's Oasis Gaming versus GameLab.Alpha, and truthfully, this is one of those matchups here right now, Nico, wherein the pecking order of the PH scene will be up for grabs.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we almost kind of saw that established last time around. Let's not forget, this is a rematch from what we did see in the lower bracket final during stage 1 of the playoffs. And GameLab, they almost had Oasis's number. Oasis eventually was able to top them in that final best of 5 map, but things could be very different coming into this. We see it's a gloomy day, a very weathery, moody day coming up here in Manila, but I think whoever wins out of this, after this series, they're gonna have a brighter day than the rest.
Absolutely. Sunshine days for the winners here. A little bit of the downturn for the losers, but if you look at the brackets right now, or the standings themselves, these two seeds at 3 and 4 respectively. Oasis has already dropped a series versus Naos. GameLab.Alpha still in a perfect record, but needs to get back in terms of the number of matches. And we start things off on Pearl. GameLab.Alpha's map pick. You can see already, Boogie is gonna be on that Phoenix. He was incredible on it last time around in their previous series against SR Nacague. And of course, we still have Ionix now moving on over to the Gecko as well. On the other hand, it's no longer gonna be the double wall setup here for Oasis, Black and Blue. Instead, Savvy's on the Astra. We got Drax on the Viper.
I mean, you don't have to necessarily run that double, wall controller, as long as you got 2 controllers anyways when you're trying to make this work on out. And I think that Astra could give something really different here to the Oasis squad that they may be looking to utilize a lot more. I'm just curious with the fact that obviously, we saw Savvy be that Harbor in the past, but for him to be on Astra, a role we haven't necessarily kind of been too accustomed to seeing to him, I'm curious to see how he adjusts into the new slot that they've kind of put him in.
Yeah, I'm looking at all his stats from way back when in the pro career, and I don't think I've ever seen him play the Astra itself before. So this is very interesting. Oasis proving time and time again, not only do they have the flexibility in the roster, but the players themselves swap on around in terms of the roles and in terms of what they need. Biggest indicators of that are what Marky as well as Savvy do respectively, and as you can see right now. But since we have a little bit of time to talk, this is quite an interesting map pick right now to let by here for Oasis Gaming, because we saw last split, they had struggles in the regular season trying to figure out what they wanted to do with the agent composition. And it's kind of the same thing right now. They ran the Harbor last time, now they're running the Astra. So what really is the answer for Oasis on Pearl?
I mean, I think it's not necessarily just on Pearl, Dax. It has to come within this series. We're going to Haven for map number 2. A map that we have seen teams a lot of kind of like respect ban against Oasis, and so for GameLab to leave that open within this series, especially with kind of like a losing record on their side, it makes me wonder if this is necessarily the game plan. Now they do ban kind of like the map that we expect them in general to be doing so, especially against a team like Oasis, right? It is their permaban for them to get that off the board for the most part, but I'm just wondering if GameLabs, have they necessarily evolved enough coming in from that stage number 2 into stage, from stage number 1 into stage number 2? We have seen improvements. I dare say that they do look better this time around, but is it enough to take down this Oasis team finally, who have seemingly looking like, aside from maybe that loss versus Zol, the one map yesterday, kind of refined themselves and reformed themselves both within the game and outside of it to really be, I guess, a lot more assured about where they stand here in the VCT.
No, I get you, because yes, you do have Ionix, who has been incredible for this roster right now. Really fits in like a glove with the rest of the roster. But still, even against Rampat na Tatay, they struggled there on Haven. They lost out, especially, I believe, on that defending side. And it really just goes to show that since they have that permaban of Split right now, then the permaban of Icebox there for Oasis Gaming, it allows Oasis to bring out one of their biggest strengths in terms of the map pool. And then you move over to Lotus. And while it has been one of the best maps there for GameLab.Alpha, especially last split, they finally slipped up last time around. I believe that was versus SR Nacague. And then on the other hand, Oasis Gaming 13-0 Zol Esports. So there is that confidence. There are the stats to back it up there for Oasis. And I think that's our biggest concern about this map pool right now, that for GameLab.Alpha, the same cannot be said on that second map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just very worryful for a team like GameLab because they are the newer team, and you kind of need these new wins to prove as a team, as an org, that you guys have what it takes to make it happen in the VCT, and we have what it takes to get the game started after the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the English broadcast here at VALORANT PH. Welcome back. My name is actually with Black and Blue. Oh, whoa! I don't know that word. I don't understand that language. Do you really?
People understand what that means. Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
It's one of those words.
Thank you very much there, Black and Blue. It really is going to be quite a matchup, though, between Oasis Gaming as well as GameLab.Alpha. Let's not dilly-dally. We're going to get straight into the matchup. Here we go on Pearl. Oasis is going to be on the defending side. You got GameLab.Alpha on the attack immediately. And you can see here for GameLab.Alpha, since they're running that double duelist plus that Gecko, it will be a bit more of that hastiness necessary. Into the middle they go.
We got Georgie on that jet. Signature of him to be pulling it out in this spot. But Oasis, are they ready for this connector push coming on in? Fallex drops down like a dead fly. Marky quick on the trade, but they come out of it on top for the most part. Georgie and Savvy the help here coming from that B-Link. Absolutely huge. They shut down the push on the connector.
Man, Marky was just a lantern there, attracting GameLab.Alpha like flies and zapping them down bit by bit. Damage done though, 4v1. And it's all up to Dritch, and Savvy 8k is just a-okay yet again. A 3k to begin with, doesn't matter what he's playing on. It's Oasis with the pistol win.
You know, maybe I'm going against the curve here, but I do think that the Astra, combined with a singular, wall smoker, either a Harbor or a Viper, I think sometimes it can be a lot more effective than having 2 walls, because you have multiple options in what to do, especially with that Astra. The gravity well is something that can never be understated in the amount of pressure and just stopping power it can apply. So I think for Oasis here, they might be onto something.
No, I just think that double wall is really hard to play, and you need to be a team like the RX to really run it completely perfectly with the timings themselves. With the Astra instead, you get a bit more crowd control, and now look at Georgie basically becoming that riot police. Finds a takedown. Here comes the Dizzy to play. Bogey though in CQC wins that out. Trailblazer can't get much intel since Art's held together here by GameLab.Alpha. But if Oasis can keep their distance against GameLab and go for those duels like this, their anti-eco will work out well for them.
Surprised Boogie won that fight. Although up close to the Classic, can certainly turn out to be that way.
I got the
GameLab here on the attack. I mean, we do see Pearl as one of those maps sometimes that GameLab just completely bypass a lot of what you'd expect for a team like them to be able to do, and it can be a pretty surprising one at the end of the day for teams to come up against. Savvy's got a lot to work with here, rather to work against, and luckily for him, Marky's there to keep him in check.
Yeah, and GameLab.Alpha, they're just going to want to go for the assault again and again. Savvy doesn't stop though, and the Savvy train keeps rolling on. Another 3K, almost ready with the Cosmic Divide, and that will be a 2-0 here for Oasis.
Look at this, not a single Spectre buy coming from Oasis. That was, what, 2 Marshals and Bulldog?
Mid-range.
Yeah, especially in a map like Pearl.
Yeah, especially because B-site has really been a bit more successful for the attacking side. If you want to play the distance, you need something like the Bulldog rather than the Spectre. But what I see here from GameLab.Alpha is, besides learning a few of their lessons last time around versus Oasis, them shifting over to the Gecko will really amplify what the Phoenix and the Jet want to do. Play closer angles with the Dizzy floating on top, get that intel, maybe a wingman to help them out on the plant as well, compared to the Fade that they ran before, which was good in certain angles, but a little too, I'd say, slow to help out the double duelist itself.
I'm wondering how that Gecko will work in this case on out. Drax, he gets a 1, he gets Boogie down, but that's a space that they want in the first place. With him dropping, this allows him a much more capable post-plant hold.
And if you can break sightlines of the Dizzy right, that's when you can stall out the blind itself. So at least Drax gets 1 on their bonus. Oasis Gaming ready for the retake itself. And on the other hand, Dritch is playing already by the ramp. Next he goes to get in position. Georgie instead with a takedown. 1-for-1 yet again. It's Owen keeping the odds still in favor of GameLab here. And Owen with another one. 3K for him. Fallix on the board. And here comes Savvy AK. Another one perhaps. He's got the 2. Can he get 3? One more time. He's looking to go for the spike itself. Puts up the Cosmic Divide, and the wall is up. Dritch has to haul his butt there to the opposite end. Halfway done, halfway left. Savvy AK waiting for the tool, but Dritch wins it out anyway. At least GameLab.Alpha, they make the rifle round work.
Oh, that was so close. He uses a Cosmic Divide off of it too, and at the very least, look at how much economy they've burnt off of GameLab's. Now GameLab, luckily for them, able to get the plant on down, and Savvy, always so formidable, and we were wondering how he'd perform on this Astra so far. It's looking spectacular.
It's just the usual Savvy 8K instincts. I almost thought he could have gotten a 3rd triple kill in a row, but not this time. Optos in hand here for Oasis. They can already sense blood in the water, and since they're playing enough distance right now, Black and Blue, it's enough for them to be confident to run that off.
Well, they have the economy to do it. If Georgie, if he's got that in his hands, it could be a problem, but they're going towards the A site instead. And you see that Gravity Well finding the value, keeping that run it back in bay. Wallach able to bypass it, but Drax, he gets caught, not ready for the fight. Marky on the help. And look at GameLab here, just no holds barred.
They're still gonna go in, but now Georgie misses the shot. Dashes on the way to the other end of the Cosmic Divide, keeps himself safe for the time being. But as the wall dissipates, the blaze wall's up and Bogey goes down. Oasis now with the man advantage. Owen playing such a commit position, keeping an eye out towards the dugout itself. But Nexy's now slowly getting in there. Looks for the duel, and the swing from Owen isn't right. Nexy instead just hits all the check marks, and Oasis make it another one on the board.
Nice shutdown here coming in from Oasis, and you know, having that kind of global influence is a big part of the reason why Astra is so effective, why she dominated the meta when she had 5 stars, but even with 4, especially as a complementary, controller when you have a Viper anyways. can be so effective at really stifling the push. And we know GameLab, they're one of those teams, by far, more than a lot of the teams we have here in our regular season, who like to really just bulldozer their way into a site, especially when you got, you know, the Phoenix plus Jet combo that they got on Boogie and FallX, but the Gravity Well, singular piece of utility, just stifles all of that.
No, it's a really good point because you get the crowd control stall compared to when you run Harbor and Viper, where it's that Vision blockade stall that you get instead. Against Double Duelist, they'll be willing to push it anyway. That Harbor wall, if it was there, the curveball will come out from it instead. And Oasis, we can see the adjustment right now working so well against GameLab.Alpha.
Yeah, I'm loving it. The Gecko too as well, though. While you can retrieve your utility, it isn't as much of hard information as, you know, the guiding light might be here in the market, especially when you can cut up the site to isolate which angles you want to flash. And so I'm really looking at Oasis's game plan here, and it seems to be one with a lot more reasons to work.
Yeah, well, operator in hand, Georgie. Warning shot yet again, but the blades are out just to allow him to disengage in kind. But no one can catch him there as the cloudbursts are in the way. Oasis, though, still holding it together, sees the jump, and just because of that, he was trying to scope in, look for FallX instead. The distraction, though, from Owen, keeping GameLab still afloat with the numbers. Blades, though, trying to make something work with the updraft. Doesn't find the target, but it's still quite a standoff here between Oasis and GameLab.
I can't believe he actually burned those blades on a round like this where he already has an op. Probably doesn't want it to drop, especially against Nico. Doesn't want to give them that weapon if, in case it could come to it. The push here from GameLab is just going to be so difficult to work out.
Yeah, and Oasis, they were just so ready for it. Georgie still hitting the shot eventually. It's only a matter of time till his accuracy comes online. Guiding lights into play. Georgie finds Owen there. And in the end, it's with Dritch all alone on an island. Time running out. Oasis should get this one. You just have to be careful to clean it up nicely. And that they do.
Clean eco. Rather anti-eco. Here coming from Oasis, operator, still brought into the next round. And these moments are where Oasis have been so far, especially in that matchup versus Zol yesterday. Able to build that streak up early, aside from that map number 2 where the comeback did happen, but case still stands. It was throughout the earlier game that Oasis typically dominate, and even, you know, compared to, rather, even against some of their bitter rivals like Naos when we saw in the finals. It's the early game that Oasis are really a lot more times potent at.
Yeah, the intro of these boys does look strong, but now the operator this time gets the first target. Can't get away though. FallX with a better angle on the opposite side of main. Leads now to a 4v4, and it does seem like there's another plan here for GameLab.Alpha. Trash is out, trying to go through the hallway, cover fire, and Savvy8K hands up for you. FallX will take the advantage. Moshpit also gonna be there, but Nexi's on site and gets two already. Throws such a big wrench in the plans here of GameLab.Alpha. FallX and Dritch trying to find the angle, but the wall will separate them. And this becomes even more bad news bears here for GameLab.Alpha. They're trying to reconvene. Dritch trying to look to step up, but Marky and Drax are in position to reinforce. And Oasis, yet again, with just one position, it was enough to win out the round.
Dude, that was looking so well for GameLab, and they even threw out that mosh pit there towards that B-Link. But with the timing, simply a dry peek really here coming in from Nexi. There wasn't a flash, mind you. There wasn't a guiding light to support that. Only the singular dog, and they line up for him. And what a wild swing that is, and a wild, you know, really player to make it happen.
Yeah, he just finds the timing, and this is what Oasis is all about. Immediately, GameLab.Alpha going to be calling for a timeout because every single thing that they're trying to do here with this double duelist has been answered. They're not getting too much value out of those run-it-backs because even if FallX gets in there, it's still someone from Oasis ready to shut him down. They're not getting value on the lurks too because Oasis already completely reinforced, and from this point on, it's just Oasis with strong anchors. Nexi stepped up there, but it was still Savvy8K, and the early shots from Georgie are really ringing through for them.
Well, even with Georgia going down there, the fact that he was able to take out the big player in the Phoenix here of Boogie, which you see GameLab really rely on a lot in those type of rounds where there's a scramble. And maybe that flash could have been the thing to, you know, the curveball could have been what would stop Nexi from a wide swing like that. But just even though Georgia would go down, he's able to find value in these lives so far.
And you can see it here. Both Oasis and GameLab, they can have similarities in philosophy. They can be both the aggressive kind of roster. But for GameLab, it really is putting much into the front line. On the other hand, Oasis learning so many different agents and compositions to try and be a bit more versatile. Right now, that flexibility is working well for Oasis. Can GameLab answer back as they're still on an eco state here?
Well,
Blinded.
maybe with these sheriffs, they'd find a pick-off, especially in a straight-up duel here. If you can get the timing on it, Marky recognizes that there might be just a bit too much. The wingman to clear the immediate corner. That keeps GameLab back, though, because of just the amount of utility Oasis have installing.
Yeah, and it seems like for Oasis, they're trying to burn that util, but Rich, a nice shot onto Nexi. A big beginning here for GameLab. It's not enough. Oasis already answered back. Ballx trying to fight with the Stinger vaulting, and it's not gonna pan out whatsoever. Ionix with the blind. Marky goes down. It's still the connector that GameLab's vying for. But you can see that Oasis has learned their lesson from some of the previous rounds. Knows to keep GameLab at center of mass. Nice shot though from Ionix, and another one bites the dust. A triple kill right now. The Gecko coming alive in these final moments. And Drax is the only one left in the 1v1 here.
And that's what I'm saying. The Sheriff is so deadly when you're holding an angle that keeps you posted. When you have that kind of straight up front position. A quick shot is sometimes all somebody needs off the jiggle. But Drax in a 1v1. He's made himself known quite characteristically for these type of clutches. Let's see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, the Viper Spit gonna be utilized. Oasis do not want to give up this round whatsoever. With those frags, GameLab keeping themselves alive already. There's the tap. Ionix, does he wade into those waters? The spam is perfect. Counter spam is there too. 13 HP left. And the snake bites to finish it off. Fangs bared. Oasis will not let go in the 6-1 scoreline. It got very close though.
Nicely played here from Drax. Playing off of the inexperience there in comparison of Ionix. Making sure that eco round, at least they're able to convert the anti, but as you said, expensive here. Still, good option and good, really, I guess, attempt here coming from this GameLab squad. Maybe, just maybe, if Ionix was able to get a better read on the situation here. Not spam on through and give his position away. Could have been different.
I think he had one idea. He knew where the spike was, and from that angle, he can shoot through the smoke. But that's exactly what Drax wanted, and from that point on, he fired back, put down the snake bites, and the rest is history. Here we go again, though. Main controlling for GameLab.Alpha, and now they're gonna go for the lockdown this time to try and make that space. Savvy, though, looking to see if anyone's a bit ambitious early. Oasis must respect this, and as it stands, run it back into play. Boogie wants to lead the charge. Marky will back off, though, for now.
Look at this, run it back, trying to take all that space. He doesn't clear dugout, but luckily for him, nobody's exactly placing in that spot. Ballx holding down the angle. Savvy does go down. The trades come on in from either controller.
Yeah, Boogie's looking to play out this link yet again. Drax now with the snake bite. It's a play and still shrugs off the bullet. Survives this time around. Georgie falls though. Can't make the op count. 3v3. And the monster's on the loose. It does feel like the Gecko Tate doesn't get much value. And this time, the guiding light's there to get the intel. One more snake bite and one more fight. Drax has no fear whatsoever. With a low HP state he's in. Gets healed up to quite a bit by Marky. It's still the front line, and the Dizzy makes the blind happen. Time running out. Oasis running out of numbers too. Marky though with 2k for his own. Next, he tries to stick at the turret to help out, but it's not enough. GameLab.Alpha get on the board finally again.
Yeah, no way he comes out through the round like that. GameLab here, able to secure that space, and Oasis just weren't able to tap it early enough within that retake, even with all the great frags they were able to find, especially their Drax holding down that arc position, and yet it just never came to pass. These are 2 huge kills for him to find both duelists here on the GameLab side, but once again, they weren't able to burn all the ample amounts of utility that GameLab were able to place on the spike.
And that's a good sign here for GameLab.Alpha. They realize, okay, if there's no one anchoring on the site itself, we might stand a better chance because we make the space and then we can work from it using that main angle especially. One more chance though here for GameLab as they move towards Link. It's Nexi, their initial contender, and the smoke's gonna be there immediately. Guiding light to help out, courtesy of Marky, but the stall is strong here from Oasis.
That's good though for GameLab. They're able to burn that gravity well early, as well as a nano swarm setup here towards this double doors, and so Nexi has the advantage in that case. He's gonna see the angle quicker, dodges the flash, but Georgie's there at the ready.
Yeah, slight anti-flash there basically. Not the full flash experience GameLab wanted, and from that point on, Oasis had ample numbers to keep the doorway reinforced. But here we go again. Savvy 8K. There's lots of responsibility left onto you. Seekers though finds Aeonix in a pinch. Wingman's out to help him out. Marky now getting disengaged because of the dissipates. You can see for GameLab, they're regrouping towards B main. But the Seeker's already telling that intention. Georgie with an updraft angle. He now knows someone's playing there by the pillar. Cosmic Divide into play. Georgie tried to anticipate it early. And Oasis, they're waiting for the time to swing things out. The plant comes down here for GameLab though. Aeonix with one already. And from this point on, this 3v3 retake is a go.
Gets good damage on it though. Dritch taking down really low here. Backhaul control. You can see here that the Gecko and Aeonix, he's trying to fight for it as well. He wants to be able to maybe get the kill here off of Savvy, and that he does, but Georgie's tearing them up.
Yeah, Trish is too low already. Turret helping out in the pinch. Georgie going for cover, and Drax with another one on the board. Oasis, they just have so many ways to slow down what GameLab.Alpha wants to do, and that's completely the opposite situation that GameLab wants to see. They want to go in, take command, and it's just not happening against this defense.
Yeah, they've been stifling that opening push. The first attempt of GameLab many times on over. We see that there towards that B-Link where they stifle that B-Link push, and then GameLab are going to have to force to be, to adjust to a different idea instead. And the one round in this regulation, aside from, that third round, two rounds before this, round number 8, the only round that GameLab were able to win as of anything recent was in the one round where Savvy did not have his gravity well at the ready towards that A main when they had to run it back because it was on cooldown, and they can stop here. The initial attempts of GameLab, Oasis have been very successful.
And not only that, because Dritch had that lockdown to make that space to begin with. Savvy though taps away. Here comes Dizzy now up in the skyline. And same thing for Fallex. He's actually navigating through the screens. The blades are enough to get that takedown. And the lockdown here from Oasis will force the disengage anyway. But I think that should catch out at least 2 members here. Both duelists right behind the pillar. Covering fire here courtesy of GameLab. But Georgie finds Dritch anyway. This is Oasis now, ready to take the fight towards GameLab, right behind the veil of the toxic screen. Oasis awaits.
Big problem here for GameLab though. Only 2 rifles, everybody tagged up. Quite low health aside from Fallex, and don't have exactly the best position considering that the spike is out of their hands and they have to go towards this. They can maybe buy some time for a rotate, but nobody really went on that attempt. It should have been earlier. Drax here with a crossfire from Oasis. No way to dismantle it. Perfectly played.
And when you play against Oasis, you need to think of those timings to just rotate instead. It's one of the biggest strengths Oasis has, just how they're able to fortify a fight so very quickly, how coordinated that they get even in pre-retake situations. As the spike's going down, Oasis is already ready. What if you don't get that spike down? It's even worse for you if you force the issue. This is how Oasis plays, and GameLab.Alpha just cannot find an answer for them at all.
And this is kind of what we've been theory crafting, isn't it? Like, the Gecko sometimes just isn't enough to get you within the site if he's your only initiator sometimes. Now, they are running that double duelist, so you might argue it should be a hard hit with the Phoenix, but it just hasn't been working the way that they wanted as Fallex gets an opening pick.
Well, the good news here is we have Georgie down, and Boogie is up with a run it back thanks to the orb. Now then, GameLab looking for the right timing to actually get on through there. The stars, though, aligned for Oasis. We've seen how effective the stall has been when you put Drax as well as Savvy together. Guiding Light, though, confirms that there's still a presence towards A main. Lurk right now from GameLab, keeping mid control on. Eventually, the green flag's there. They've been waiting for Dizzy, and now they get rid of Boogie. Fallex on the inside as well, but next he's on the board to get that takedown. And the same case here for Oasis. The stall is perfect, and GameLab cannot pursue.
That was so dangerous for Marky, and yet he comes out of it alive. What great support here coming in from Drax and the rest of Oasis. The gravity well counteractively here being pulled by Owen QD, and GameLab have opened up the site.
Finally, they got the duels that they needed, pulled back at the right time, and they pushed the splits as well as possible. Here comes the trash though, found out by Savvy 8K. At least he's able to shut down that ultimate, but his intentions have been known. Sees Owen as well, but couldn't get the timing has the Cosmic Divide in hand. Can he put up a wall to separate himself from GameLab.Alpha? Seems like that's the case. World divides and the push comes to shove. Owen goes down. It's a 1v1. Aeonix trying to get on through. The timing there from Savvy to meditate. Smokes out. Goes for the tap. And Aeonix just wrapping around this. Encirclement yet again. But here we go with close quarters. Aeonix is the one who hits that X mark. GameLab get the third round on the board, man.
Better timing there, Dax. On Aeonix. Be able to dodge and weave through that. Nice attempt once more by Savvy, but can make it happen. Some great initial, support here coming in from Oasis, as I said, keeping Marky alive there. The snake bite, stopping that run it back, but when it came down to the duel, when the dust settled, it was GameLab who stood out on top, and it's really a lot of times they're saving grace. They're a great team at shooting themselves out of a bad situation, but they gotta minimize how many times they find themselves in those situations in the first place.
Yeah, especially that push from Art, right? It looked to be delicate because of that initial nano swarm. But then again, they found one to actually push. I believe that was Dritch who got close enough towards Nexi. And then from that point on, the second fragger was in position. And the rest of that main ankle put GameLab on the site. But there's one thing I want to point out right now, Black and Blue. It's not the most scientific one.
Oh.
Honestly, GameLab.Alpha have done their job. In a way. Because they got in 3 rounds. And if Oasis wins next one, we go 9-3. And of all the teams that you have to be superstitious of, it's Oasis. The game yesterday against Seoul, the map that they lost, it was 9-3. Right.
Yep.
It was 9-3 in Oasis's favor. And the 2 maps that Oasis lost against GameLab.Alpha in the lower bracket finals started with a 9-3 half in favor of Oasis. So, GameLab's banking on that. You can see it.
I remember the interview after that lower bracket final. They were asking, I think it was Drax, like, do you guys believe in the 9-3 curse? And he was like, oh my.
Yeah.
Basically like, yeah, I think now I do.
Yeah. So, will Oasis lose this round because of the curse? Seems like, though, they're still playing their A game. And immediately, the A game on Vipers, on the Vipers pit itself, allows Raps to keep the advantage. Georgie finds Aeonix to begin with. One of the few times we've seen a Spectre in this game. Lockdown, though, is the call, and GameLab looking to bank on that space yet again.
Well, no curses yet so far. The final sign of it hasn't been cast just yet. They're able to take this space, and the last time they used Lockdown on A, they were successful, but now they're lost a pick. Make that 2. It's going to be much more difficult. Marky here and Georgie opening up.
Oh, no one's looking for Georgie whatsoever. A triple kill to end it, and lo and behold, 9-3. I don't know if I want that for Oasis or not, but in the end, it was still a dominant half from them.
Well,
yeah.
At some point, you kind of have to set your own fate, create your own destiny. Oasis, they can't let these type of numbers get to them.
I don't usually believe in this kind of stuff. I don't usually point things out. But it's been very consistent, okay? And of all the teams that had happened against Oasis, right, it was GameLab.Alpha. So, I don't know. But truth be told, we go back to the scientific. We go back to what we saw from the first half. And I guess really this adjustment with the Astra was so effective on the defense versus GameLab.Alpha's playstyle. Does it pan out the same way on the attack here?
I mean, to something a bit more tangible, one could argue that maybe it's with a certain team's mentality once they do go up in these type of leads, right? And how they might take their foot off the gas pedal sometimes. I'm not saying that's what Oasis are necessarily, but it's a common symptom of teams who do have that sickness. But Oasis, they're looking to go towards this A side. The entirety of the defense here from GameLab, for the most part, towards B.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go for the raid take ASAP. As you can see, it's link covered here by Dritch. Nexi trying to contest that. Flowers instead for Owen, and it allows GameLab at least an anchor points to work with on the retake itself. Contesto immediately towards Secret. 1-for-1, and Nexi wins the duel towards Link itself. Has a better angle now. GameLab, though, coming up big with a 3K courtesy of Boogie. Heals himself up with the hot hands. The guiding light's there. The swing comes on in from Marky, but does he know that it's still got for the reinforcement itself? 2v2 now. Nexi playing a longer angle. Marky, though, in close quarters yet again, and the frenzy fire rate is phenomenal. 10-3 here for Oasis.
Nicely done from Oasis. Seems like they're kind of dodging that curse for the meantime. But on that post plant hold, you see here that it's once again the tried and true thing of Oasis, the crossfire here. The fact that there's always, you know, 2 angles for any Game Lab member to immediately have to deal with in terms of an immediate threat. That is something that, if you don't have the proper utility, especially with a single innie here like a Gecko, it can be very difficult sometimes to dismantle.
Yeah, well, we'll see now Oasis with the better buy, and this time around they go straight towards B. Bolex though, playing a crossfire perhaps alongside Boogie. Ionix wants to do the same kind of thing. 2 sheriffs in hand right now for the defenders of these sites. And the Trailblazer now trying to confirm any of those angles. Broken quickly though, and now Boogie throws the hot hands as well to look for the stall. Oasis though, they know they can actually just go for the overrun with the guns they have, and that they do. 2 down here for GameLab.Alpha. Hall's the only point of contention, and it is eradicated here by Oasis. This is looking clean from the attack.
Not a real fighting chance at all for GameLab in that round. And I think you think Georgie recognizes this. Quick kill rather from Dreach. Yeah, he's done for! Not before he finds another at the very least. Consolation at the end of it. Oasis just looking like the type of team that we expect from them from the get-go.
Yeah, and this is what Oasis wants to do. Be a bit more consistent after those hot starts. It was a problem versus Naus, especially that they'd have at least a bit of a buffer, and then Naus would come on back. For the rest of the teams that they need to contend with, it just needs to be them keeping on away. It reared its ugly head last time against Zol on Ascent. But there were standards, there were great maps in the first and third of that series. Same case right now, looking to be likely, unless GameLab.Alpha makes this rifle round count.
Blinded.
Well, GameLab.Alpha, their entire map kind of really hinges on this round working their way. Otherwise, you can ship this and send us to map number 2 on to Haven. Still though, a fighting chance for GameLab. This wall, placed by Drax, allows them to crawl on up, able to take this backhaul control. Really not being something that GameLab want to fight for. It seems like they're opting for the retake option.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because they do want to use that run it back to initiate contact. And this time around, Oasis now planting towards that default. Play over the longer angles of B main and ramp respectively. You can see in the post plan, that's immediately the plan. Make that space away from the run it back. Boogie looking to lead the charge though. Guiding Light's gonna be there yet again to confirm. Presence on site. And now the push comes to shove. The Phoenix peeks out and loses his second life immediately. GameLab though making their way towards the spike. It's Oasis still with the angles to spam it down. Blaze wall into play. The 5v5 retake being stalled heavily. And you can see the snake bites there too. Marky Georgie on the board. It's all Oasis so far. And the odds now stacked totally for them. Oasis just clean up house, and GameLab is kicked off this site.
Here's a tip. You do not want to play a post-plant retake like that without maybe at least getting a kill first on the initial attempt. Kind of gambling for that. When you know they have so much post-plant utility, the gravity well, the snake bites, the nano swarms, and even though it was a wingman on the defuse and every GameLab member had their weapon up on that fight, and you could argue they had the better weaponry because they had the actual, Phantoms, Vandals, it still isn't exactly the best case to be made. And like for GameLab here, you kind of put a bit more effort, or rather just utility, in terms of actually getting a pick off and stifling the initial pushes of Oasis.
And you can always see that there was something Oasis was throwing at that spike. In terms of the post plant, they have the utility itself. Force buy right now here from GameLab, and Boogie looking to break things up. One shot there towards Georgie. Savvy now makes the trade happen. Fallex, a different plan, and Nexi will sniff him out so quickly. This is a plant going down for Oasis, and we saw how strong their post plant last time.
But where is the utility to accompany it? You see there, Ionix, he had, his flash readied anyways, but he wasn't able to time it necessarily with when Boogie was gonna go for that second peek, and those small things, they're punishing GameLab here heftily as Oasis they run away with map number 1, 13-3.
Yeah, from small things to big wins, and Oasis gets it clean up so well. What a way to beat GameLab.Alpha, and what a way to say we don't believe in superstition. 9-3 comes into a 13-3. Clean second half, and for Oasis, that's exactly what they want to see.
And if they can continue this, momentum and performance at this level at the very least, especially against GameLab, one of the teams that were actually able to beat them during the regular season last time around and kind of put them towards a downhill trend from what we saw in the regular season going into the playoffs, and maybe this could be Oasis kind of regaining their form. Let's not forget that last season, Naos lost to Oasis the only time they lost in a series early in the regular season, and then they went on that rampage throughout the rest of the season. And Oasis, since they lost to Naos last time, this could be theirs, finally, to start to get going.
Bro, you can't be like that. I thought literally the point of this was we don't believe in 9-3, so we're not gonna believe in those kind of superstitions. But I get what you're saying. You know, sometimes it's a pattern. The rivals, the numbers, Nico. What do they mean?
What do they mean?
You see, we're going there. But you can see for Oasis, right, that this was just all them every day. It was so conditional how GameLab.Alpha won out some of those rounds when they got the space with things like the lockdown, when they got some immense picks that were completely lopsided against them. And usually, the standard was Oasis stay on site, Oasis throws utility, and Oasis wins the round. And while GameLab.Alpha tried to manipulate their timing on the advance itself, tried to come back and go for that second wave, it just wasn't enough because Oasis still had other members and other utilities to help them out in those situations.
You'd see the only time that second wave actually worked out on the attacking side there for GameLab was when they went for this exact art push. They had the gravity well towards that, able to dismantle the hold there, and I think that's what GameLab need to do a bit more, because they're really kind of filtering themselves into a single isolated hard hit a lot of times on the attacking side that Oasis, because of the amount of utility they have, they can all throw it in a one choke. It just stops the momentum here of GameLabs as you get Marky, the man himself, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah, and Marky was an instrumental piece of the puzzle. We always talk about Savvy as well as Drax stalling, but many times we saw that the guiding light was there for Marky to help out the disengage especially. So well done there by Oasis Gaming. It's quite a well-oiled machine right now, and things are looking even better for them as the next map will be their home turf, which is Haven. They steal it away there from GameLab.Alpha on Pearl, which was the GameLab.Alpha map pick in such a dominant fashion, and this is kind of what we expect here from Oasis right now. Hungry to get their recompense from last split, perform to the best levels that they can do with such an all-star lineup, and honestly coordinate well right now, and we're seeing it here. More of the team-based play from Oasis.
Yeah, and it really is, I think, notorious when you see that, you know, Oasis, this is what they've kind of made their name for, you know, having that kind of team play, being one of the most structured teams in the circuit. And that was, I think, even more, I think, visible in that round where I was talking about, you know, Marky staying alive somehow. The one round that GameLab were able to actually win, I think it was round number 8, and they're able to split that art. And when you have those type of tendencies from Oasis of the past finally come back, the positive ones, where you can see a lot of their teamwork is being the core idea, the core fundamental of their play, especially with the adjustments that they can do on the fly because of the amount of, I guess, flexibility each and every player on this roster has. Like with Savvy going to that Astra, they're going to become an even much more formidable opponent for anybody in the circuit.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, GameLab.Alpha, it just feels like the composition lacked a little bit more of that impact besides that initial wave. If you can't get your double duelists in there, what else can you really do? But they're going to have to figure that out as we are going to be moving on to Haven after this break. Don't get away. VCTPH will return in just a bit. And we're back in a snap from the break right there. It is now gonna be Oasis Gaming versus GameLab.Alpha, map number 2. Haven's the destination, and with you are Dax and Black and Blue. Here we go yet again though, my friend. And as per usual, we always have to talk about the Oasis Haven history. Best map or best map?
Best map.
Best map.
I mean, for me so far, Dax, I'm just kind of marveling here at the performance that the Oasis were able to put out on a while ago, and it's been a quick trigger for them to pull, and a lot of these kind of attempts where they just stifle the opening, I guess, ideas and attempts of, you know, GameLab, and we've seen that when GameLab are forced to adjust, there's only that one round once more. They're able to split that art and A main push, open up the A site, but aside from that, it's really comes down to the mid-round, the mid-game, where we see a lot of times that communication and the structure, if there even is some structure behind it, for GameLab kind of break down, and the Oasis are really capable of punishing that.
Yeah, I do feel like Owen's able to be that voice there for GameLab.Alpha, but then again, he doesn't really get the clearest picture into the front line, and if that's where all the GameLab eggs are put into that basket, right, it's not gonna be enough as soon as it just completely falls on apart. And that was the case there from GameLab.Alpha. They don't really have much of a plan B besides disengage and re-engage. And this time around, perhaps on Haven, it might be a little bit different, but we still go back to the stats, and besides it being the best map of Oasis bar none, and really one of the struggles here for GameLab.Alpha, which makes you wonder why they let it pass. The last 2 times these 2 teams faced off against Haven, it went both in the way of Oasis Gaming.
I'm distracted by your vest. It's the first time I've seen you wear that.
I have
it's
no
very
idea how to wear these kind of things. I look very preppy. I look like I'm gonna go to school with this.
Oh yeah,
university, man.
Yeah, it feels like I'm about to take you on a ice cream date after.
You look like you're one of those assistant professors, actually.
What do you mean?
Like,
Professor, you want some private tutoring, Dax?
Whoa! That's for the after cast there, my professor. But into the cast and into the map, we shall go very soon, as Agent Select is where we're at. Oasis Gaming, we usually see Wild Oreo slotted into these kind of situations, and that is gonna be the same case. It's been tried, it's been tested, and you know already that the double initiator is the play. Savvy 8K is gonna be there onto the breach. You have Nexi on that standard Killjoy, and Wild Oreo will wrap it up with the Sova. Same case though for GameLab.Alpha, as they're gonna go for the mirror matchup here.
Okay, give me about who can make this work on out here. Composition wise, I'm looking like at the history of, you know, what these 2 teams would run, and nothing immediately jumps out to mind. We've seen kind of like the Rays be pulled out every now and then by this Oasis squad in the past, but we haven't seen that for a while, so nothing too new in this moment. The Omen's out once more, and I'm surprised that nobody really is attempting to go for the Astra in this case. This is, to be fair, the exact same comps we've been seeing the past handful of times. We've seen these 2 teams clash, and even against other teams, so I'm not seeing that much of a difference. We did see at one point GameLab kind of I guess experiment with having a Cypher, maybe having a Chamber in this exact same comp, but they're going with what they did play last time around, and it could maybe that Killjoy difference is really what will buy them the extra edge that they need.
Yeah, and because we have a Yonix in, right, it forces Boogie to move over to the role that I believe Chase had from last split. It still was enough though versus Rambutan ni Tatay, and then you kind of have to ask, why would they lose to a roster who's at the very bottom of the standings, and now they have to deal with some of the best that is Oasis Gaming on Haven? So that's the biggest concern right now of this being the second map into this pool, since they banned out Split first. But Oasis Gaming, that's the only problem right now, since there's a lot of tape about them playing this Haven map and a lot of experience firsthand, courtesy of GameLab.Alpha. Has GLab learned enough from their previous encounters to beat Oasis Gaming at their own game? Well, we're gonna find out very, very soon, but you can see how difficult this is for GameLab.
I mean, when you're going up against Oasis, you can never expect an easy time in the first place. Even for GameLab, you know, the only team able to beat Oasis in the regular season last time around, yet still, while that may hang over their heads, when it came down to it, they weren't able to close it out. No matter how close it came, no matter how good of a fight, it comes down to throwing the final punch, having the last say in the duel, Dax. And GameLab so far, they've had maybe a few words here and there, but nothing really convincing just yet.
Yeah, and really right now for GameLab.Alpha, our biggest point for them this split is to prove that they're one of the heavyweights here in VCTPH. And it's not just by being at the top of the standings, but by beating their two biggest, I'd say, standards right now above them, Oasis Gaming and Naos. And as of right now, things aren't really panning out the way they want. They don't want to be playing third fiddle to these two teams that you always see in Oasis and Naos. They just don't want to be the leftover there in the VCTPH scene. And this is their best chance to prove it with really the hardest route that is possible. We go now straight into the game though, and GameLab.Alpha's on the assault, and straight to B site they go.
Yeah, for sure. They don't want to be the Will Ferrell. They want to be the Mark Wahlberg and The Rock. They don't want to be those other guys in this case. In GameLab here, they're trying to prove it on the attacking side, their favorite side. And look at the flank coming in here. Aeonix, he has to get a catch.
Yeah, Aeonix is just watching out the spawn, and there will be a convergence here courtesy of Oasis from both C and A. 4 people from Oasis trying to play towards the window. Doesn't
nice
get
dodge.
checked right now by Nexi as well as Rax.
Oh.
The dodge is there, and Aeonix creeping on in. Perfect chance here for GameLab.Alpha. Stars align, and Aeonix gets 2 in the shooting range. Oasis, though, do force the issue towards the site itself.
way.
And it's Georgie gets a 3K of his own. The chance was there from Aeonix, but now Wild Ore is on the defuse, and Georgie just does it better. The pistol won by Oasis still.
Even with 2 kills, they're found by Oasis, rather by GameLab on Aeonix. I'm surprised Oasis were still able to overrun the site there. You can see that GameLab, knowing that flank was coming, a heavy flank, you had to assume that they thought at the very least 3 were coming their way. They pushed out towards both of the connectors, both of the links here, A-Link especially, and yet still Georgie just such a hot gun, overrunning the competition rather, and making quick work of it.
Yeah, that's just Georgie in a nutshell. One of the best duelists that we have here in the PH scene. He just wins it no matter what. And I think the best chance for him was since he got through the smoke and onto the site, Aeonix prioritized the backline, right? And from that point on, he saw 2 targets sorta aligned towards A-Link, and he just shot them down so quickly to even up the odds. So Oasis happy with that round, and now they have the advantage into the next one.
Dude, that was looking so good for GameLabs, and yet Oasis come out of it on top. Those type of rounds, it can be maybe a small hit, but a hit nonetheless to the mental of especially a younger team here like GameLab. See how they play this B hit. Nobody really here at the ready aside from Savvy.
I just gotta say though, there was full commitment there from Oasis. And this time around, GameLab.Alpha looking to put themselves towards that B site. They have the lesser buys though, and Boogie already says bye-bye immediately. Volex towards the backside itself. Aeonix can put that plant down, headed towards the opposite side of where Oasis is majority stationed. Savvy 8K with a kill on the board. Volex trying to fight on back. GameLab though do get a few picks along the way, and now someone needs to save him. No, Savvy 8K gets the kill himself, hopping on around towards the corner there. Oasis make it 2-0 here, and at least GameLab.Alpha, they're still not shaken by those previous rounds.
Unfortunate there for Owen Cutie. They've had a good angle to maybe get a cheeky kill, but that Nano Swarm barely clipped him and kind of forced him to have to peek on out instead. GameLab here, though, gun round for them, and the lockdown is almost secured by Aeonix. If they can get an orb or a kill or the plant at the very least, they can use this for the post.
Yeah, the rifles are ready and they want to go for that A site. But if you guys don't know what Split 2 is all about, this is for the slot to Ascension, where you play with the rest of APAC. Split 1, you just play for prize money, and of course seeding straight up to Split 2 itself. So that allowed Naos, Oasis, GameLab.Alpha, and Action PH do not need to go through the open qualifiers anymore. But enough about the format. It's time for us to get back into the round. Fallex spotted out by the alarm, but Paranoia perfectly placed by Drax even. And Drax with a Sheriff just sticks him up, and Fallex goes down. 5-figure discount onto that rifle. Drax is still not done, keeping up with the pressure. Savvy 8K gonna be on position to help him out in a pinch. It's a 2-for-2 now, and GameLab.Alpha make their way towards the site 3 versus 2 rather in the end.
Yeah, good trades. Alarm bot here is turned off because of the pick, and Georgie just completely slaps and sideswipes Street.
Georgie's just not done. Swipe right if you say yes to Georgie, and he's going in one more time. Now we do get the 2v2 towards the back of the default. We go for Owen. Sprays it down. A Onyx also towards Graffiti. A stellar crossfire set up, and GameLab.Alpha knock it out of the park.
A great spam there coming from Owen through the smoke, but damage done here by Oasis cannot be understated. And even on these type of bonus rounds, they're so formidable. Luckily for them here, though, able to get that kill still, but Georgie, he has not slowed down.
Georgie just feels it right now. And we saw it at the start for Savvy 8K in the last map. Georgie, there were moments there, especially with the blades that he popped off. But if this is going to be the Georgie experience that we know and love, then GameLab.Alpha has to prioritize him first. We move over to a slower pace this time for GameLab. As Oasis, they have the rifles. Georgie's the only one saving up money, and he has the blades instead to contend with.
Now, this slower pace is something I'd want to see GameLab kind of incorporate more, because even with teams who have popularized W gaming, like the Paper Rex of international fame, they do have these type of slow rounds, because if you just keep them going fast every single round, the defense, they know to expect it at that point, and Oasis are one of the best teams in making sure to adjust to that type of play style.
Changing the pace is one of the best things an attacking-sided team can do. And now, as they're trying to cut a bit of that intel and that noise, it's Oasis that has to be a bit more risky on their peaks just to get that initial intel. They do get the smoke, though, thrown out towards Link, and Oasis know that the C hit is coming their way. Paranoia, though, doesn't actually hit Drax. Now the Swarm forces him out of position, but Nexi now lights him up so easily. 2K here for Nexi, gives the advantage towards Oasis. There's still that backside presence, and Drax is just trying to be as patient as possible. Wait for the timing, courtesy of Georgie Fallex, still popping off for himself to get the 3K, but Georgie's ready yet again. Dritch now making it a 1v1 versus Wild Oreo, who's waiting for the timing and gets the intel even better. The Owl Drone says hello, and Wild Oreo says goodbye to the leaping Dritch. 3-1 for Oasis.
He was ready for that as well. Wild Oreo performing super well, coming into the game, coming back into it in the place of Marky, who also played really well during that Pearl a while ago. But well, this is a strength of, you know, Oasis. Their 6-man rotation is all so potent, no matter who you put at front or the back.
Yeah, just really goes to show. Here for Oasis, every single member of the roster absolutely potent. And this time around, it's similar to what we've seen from that previous map. Oasis with an early lead, looking to keep going with this kind of pace. Equal right now for GameLab.Alpha, but at least they have that lockdown available if they need it in this situation.
Well, it's going to be in a situation here for sure for GameLab to try and win on out. Rolling Thunder as Oasis are going for the push instead, but GameLab, they're the ones who get to punish.
Now Savvy's AK is still around though, and Boogie, does he know that he's over onto the corner? Checked out by GameLab.Alpha. They sniff out Oasis this time around. They find their targets. And in an eco state, they pick up a few rifles to put themselves in a better situation. This is the best news here for GameLab.Alpha. Can they finish off the job as clean as possible? The flank, though, courtesy with Drax and Nexi together yet again, this dynamic duo. Drax, though, on the board. Seems like Fallex has a different plan with the blades, not rushing it. Drax gets 2 for now. Noise cut. Intel isn't there. And Drax tries swinging a Onyx with a takedown. Nexi's the only one left. But Fallex with a backstab himself to get that final blow. It's GameLab who make the thrifty work.
A good punisher coming from GameLab. Oasis taking the fight up close, even with a Rolling Thunder. And this is something that, you know, we've been seeing even internationally, where a lot of times people would say, is the Rolling Thunder really just not as effective anymore? But I think it's because sometimes teams would hit the opposing team with the Rolling Thunder and then kind of not be exactly in place to swing immediately. After they're hit, even if they're stunned, you kind of have to follow up almost immediately to not let that opposing side set, and because GameLabs they're able to recover off of it.
Yeah, well, GameLab.Alpha, it was only a matter of time till we see them hit a 30 round like that, and case in point, they're still so potent. No matter what they have in their hands. Rolling Thunder now the play. It's Oasis on top of heaven. Avoiding the Rolling Thunder themselves. Hunter's Fury available for Wild Oreo in this pinch. And Oasis instead on the eco state this time.
Oasis. Another push here, another flank to come on in. Will they expect Boogie? He's going to be playing off the swing. He gets the 1, the 2, the 3rd. Everything going his way on the dance.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha looking clean this time. This is the form we expect from them. Dart comes flying in. Wild Oreo gets to scan it through the wall. It's even! Oh, it goes down. We saw it before. And well, that's the only thing we'll see from Oasis. GameLab.Alpha tie things up. A stellar shot sure from Wild Oreo, but an even better round from GLab.
Is this going to be akin to that Zal match we saw yesterday, where after a very dominant map number 1, that Zal side was able to come back and make this into a 3rd map, a very close one at the very least here for GameLab. Oasis, first time out of the series.
Yeah, well, they need it after that one. They prevented themselves from... They did the timeout last time.
No.
But, okay, fine. Sure. Sure, I'll go with that.
No, you're right,
But,
they did. They had one.
Yeah, they did. They did because of the almost, or one of the rounds from the first half. Anyway, as I was saying, GameLab.Alpha, they just... You can't stop playing to a standard against them. And if you cannot stop GameLab.Alpha from getting close to you or in a good duel state, then you are gonna be absolutely in trouble. We saw it from Oasis. The composition a while ago on Pearl suited their purposes well. But here on Haven, where things are a lot more spread out and GameLab.Alpha can put many forces into one site, it's Oasis who's gonna struggle on that defense, since GameLab.Alpha can overrun them with the numbers and the positions that they can have initially.
Well, that overrun is something a bit more, I guess, characteristic to a team like GameLab than it is Oasis. And so, if Oasis really want to make these retakes work out, and it can be difficult on Haven, they have to get an opening pick like that first.
Yeah. Well, Georgie makes your wish be his command, and now with the From the Shadows, Owen gets a backside, but Georgie gets a second one anyway. Georgie is just oh so on fire. A triple kill there in the end, anchoring down the site, makes it a 3v2 in favor of Oasis, but job is not done. Big impact made here by Oasis. A lockdown in such a close quarter situation. Seems like a timer forced out here by GameLab, but Wild Oreo is much more of a marksman as he lines it up and catches out both the ultimate and the placer itself. Wild Oreo in position, Drax finds Rich instead, and Oasis hold down the fort for the round.
Pretty nice so far from Oasis, and that's why I said, these defensive rounds, they can start off with an early pick, especially with Georgie with an operator like that. They can really shut down the hard hits here coming from GameLab, and it's exactly what they needed at the right moment.
Yeah, it really just goes to show here for Oasis. You'll give Georgie the gun, and he will not disappoint. GameLab.Alpha, I do like the plan of what Owen wanted to do towards that backside, but still, just a stellar shooting, man. Oasis, that is something that they can rely on, the talent that they have in this roster. The dart flies. It's broken now here by Oasis. GameLab knows there's presence on site, but do they realize this is a stack and triplicate made by the defense?
Well, see if GameLab are able to dismantle this triple hold here towards that A site. GameLab, I like the slower pace that they're, starting to really utilize, but as Georgie is going to clear up this C long, it's going to give Oasis even more confidence in holding down this triple stack towards A, especially after that Aftershock gives himself away.
A better chance now. Aldrin gonna be there too. And here we go again. Oasis looking to read the GameLab intentions. A better plan though for GameLab. Play towards long, get a bit more of that space. And they do realize this is short stack, a single paranoia Can catch out Oasis in a bad situation. Savvy though throws out the flash. Kills the fourth line thrown his way in response. Flatbush there, and here comes GameLab. They get the kill onto Wild Oreo, but Trax finds Fall X in response onto the site. Their skill skirmish and straps at Savvy 8K with the kills that they need anyway. Oasis still so stable on site, and Nexi disregards the flank anyway from Aeonix. It's a 5-3 scoreline now for Oasis.
Oasis here, finally getting the run that they needed after GameLab have kind of sent him on one of their own, and that was looking pretty good for Oasis, as I talked about, you know, with the fact that they were able to clear all that space rather and get all that information from Georgie towards C-Long. The lack of information is information of itself, and they just knew to kind of double down on the hold they already had pretty nicely on that A site.
And I think one thing we're seeing right now is GameLab.Alpha, they don't really budge too much on their positions. If they commit onto a site, they're already gonna go for it no matter what. It was the case there on Pearl, and it has been a bit more of the case here on Haven as well, despite the multiple choices that they have on this map. Now the Swarm Lob there by Aeonix, but Oasis just still trying to throw away any utility thrown at them. Damage done through the spam, and GameLab has to respect the window presence now.
Well, at least still have a buy here, GameLab, and that Hunter's Fury could be big for either destroying the lockdown of Nexi on the retake, or hell, even just fending him off the defuse and the post plant. GameLab, as you said, we haven't really seen them give different looks in terms of, you know, maybe not committing to a site, or kind of rotating around late, or just having kind of a fake push out. That's not something GameLab have shown yet as part of their hands.
Very streamlined, and drafts at the ready in such a commit position, already keeping GameLab at bay. Boogie though with the Hunter's Fury to at least cross on through and catch out Nexi as well. So at least it's a 2-for-2, but Oasis already in position one more time. Georgie's ready to go again. Gets the tag onto Boogie. Dritch trying to capitalize on the tag there, but do they realize that Savvy 8K is just nearby? Aeonix has a different plan from the garage that he can go. The pinch is possible here from GameLab.Alpha. Georgie though with another one. Just do not keep your eyes off this man, as Wild Oreo is there to finish the job off. Oasis, another one again.
Even better off angle here, held by a lot of the Oasis squad. You saw their Drax, for example, up close. Wild Oreo continuing the trend as Georgie completely hammers him down with the operator once more, and thought they would use maybe this, you know, Hunter's Fury later in the round, but as they burn it early, that's a big tool without securing the round even in the first place.
Well, it was effective enough at least to get a few picks, but case in point, just the fact that Oasis stopped GameLab.Alpha plus push, and then GameLab still went for that site. You could see that Oasis is just prepared again and again to watch these guys funnel into their sightlines. And here we go for the 100th time by this time. Georgie, first blood drawn with the operator. Wild Oreo jiggling, peeking from long itself. But this is Oasis in position now to hold down that A site yet again. Timing though, could have seen Boogie, realizes he's there. A second kill from Georgie, looking for a third, doesn't get it this time, but through the paranoia even. Okay, Georgie, we see what you do. Georgie's just avoiding bullets. He's pushing in with a shorty. Georgie,
oh my goodness.
Please stop. Please stop. You can't do this. Oh, Boogie at least prevents the ace from happening, but this is just Oasis on a rampage, man.
My goodness. Georgie just bypassing a lot of what GameLabs are throwing at him. An airbender in every sense of the word, flying up high but striking down below. And to any who seem to gaze upon him, incredible stuff we've seen from one of the most really entertaining players we have in the scene.
Yeah, and he's really, I'd say, matured in terms of the game itself too. Realizing some of these situations that work out well for him. Maybe in that instance, a bit more theatrics, but you'd always love to see it from Georgie when he pops off just like that. GameLab.Alpha having contend with the wild beasts of Oasis Gaming right now. The Rolling Thunder is the play though from G-Lab to get in position. Ball X so tagged down a little bit. difficulties versus the turret because of it. But the lockdown now is the call. Expecting the default plant. The lineup there, courtesy of Wild Oreo, gets nothing. GameLab with a good adjustment now. They still need to deal with the space being made by Savvy 8K though, and there is just no dice whatsoever. A 3K from Savvy. Hands up here for Boogie too, and Ionix is trying to protect his own teammates. Still doesn't matter. Boogie goes down. Oasis get the defuse and the kills even. 8-3. It's all Oasis again.
Let's not forget that the Aftershock doesn't do nearly as much damage towards that lockdown, unless it's damaged in the first place. And that Hunter's Fury that I was talking about a while ago could have been maybe better utilized to try to win a round like that. But the thing is here with GameLab is that they've already made such a name for themselves, such a, I guess, title of themselves, of a team that does go for that hard hit, and that they can use that against a team like Oasis here. We're pretty well researched. If they go for a fake push there after the heavy hit initially on A, they maybe had somebody kind of lurking on that mid, maybe catch out the rotation. Even if it isn't a fake push in the first place, they can get so much more value. But GameLab always seem to streamline their ideas into a single thought, and just that one thought. There's no B plan, there's no kind of more diversity nor complexity to any of their plans so far, and Oasis are just getting a great read every time because of it.
And honestly, it's been very one-dimensional from GameLab.Alpha, and this is what I expected from them. We've seen them mature more so into the playoffs of Split 1, in their previous series that they've had so far against Tatay and SR Nacague. But against a Titan like Oasis, you just can't go for the overwhelming approach anymore. This is a different kind of beast that has so much versatility, has so many different plans, and they're so willing to still go for the fight on the sites anyway on the defense. It seems like there's always these missed opportunities by GameLab if they just rethink their plans and went elsewhere towards this map here.
Well, it's just such a difficult thing to actually win out in these type of rounds. Look at Oasis. You have a complete perfect read on this. 4 players on the defense here towards this A site, and GameLab are looking to commit.
Yeah, they're basically doubling down by this point, and Wild Oreo with a strong beginning. Rolling Thunder now to call. Oasis gonna push on forward towards the lobby even. And Georgie Nexi, sure, the roll call is there. Everyone from GameLab falls on down, and it's Oasis who stands proud with another 9-3 scoreline.
Another 9-3 half, but seemingly so at how Pearl never really worked out. I'm not too worried right now for Oasis. No matter how superstitious you may be, where's a god to a non-believer? And Oasis, they only believe in themselves right now. They had the perfect read, and that they stayed true to. Rolling Thunder. Now finally, look at the difference here between this round and the round where they weren't able to make that Rolling Thunder push happen out against the eco of GameLab. They were actually there at the ready immediately to punish.
And GameLab.Alpha, so much work ahead of them. Winning this pistol, absolutely instrumental right now just to keep them in the fight. Oasis, they already shrugged off the 9-3 curse before. Can they do so yet again in map number 2? We shall see. They leave the spike behind though for a while. They're gonna go for play for the defaults and look to see where weakness is found in the GameLab.Alpha defense.
Well, got the spike. The same ideas that weren't successful on the attack are replicated here on their defensive side. GameLab, it could be a problem, namely not having more layers into their game plan. I thought that was the biggest thing, as you put it into, you know, more simpler words, just a bit too one-dimensional. GameLab, they're gonna need a bit more to try and make his defense work out, especially as Oasis are coming their way.
Yeah, Georgie. Oh, he dashes into Owen! He's the barricade himself!
Well,
that's an interesting plan. Works out well for GameLab.Alpha.
Of stopping a push.
Just trip them upright. Nope, body block.
I call that a screen.
Now, that's true. That's true. If you know that old-fashioned game, Patentero, then there you already have it immediately. But we're not playing that kind of game. We're not playing B-ball. We're still playing the rotate here from Oasis Gaming. Drax finds Ball X next on the board as well. But GameLab.Alpha do fight back. Oasis still with the advantage, so in the end, Owen makes it a 1v1 here versus Savvy 8K. Fakes the plant, but Owen has the better shot and the better gun. At least GameLab keep things alive with that pistol win.
Short inaccuracy there, just a hair of it. Winning out in the end in favor of GameLab and Owen QD. 9-4 Dex. Who knows?
Who knows?
This could be it.
Nah, Owen. Owen. You can only do that once, honestly.
Last player standing.
What? The
that
block?
one. That's block. You can only really do
Illegal
that
screen.
That's a
Was
defensive
moving.
foul, man. That's a defensive foul. You trip them up.
is.
You go for the free throws, but no such case here. Instead, GameLab rewarded with the Spectres in hand. Owen though, ready to play CQC. See this time, he's not inside the smoke. Trying to wait for the anticipated push of Oasis. Mow them down now, GameLab.Alpha. It's time to cut down the weeds of this site. Wild Oreo does fight back to get a 2K of his own, but beyond that, this should be GameLab.Alpha taking the kill immediately. Wild Oreo still gets one more. Nice triple kill for him, but GLab at least, the anti-eco played well enough.
Yeah, it's good damage done here by Oasis on this attacking side. Maybe if they were able to push out immediately after that flash, could have been differently, but just kept that bay here. Look at these smokes. It's a very curious smoke to try and pop. These smokes that they're throwing out here is specifically, if you're on the defensive side, to kind of guard you away from that default plant and allow you to play that deep position there towards a graffiti. If Oasis, if they see that again once more thrown out by GameLab, you're gonna expect that they're gonna know to shut down that graffiti hold.
It's a bit of a let them in smoke, right? You get enough space as the attacker towards the entrance from long and the entrance, or the exit rather, from short. So GameLab.Alpha, they're slowly backing away in terms of inches. But at the same time, Oasis will now have to check that. They're gonna get conditioned in terms of that A plant, and maybe that's enough for GameLab to buy a little bit of time moving forward. And speaking of timeout called right now, this is their bonus round. And perhaps they're thinking, maybe we can go for a slight investment on one of our players. Beyond that, it's only the Spectres that they kept from the last round. It's looking a little better here from GameLab, that's for sure, but there's still work to be done since Oasis has the guns this time.
One thing I've learned, Dax, while taking a shower, is that it can't just
Yes?
be conditioning. You gotta clean it up. You gotta use shampoo. And that's what GameLab here have to also apply to their game if they want to continue this comeback.
I can't believe you use conditioner. Do you need it for your silky smooth hair?
I actually don't. I actually don't.
You are fake news, my friend. But extra. Read all about it. We are back into the rounds. And Oasis play it slow yet again. Try to see if GameLab.Alpha will play ambitiously in an aggressive stance early on. Owen though has a different plan. Throws out the smoke towards at these sites. There we go with the fault line right now to also help out if ever there's a push from short. But Oasis is just holding down their grounds right now. They've taken A long, but that's it with the rest of the roster.
I mean, they have no reason to. You know that GameLab can sometimes be a bit more hard-headed in their ways. This could pull the rotation though, but you see here, GameLab, even with that information, they still stick around towards that C site. They're one of those teams that just aren't necessarily akin to having to divert.
More than Oasis though have now converged towards the site itself. Nice scan, giving big intel, and Boogie falls first and foremost. Owen trying to TP on out, but Oasis is already there, my friend, and well, that is just enough space taken here by Oasis to get the plant going.
Windows open though. Maybe this can allow Dreech to find an angle with a Sheriff in hand. Got the fault line, the flash, but that drops him, and that was crucial utility they need for the retake.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though if they consider saving that one rifle. Giorgio on the board, Fallex fights back, but now he's trapped here by the staircase and tripped up by Drax all the way from downtown. 12, 10-5, Oasis make the rifle round work.
Yeah, very clean so far on that round, and we can see the same kind of ideas. The game problematic on the attacking side there for GameLab. Come true on the defense, a bit more stuck in their ways, really. And that's very, I think, not necessarily concerning, but it's just curious for me because it's not like they're old dogs. You know, these are young kids. They got more to learn, but I think that just also speaks to how new this team is exactly and how much more they can evolve moving forward.
Yeah, I do feel like GameLab is one of the potential successors to the PH crown down the line, but as of right now, it just hasn't been the clearest picture in terms of what else they can bring to the table besides their initial playstyle. Oasis, on the other hand, proving versatility is key. But But of course, we're not done yet. GameLab.Alpha still has a stellar chance right now since they have the rifles. Folex, though, a different story. He's so far away from the Blade Storm. He's going to rely on the Sheriff and look to be that initial contact just so someone else can swing off him.
Perhaps. It's exactly what they could use and utilize in this round. Dash on in. Folex into the paranoia. Lots of pressure, but Boogie's there to keep him alive.
See, Folex is just a distraction right now. He's implying so much presence on the site. GameLab.Alpha catch down Georgie. He goes a little bit deeper compared to everyone else. But the rotate comes here from Oasis. Now it's B-side taken by them. Fault line, though, coming into play. Hunter's Fury from up close for Wild Oreo as well. Leaps up into the air. Tags down 2 for the first shot. But can he capitalize on the kill? Not going to happen. Nexi instead fights on back. Nexi protecting his own teammate through with the 2K of his own. Wild Oreo still alive to fight. It's 2v2 now. And Boogie with a flag. The turret catches him! The turret does it! A 6-man, still keeping Oasis alive. Wild Oreo now versus Owen. And through the cross. Oh, the shot! Oh, that's such a big heartbreaker there for Owen. He had the angle, but Wild Oreo wins the round.
Calm, cool, and collected. Did he run out of ammo there? Because it seemed like he was trying to, jump back into cover after his initial burst. My goodness, here, Oasis 2v4. Just completely dismantled his isolated fights are thrown.
No, you're wrong. That was 3v4. You include 3v4. The turret. No.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
The turret.
Synthetic life is still life.
Yes, exactly. All turret lives matter, and you can see it. Since Nexi stayed alive for so long, they had the flank covered, and if you have that much low HP, you have to respect that the Killjoy turret is somewhere across the map. Nexi, though, unsung hero, really keeping Oasis alive in that round. Savvy AK now, perfect rolling thunder to catch out too. A Yonix punished because of it. Owen, though, onto the crates they go as GameLab.Alpha's on Nico.
That was perfect timing on the rolling thunder as well. You can see Savvy, he had it out. He was at the ready in case there was any sort of counter utility from GameLab, and that it was. Boogie, great shot, but Owen can find even more. He doesn't. It's Boogie who gets a follow-up. They needed that kill to come in from Owen. It just doesn't land.
Heartbreaker after heartbreaker here for GameLab.Alpha. The odds stacked up against him, but Folex will fight on back. Nice shot there with Sheriff, giving him a chance at least to try and make the 2v1 work. The hold, though, for towards Graffiti. They're waiting for him to actually get in position, and now they peek on out together. Nexi with a takedown, and it's Oasis on match points.
Very nicely done so far here, Oasis. Yeah, that one round where it did kind of slip, but it's been just so few and far between. Aside from that, this is looking like the Oasis form that we know. GameLab, against a team like this, against the arguable top 2 right now in Oasis and Naos, these are just ideas that they can't continue to simply give them. They need a bit more thrown into it. There's one hand. Maybe they are a master of one, but sometimes being a jack of multiple trades does benefit you.
Yeah, just exactly that, right? Different virtues, different avenues, and different ways to talk about how they execute these rounds. And truth be told, I've been paying attention to how we have been. I barely have said the word rotate in terms of this series. And it's only really when Oasis does it, right? And case in point, the re-engage has been stellar from Oasis. GameLab, they put up a really good fight towards the site, but when it comes down to it, Oasis just protect each other, throw out whatever they need in terms of the pinch, and then they still keep tabs with one another from that point on. It's that backline of Oasis that it's very stable and straightforward on how they play off with one another, and case in point right now, it's Oasis who got that 3-round streak to put them in this very, very good spot.
And that's the key of it, right? That's the crux of the problem, the fight here. GameLab, it seems like their idea a lot of times is, how do we, I guess, optimize this fight? Instead of, should we try and not fight this?
No.
Should we try and go for a different fight somewhere else? And Georgie just gets the proper timing on the Owen. This should open up the C site without much of a problem.
Yeah, Owen's... I'd always say I feel like Owen felt the pressure there for the past few rounds. Heartbreaker yet again on the timing, and GameLab.Alpha now. They have to deal with the lockdown. Oasis hasn't even planted as of yet. Drax is in position to fight for a window. Here comes Oasis now, putting that spike down. And GameLab.Alpha, they have to respect it. The shock dart's there. Oasis know that this is the penultimate round. If they can play things right, they can finish off the job if ever. Drax with a takedown. Here comes Folex to try and fight back. Lines up too, but is that all he can get? exactly the case. Savvy 8K is there with the shorty, and Oasis make it a 2-0 scoreline. What a clean series from Oasis, and that's exactly what they want to see moving forward.
And that's what we want to see as, you know, as people, as the viewers, as the audience, for a team like Oasis, who has had those slip-ups in the past, has had moments where they didn't look as decisive as they should be, and this time around, with the team that is arguably one of the best at getting a read on the opposition, it's a completely stylistical nightmare of a matchup here for GameLab to go up against a team like Oasis, who just have that one plan in hand and never anything more afterwards, Dax.
And mentally, Oasis stood very strong today. This has just been them keeping up with the pace of the game and just getting away with everything that they want. Georgie, an absolute MVP. How many times did he hold down a site just with the operator alone? But in the end, there was still the whole squad bringing in the clutch, right? There was a few moments from GameLab, including that one thrifty round we saw early on into the game. But case in points, this is just not what we expected from GameLab. We expected a lot more brought to the table, especially versus Oasis Gaming, for them to bridge that gap to really become one of the titans of the PH scene. So there is a lot more work to be done here for GLab moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, especially being arguably one of the only other teams aside from now that were able to give Oasis a bit of a fight last season during stage number 1. It's not looking too good so far for GameLab, but as we talked about, you know, coming into this series as a whole, this match will kind of really establish where exactly the power rankings lie, and that keeps Oasis firmly in that 3rd slot here in the regular season. What? Wait, no, actually, tied up with action.
Yeah,
right.
I think so. I think they're within the same realm right now in terms of the standings. But no, I'm just kidding. They're still 3rd. Action hasn't lost a match yet. My bad. But
right.
I think right now, right, if Oasis is minimum 3rd or 2nd in terms of the power rankings, this just proves it. Oasis Gaming, their biggest rival is now Esports. That's pretty much the story so far. And if anyone gets in the way of Oasis Gaming, they will look to steamroll them. And this is the case in point. We saw it versus Zol. We see it here versus GameLab.Alpha. And this is no knock towards GameLab.Alpha. Oasis really was just a more flexible, versatile, and stronger team today. And one of the biggest reasons why, it was Savvy 8K delivering the win there with Grab Unlimited.
Well, it's definitely such a welcome addition here on the team. Savvy 8K coming in from the last stage. He was always such a important part, and we saw that a while ago on his Astra as well. You know, GameLab, they're that other team to cause some problems for Oasis. You know, if Naos were Ornstein, they were Smo, but it didn't seem to be much of a problem here today, seemingly looking like, you know, Oasis are a lot more, I guess, not just prepared, but I feel like coordinated is the biggest word, both on the attack and defend. But to be fair, GameLab didn't really give them the type of looks that we wanted to see. As you talked about, it might not be GameLab's time. We're looking for them to be, you know, those flag bearers down the line. Could be the future of what you see here in the VALORANT PH scene, but for now, the Kings are still in the rain.
Man, is this the same pattern though we see from last split, right? There was one moment for GameLab.Alpha where they got that wake-up call when they lost out versus Puggers. Is it the same case right now? And this will be where GameLab.Alpha picks up their pace even more. So expecting great things towards GameLab.Alpha. Expecting even a cleaner record here from Oasis Gaming. But of course, guys, we'll throw you down to the panel to break everything that went over with.
Conclusion talaga natin dito, Raf, nakinig sila sa lahat ng sinabi mo. At higit sa lahat, kinorek pa nila yung sarili nila.
Well, you know, that's what we expect Oasis to do. Again, the anti-stratting for this game as a whole has been so fantastic. What I really liked was they really took that challenge head on. They played super compact. If you guys noticed that during Pearl especially, they really tightened their rotation times and have had players in positions where the responses were a lot quicker. But then when they established that respect and I guess hesitation on the side of GameLab, that's when they started to spread out and start doing their usual game plan. Again, GameLab still had their moments, but as our casters mentioned too, it really did feel like they were overwhelmed on a strategic scale.
Yeah, and just to add to Raf lang din, diba? It seems like again, yung playstyle that was so entertaining, so satisfying to watch na ginawa ng GameLab.Alpha from last week was completely downloaded dito by Oasis Gaming. And again, it shows, as Raph mentioned nga, they were playing a lot more compact, they were waiting for certain pushes, and their timings were absolutely beautiful. And another problem there was, I was kind of touting sana yung maybe matchup between Fall X and Georgie, or maybe even Boogie, kasi Boogie was had to be the entry fragger on Pearl. It seems like Georgie had all the answers to counter any kind of entry na gustong gawin ng GameLab up until that point.
Oh yeah, if we're gonna talk about Georgie, just ko, grabe sa pagka-phenomenal tong player na to. Makikita mo the way Georgie has been leading these matches or yung mga gunfights natin dito, sobrang decisive to the point na pati yung mga teammates niya napupush din talaga to make the plays happen at sobrang confident talaga lang nung gameplay nila. Yun na lang siguro yung best summary ko dito. Every single round was just so calculated when it came to Oasis Gaming. And this is exactly the Oasis Gaming that we need to see. Ito yung Oasis Gaming na kailangan laging online para sa wakas makabawi na sila rather dito sa ultimate rival nila, which we know is now as Esports nga naman. Pero going back to this series, is there anything na gusto mo pang i-point out dito, Raf? Kasi alam ko, ikaw yung maraming mga bagay na sinasuggest na dapat nilang gawin kanina. And although marami na silang na-correct on, is there anything else that they need to correct? But yun nga, as Georgie is the MVP, siguro naman sa part niya, solid na solid siya today.
Dami namang kaaway ng Oasis. Kanina, GameLab. Ngayon, Naos. Diyos ko. Kahit sino-sino na lang naging rival. But other than that, you know, Georgie really deserves this MVP. I thought it was fantastic that he was playing super loose. And this is also just a byproduct of them being hyper compact. Georgie knew that there were traders that were ready and waiting if he would fail the duel. But of course, with the confidence and the heat checks that he didn't seem like the team was necessary at times. He was just on fire today.
Yeah, and what's kind of just a good like follow-up to that is yung utility na meron dito ang Oasis din, diba? We were talking about how compact they play. We were talking about how Georgie makes his move. But it seems like this time, there's no disconnect between Georgie making moves and the rest of Oasis following it up with beautiful utility usage. And you see a lot of that nung nasa Haven die, especially I think there was one play outside of a main, a lobby, where Georgia was pushing in. The rest of them would just go for the stun. Hindi makagalaw dito. Basically, everybody on GameLab, it just made it easy for Draxi and the rest to follow up and basically wipe out the rest of the squad there. So, lots of things going for Oasis right now. Maybe yung yesterday's match was the wake-up call para sa nila because it seems like today, they had no qualms, no chinks in their armor.
Yan, sakto nga, di ba? Yan yung sinabi ko nung nag-lock-in tayo ng predictions kanina na kung ano man yung naging resulta kahapon, pinanggigilan nila yun at sinabi nila, hindi na kami magpapatalo, hindi na kami magda-drop ng map this time around. Sobrang convincing talaga ng win na to. And I love to see it. Hindi naman dahil may pagkabias tayo today. Pero overall, it was a very good match. And it's something that we've been looking for. Yung ganitong style, play style from Oasis Gaming. And we're really happy to see it. From GLab, I know na they will bounce back stronger from this. It has been characteristic for this team na bumawi talaga pag akala ng mga fans or ng mga viewers natin na nako, dehado sila dito. Lagi silang bumabawi yan. So, excited na rin ako sa susunod na matchup nila. Pero bago pa tayo mapunta dyan, guys, meron tayong quick break. But when we return, it's gonna be MVP Esports versus SR Nacague.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him!
Player standing.
We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Yanagi tries to chase down on the ball X, who was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Yanagi on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him!
Player standing.
We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
so
you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG, Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Wits on is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, in the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball exit, was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Raph, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind you.
Smart.
He's coming in, and
Welcome back to VCT's Most Wanted, mga kakosa! Di ba yun yung show natin ngayon?
Hindi ko
Grabe
din
ka
alam
naman, Mayor.
Balita ko, 7 lang daw yung nahuli. Yung 3 nandito pa sa VCT, guys.
Tigas na mukha, na nagkakaspa.
Yung ibang mga most wanted nagtatago. Hindi tayo. Display na display sa mundo.
Buti na lang naka-VPN ako. Dito lang matatrace yung IP ko.
Sama-sama tayo sa isang cell, guys. Pero brain cell natin, kaya pa naman. Kapit lang.
Tama ka dyan. Shared brain cell po ang The Panel. Ngayon, para lang magpakilala muli, ako nga pala si Likeable. At syempre, kasama natin si Kakosa Terror at si Kakosa Vil, kung saan pag-uusapan natin tong upcoming series between MVP Esports at NCG or SR Nacague. Pero bago pa tayo pumunta dyan, pasalamatan muna natin yung mga nag-bail sa atin, di ba? Maraming salamat sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines sa pagsaklolo sa The Panel mula sa kung ano man yung hatol sa amin.
Live in Valorant ang hatol sa amin para sa araw na ito. Pero syempre, maraming salamat din sa Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Mag-subscribe lang kayo sa Grab Unli. At syempre, wag nyo i-miss out yung first free month ninyo.
Ayan, libre yan. So, hindi kayo makukulong dyan, mga kaibigan. So efas na efas yan.
Buti pa sila libre na.
Oo, di ba? Pero syempre, meron din nagsasanction nitong tournament na to, which is andyan ang Games and Amusements Board. Maraming salamat nga pala sa inyo. Big shoutout sa mga nagkatrabaho dyan. Hello, Ma'am Cynthia.
Hello.
Alam ko na kung anong tawag sa atin, guys.
Ano?
Huli, pero hindi kulong. Saktong-sakto yan. Hindi kami makaget over.
Nag-jacket na nga ako Baka ma-screenshot pa tayong tatlo Okay na yung...
Yung piko sa likod meron din
Kaya pala ganyan yung gupit mo, Vil.
Yun nga kasi pagpasok mo kasi sa Bilibid, syempre, kailangan mo munang patabas dito. Tapos yun ang ngayon nangyari doon. Medyo matagal na kasi ako, nakalaya na ako. So, what's up mga kakosa? What's up mga G?
Ayan, magsasabi rin tayo ng what's up, syempre, sa mga teams na maglalaban ngayon. Etong unang team na ipapakilala natin, pati pag-uusapan natin, nakita na natin sila during split 1. Pero, nag-mix and match na yung mga members ito. So, aalamin natin through our discussion kung gaano ka-solid na nga ba sila this time around. Here they are, it is SR Nacague.
SR Nacague ang mga kasama nga natin dito. Kumbaga, para sa squad na ito, iteration na bago para sa side ng SR Nacague. Pero yung familiar names nandito pa rin. Si Batman, Joms, Mid-Matters, Walk on Water, and Yanagi na naghahanap pa rin actually ng kanilang win pagdating sa regular season na to. From the last season na nakita natin ang SR Nacague, itong org na to, maganda yung positioning nila sa leaderboards. Pero right now, knowing na mix and match nga to ngayon, naghahanap pa sila ng kanilang footing and maybe this time, mahanap nila.
Like if ever gonna compare SR Nacague, ang pinaka siguro malapit sa kanila is syempre Naos Esports, which is apparently tatlong na kuya tapos dalawang bata. Knowing to the fact na yung ibang players ngayon ng SR Nacague is galing Poggers, which is ito yung mga estudyante, at least nagkaroon pa sila ng tsansa na maglaro ulit dito nga sa VCT Split 2. And Mid-Matters, siya lang ang natira dito sa SR Nacague, which is yung apat kasi nasa Zol Esports na. And para sa akin, medyo shaky pa rin talaga kasi hindi pa rin talaga nila mahanap yung perfect adjustments nila in order for them to get that win.
Agree ako dyan sa'yo, Vil, kasi pag tinignan natin individually, kahit pa paano, marami na ring experience yung mga players dito sa ating SR Nacague roster. No? Ang problema na nga lang is yung synergy talaga, kailangan nilang i-figure out kung ano yung best playstyle, best roles na fitting din sa kanila. And going into this matchup, I think it's very important na ma-secure nila tong win na to. Kasi ang dami rin talagang star-studded teams dito. Kaya kailangan dun sa mga less experienced teams na pwede nating i-label na ganon, kailangan masulit din nila at mapatunayan nila that they really deserve to be here. So, going up against them is a team that's hoping to go the distance talaga. Pinakita nila kung ano yung potential nila during Split 1. Nagkaroon ng konting re-rosters ngayon, pero heto na sila, the new and improved MVP Esports.
Tulad ng sinabi nila, can you and improve, may kita natin yan if ever lang talaga na mauulit yung ginawa nila kahapon, which is na 2-0 nila ang RNT. Nagbabalik si Sladom, si Exotic, si V-Black, si Nico, si Lazy at si Kel para ihatid sa inyo ang reforma ng team nila. Which is, pwede natin sabihin, si Nico, siya talaga yung merong experience dito. All the way from 2021, from Zeals, yung mga tropa natin sa South, naglaro na rin siya nung VCT. August 2021 nga yung last game niya dito. And to the fact na Lazy is here, which is isa siya sa founding, hindi naman founding members, pero isa siya sa pillars nga ng isa sa pinakamatandang team, pinakaunang team ng Valorant, which is hindi ng Valorant, which is FPS hindi sa Pilipinas, which is MOTV. So in terms of experience, napakadami nung mga bagong addition dito sa side ng MVP Esports.
Yep. And aside from that, no, maganda din nga yung showing nila against RNT yesterday. But you have to remember then na this is a different version of RNT that they were up against yesterday as well. And MVP Esports, so far, kung tutuusin, pagdating nga sa leaderboards natin, no, napapanahon nga itong matchup natin today, which is MVP versus SR Nacague. And for today, makikita nga natin who's a better team and probably who's a stronger team than the other.
Malakas talaga tong dalawang teams na to. So, mahirap i-determine at this point. Pero ang magandang pag-usapan dito is ilan sa mga specified players na nagpapakitang gilas. Isa sa mga tao dito ay si Abatman. Kakabalik niya lang dito sa ating VCT scene. And talagang siya yung nagsasabi, embodiment na let him cook. Kumbaga, pinatunayan niya na despite other things na ginagawa niya, kaya niya pa rin i-maintain to at ang ganda ng performance niya. At syempre, hindi naman magpapatalo on the other side sa ating head-to-head. Etong si Sladom 999, napakagiting na player. Pero meron pa ba dito na dapat pang pag-usapan? Kasi kung ACS yung mga stats lang natin yung pag-uusapan, Taylor, ang dami pang pwedeng i-dissect dito sa dalawa.
Ay, Laika. Kung lamang si Sladom sa ACS ng 30, eh walang problema, lamang daw si Abatman sa sarap ng sisig na meron sila, di ba?
Muntik ko nang matikman.
muntik nang makarating. Pero at least, ang importante, favorite ko nga pala yun, ang importante naman, is syempre, Batman going back to the scene right now. And it's been a while since nakita ko siya personally, dahil ngayon lang din siya makakas or mapapanel natin dito. Ako, personally. But I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table more. Lalo na yung positioning niya dito against going forward, against Slatom, na napaka-crack din as a player. This is a very young player na kaya pang mag-improve so much. So I'm excited about this, Bes. Ikaw ba?
Nung split 1, nakita natin si Sladom dito talaga nagpo-pop off. Talagang whenever nandito si Sladom, matik, kahit initiator siya, siya talaga yung nagta-top frag, siya talaga yung pinaka-crack, siya talaga yung nagbibigay buhay nga nung Abaddon Abyss pa sila. Pero pagdating naman dito kay Sisigman, mga kaibigan, dumaan na siya sa kadiliman, dumaan na siya sa Alpha Esports Pro, dumaan na siya sa lahat ng pinaka-top teams nga dito sa Pilipinas. And syempre, ang pwede nang ilatag dito, maliban ng kanyang sisig, syempre, ang kanyang experience, ang kalakasan, yung kanyang seniority, kung baga, para i-lead yung team nila to a victory.
And speaking of just sa seniority and experience yan, no, ang saya makita, may pagka-sprinkle ng nostalgia dito, na makita na naman siya dun sa Killjoy na gustong-gusto nating kinagampanan niya. Pero on hindsight, dito naman sa opposite side, which is si Sladom, natutuwa din ako na nakikita ko siya straying away a little bit dun sa initiator role and going for that Harbor na napakaganda rin ng experience niya during their last matchup. Aalamin natin as we go into our map Vitos kung maglalabasan na naman kaya tong agents na to? Kasi syempre, dun pa lang sa maps natin, magkaka-idea na tayo kung ano nga bang compositions ang ipipick out na itong mga to. Pero as I say that, so far, medyo slim pickings for either side dito, Vil. Kasi kung maaalala natin, on the side of NCG, wala pang masyadong map wins eh. Siguro kung sa MVPE, may mga choices pa tayo kahit pa paano.
Yeah, which is yun napanood natin kahapon. So yun yung kailangan talagang panoorin nga ng mga players ng SR Nacague. Pero the first win lang din talaga. Kasi 2-1 kasi yung score ng SR Nacague kalaban ang GameLab.Alpha. And Lotus, siguro yung pwede nilang i-ban out dito sa MVPE. Kasi yun lang naman talaga yung mapang napanalo nila. Kasi lahat ng game ng SR Nacague yun is all 0-2. And for the side of Lotus, yun na nga yun. Okay. Yun na nga yung mangyayari. Kasi yun lang talaga yung panalo nila.
I think we might be seeing an ice box as well for today. O kaya naman a normal, very typical map like Haven. Ang posible nating makita dito. But like you mentioned a while ago already, for the two teams that we have currently, napakaliit pa nung pool natin sa mga mapa na makikita dito na naipanalo nila. Kasi so far, nahirapan talaga sila sa lahat ng matches na nadaanan nila. That's why I also mentioned na ito yung perfect na lineup o matchup for today. And Fracture being banned out, feeling ko long games at slow games ang makikita natin today.
Isa pa sigurong gusto ko ring i-bring up dito kung gaano ka-crucial tong game na to. Kasi nga pag tinignan mo yung scoreboard, itong MVPE, meron na silang 1 win. Pero ang layo pa para ma-secure yung slot nila dito sa ating playoffs, di ba? Going into Ascent, nako, Vil, mukhang matagal-tagal ang magiging first map natin, ah.
Yeah, actually, we are expecting talaga na baka maging 3 games to. Kasi to the fact na ang medyo shaky pa yung mga players nga ng SR Nacague and the fact na reform team itong MVPE, na talagang kitang-kita natin na this is actually one of the biggest week na change nga sa mundo ng VCT so far. Kasi dalawang team yung nawalan ng dalawang players, may bagong dalawang players as well. So this is the time na magka-calibrate muna sila, pakiramdaman muna sila dito. Try to make feel if ever kung kakayanin pa talaga nila i-2-0 to sa NCG nga and the MVPE. Pero for NCG, hindi na sila pwedeng matalo if gusto nilang mag-playoffs.
Totoo. Dahil nga naghahabulan o sumusubok ng magpataasan ng score ngayon yung mga teams natin. Especially na pang ilang araw na rin natin to dito sa ating regular season, no? And the first 2 maps nga, kahit na may calibration or recalibration tayong makikita from Nacague side, bago man yung mga ibang players nila, pero isa sa mga laging pinipili na mapa ng SR Nacague is Pearl actually. And like I said here, Likeable a while ago, Haven nga yung magiging decider map natin.
Ako, natatawa lang. Na-fixate ako nung sinabi mo naghahabulan tong dalawang teams na to eh. Kasi iniisip ko, buti sa atin wala pang humahabol.
Oo nga eh.
Safe pa tayo.
Mamaya,
Safe pa
wala
tayo
na si
kahit
Vil.
live na live sa broadcast. Nako, nakakatakot. Huwag naman gano'n. Siya pa yung naka-VPN. Paano
Open
pa
up.
tayong mga regular?
May kumatok dito na yun na pala.
Ay, hindi pala open up. Buksan mo! Ayan.
Dito lang ba yung
Ganun ba pag Tagalog? Ano ba yung mga version kapag Tagalog teleserye? Ano yung mga sinasabi nila pag huhulihin ka na?
Pag NBI, tao po, NBI. Pag FBI, FBI open up. Ganun yung pinagkaiba ng...
NBI, mga ginoo kasi.
Oo, di ba? Pag NBI, syempre, magalang tayo. Tao po, NBI. Wala po bang tao dyan? Sige po, balik na lang po kami pag nandyan na po. Pag FBI, sipa, FBI, open up! Brrr! Ganun talaga. Pero, yun na nga, yun yung differences. Pero joke lang yun. Pero yun nga, nakita na natin talaga yung mga difference ng mga teams na to into the fact na pareho silang nasa open qualifiers. So, mainit to. SR Nacague. Natalo sila pag invited team. Pero ngayon, invited team yung kalaban nila. Pero ngayon, galing sa open qualifiers, let's see if ever may chance sila.
Bilang magalang nga yung mga tao natin dito, magalang ko rin tatanungin sa'yo, Vil, kung sino ba ang prediction mo for this matchup?
Ang prediction ko ngayong araw ay MVPE.
Oh? MVP?
Parang feeling ko, dahil terno tayo, parang pareho tayo. Pero si Taylor muna.
Ang prediction ko ay MVP din, no? Dahil kahit nga may bagong mga members itong MVP, sila pa rin ang mas nakikita ko mas may synergy pagdating dito sa matchup na to. Like, ikaw?
Nako, syempre dahil tatlo tayong naka-orange.
One brain cell talaga.
All for one. One for all tayo dito. MVP din ako. Yan yung prediction natin. Kaya rin naman nila na ipanalo yung series nilang yun versus RNT is kahit pa paano, na-work on na nila yung mga bagay kung saan sila nagkukulang. And we love to see that. For NCG though, I have high hopes na baka ito na yung map na magbigay buhay talaga sila dito sa roster na meron sila. So, good luck na lang rin for both teams. Pero dito sa The Panel, mga kakosa, nilock-in na namin ang MVP Esports. Dahil dyan, ibig sabihin lang, pwede nang magsimula ang laban. Kami naman ay tatakbo na at magtatago pa muna. So, kita-kita na lang mamaya kung hindi pa kami nahuhuli.
Well, I guess the panel's got to be relentless in running away from Johnny Law. Kind of on the loose and everywhere. Yeah. We're back, guys.
I get the joke.
Did you miss us? Yeah, it's me, Asarai, with Raph, and we're going to be casting this next series again. MVP Esports versus Stream Raiders Nacague. And it's going to be a pretty fun one again, because we have seen the success of MVP Esports. Can't take that away from them. They looked incredibly good. You were mentioning about how Kel, the young starter for MVP here, was definitely up to the plate in that first series from yesterday. Can he do it once again with another team in the form of SR Nacague?
I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup too, because this is going to test how well this new roster for MVP is going to handle something a little more methodical in the form of SR Nacague. We know that RNT is...
Yeah.
They do have their methods, but they do start off very, very loose. They start very freestyle. But with that being said, Asra, it's not like with this new iteration of SR, they don't have their guns too. Again, I think this is a very refreshing look for both of them. We are gonna jump right into the agent select on a map like Ascent. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, map like Ascent. We still, of course, have the newest player to the roster for SR Nacague, a Batman. And this is kind of interesting because, again, we did see how he performed when they played that game against GameLab.Alpha. And you do see the difference of what could be a good team for SR Nacague here. They did lose that series overall, but again, a great start, I think, for them. So with that being said, MVP Esports, I think still in that same kind of bubble where they haven't really found much success, except for the fact that they did win that series against RNT, Rabotanitatay, but the match with Zol, the match with Action PH, didn't really go to the direction that we kind of hoped MVP would go into.
I see your points there, especially with, again, a roster like Zol that's been super tested and fine-tuned against teams that are basically still trying to crack an opening inter-official circuit. And I feel like with some parts of MVP, they haven't completely shed that just yet. And I mean that by some of the habitual things like individual pushes, although it does give them that edge of just very brave playmaking. Sometimes in a macro scale, it's not the most effective thing. But again, this is a true testament, or rather a test for them with this new lineup with Kel. Kel, I have yet to fully understand what he brings to the table, especially over the shoes that he's looking to fill in the form of, I believe it's Rabobs and Asta, right?
Yeah. Rabobs and Asta. Wasn't it Hydra as well, right? Because he's playing with man, I keep forgetting where Hydra is playing right now.
RNT, you just
RNT.
said it.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Again, I tend to forget where Hydra goes for some reason. It's only Hydra that I can't remember where he actually transitioned. I can remember where Ching and Josh S went, but not Hydra for some reason. I apologize, Hydra, if you ever watch this VOD.
Yeah, you better apologize. Well, mainly because Hydra is still fairly new to the official circuit. And Exotic, who's had quite a bit of time to cook, is on his way to try and clear B side for them. He already gets a first tag on a Batman, but he checks at the right moment. My goodness. Joms nearly had a free kill there, but Slay them will slay them Mid Mathers, the one left standing yet again. A very familiar sight, a very familiar situation. However, doesn't make it any less uncomfortable.
14 HP has been tagged severely, critically low injured here. And, I mean, they could just, again, afford to pepper all these bullets through the smoke just because now they've heard where he is. Ooh. There's the drive-by by V-Black, and that's going to be a quick, painless round for MVP. I think it was yesterday we talked about this, Rap. Exotic, he might not have the most aggressive of aim, you know, compared to the other players that we have here, but his flicking capabilities as well as his aggression really paved the way for MVP at times.
No. I don't think the word is aggressive here, and I'm not
saying
this
what's the word
then? Mechanics coach or anything.
Okay.
Sometimes when we look at Exotic's aim, it doesn't seem like it's the most stable, but it's incredibly reactive, and he's incredibly precise. It's just that middle ground that we're looking for. A little bit more grace, perhaps, in his handling, because at times it does seem like it can be incredibly inefficient to go for all these wide swings and wide flicks that he does.
Yeah.
And that being said, Asra, it doesn't make him any less impressive as Walk on Water goes for a duel, but only gets damage. It will stop MVP momentarily, but Exotic picks up a Bulldog and gets Yanagi. Wondering why he decided to challenge that, and my goodness, that was such a scary peek here. But instead, they run right through CT, and that's a very interesting take. Guys, why don't we go through A from B?
I mean, they have all the options that they would ever want to, and they realized that there could be traps placed upon B. If they didn't realize that, pushing up onto spawn shouldn't still be a bad decision, because any could-be rotators that would be coming from the A site would be easily reprimanded by that aggressive push. In any case, it all worked incredibly well for this team. They had a flawless and a solid start in this particular series. As of the moment, NCG now buying up Joms, as we can see. Also a pivotal player from that match that they had against GameLab.Alpha, rocking the Odin.
Rocking the Odin, and to great effect. I'm really curious how this NCG roster is looking to gel still, because we have the wisdom and experience of Mid Mathers, who will get that opening pick onto Exotic, and V-Black, despite going for that surprise factor, will get popped off in the head. The rest of MVP, though, they get cut down by Yanagi. And once again, Yanagi has really made a name for himself in this map. A lot of iconic performances. But I will go back to my initial question. What is NCG's end goal here? They do have the experience and, again, the wisdom of Mid Mathers to guide all the youngins. But is that going to mesh well?
Still early to tell, though, right? Because, again, they just completed their pieces technically a week ago, because the Batman decided to once again, you know, come out of retirement and start competing. A lot of people, a lot of fans were very much excited about the return. You know, just the idea, the return of a Batman.
Oh yeah,
Batman Returns.
The Dark Knight, I suppose. Coming back from his broken back. Well, not literally, but if you get the reference, then you get it. As we still try to look at MVP and what their plan is. They have a little bit of pressure here towards Tree, but ultimately it's Exotic opening up market for himself and the rest of the team. It's going to give him access to blades. And a Batman, man of the hour, a little wary of what might happen. Still gets hit by that paranoia. Walk on Water has a slight timing here, Asarai. If he swings, he could find fortune. It looks like nothing will go his way, as he will hold strong and hold patient. 2v5.
Spike planted.
Fortune 500 not really paying off. As Vanta Black finds, or excuse me, not Vanta Black, but V-Black finds Walk on Water there. Mid Matters, last to remain. Unfortunately, he's going to be caught right outside of A main here. Not really going to find any form of opening into the site itself. It's still a 5 versus 1, just in case he does want to get a little bit frisky with the retake. But unfortunately, that's going to happen. Exit frag could come out from him, as two players are starting to slowly find their exit outside of B main. Spotted out by Nico, but all confidence, no fear, and Mid Matters is all but done for.
Try to get frisky, like you mentioned, but didn't buy dinner, so did appear fairly rude, Asarai. And like we mentioned, right, we saw quite a bit of aggression on the side of MVP. Initially towards Tree, I like the quick reaction knowing that there was quite a bit of resistance and utility in their way. So they decide to adjust for market, and they did it with great ease. Now NCG suffering a bit of a lighter buy here. Doesn't seem like they have a set play in mind. Instead, they might just aggress for info and back out the moment they hear some sort of presence. But again, Mid Mathers, he loves to play this position, Asar. How many times have we seen this man really try to anchor from that corner?
Plenty of times. Well, no action will be had just yet, as the offense is still going to be far outside of A main. And as of the moment, MVP is just playing this incredibly slow, waiting for a bit of impact before they can really do much than anything. Or, I mean, impact from NCG maybe showing up their faces on somewhere on mid. Could be a quick low punish. Anyways, Mid Matters going to be playing on Dice here. Good setup for himself. There's the Molly. Could make it a little bit difficult, but they're just waiting. And Mid Matters actually going for the gravity well. That's going to blow up in his face as he gets blown up. And speaking of which, it's a follow-up after follow-up. They find Joms, has to back away because of the recon dart. And right now, it's him and Walk on Water that will have to fend off with just the Sheriff. And Walks aside, not even a chance. Yep, they had their spider senses. Is with all tingly. And that's going to be only Joms to fend, to remain.
I like the idea earlier. We saw the combo, the gravity well into the fragment, and now a classic out-dueling a Vandal. Not going to last long, though, as once again, the turret is going to be there to clean up. But like I said, Asra, I like that NCG have this play that's centered around all these combos that Mid Mathers can do. Maybe if they were a little better equipped, that could have succeeded. But I think the fragment was just slightly too far front for it actually to do anything major.
Yeah.
But Exotic, again, just fighting all these kills, especially in the smokes, you can't help but feel frustrated if you're a player in NCG.
Recalling my bot.
I mean, that was also a weaker buy, so all of that put to the sideline here. And still was, again, the struggles that NCG are looking for. Great jiggle from V-Black here as he actually even crosses through. That gives Exotic a bit of time. And Walk on Water feeling the pressure if it could not hit the shot, unfortunately. As, well, with all of that transitioning in the favor of MVP, that means that it's going to be a straight shot on the B side, leaving only a Batman to fend off for himself. He's tucked himself at the back of things. He finds one. There's the turret, helping him out a little bit more. He's dealt with the first. There's the gravity well to maybe even assist him even further. Unfortunately, that's going to happen. Too many players, too little time. And the rest of NCG dropping in. Very aggressive for Mid Matters, but that's going to blow up in his face as MVP V-Black picks up 3K.
The darkness consumes, and MVP get another round on the board for them. I really like these heat checks, Asura. I love the confidence from MVP Esports. Now, normally, we would be the ones to advise against these dry peaks and whatnot, but it's been working out. And NCG, they haven't really responded in any duels. And again, I feel like establishing that respect for the dueling capacity of a team is integral no matter what strategy that you're trying to employ, right? Because first off, how are they going to respect your set play if they're just going to shoot you in the face? Walk on Water, going for a very aggressive combo here. But to his misfortune, nobody is going to be here anywhere around his area. In turn, though, it's giving NCG enough information to just really stack up towards BS, right?
Well, this could give a Batman some time to shine. Exotic's by himself. I was fearing for his life, but that's Exotic, man. He's going to be able to deal with anything that you could throw at him. Even the kitchen sink. Has the dash. Had to respect. 50 HP. Walk on Water. Unfortunately, guesses incorrectly. He had his eyes set on the B main, but again, his counterpart was so aware of the situation and so confident that he would just challenge that. Again, trading the risk of resetting Walk on Water with the Blaze and with the dash too.
Yeah, risk management has been a strong point on the side of MVP here, despite their pretty wild duels. Timeout on the side of SR as none of their gun rounds have really gone their way. Once again, we see the idea of what they want to do, but ultimately it's coming down to them just not winning these duels outright. And we know the capacity of Walk on Waters and basically everybody on this roster to pop off. It just seems so suppressed right now, and that's just because MVP is so good on these quick little skirmishes that they're doing across the map.
Again, NCG, they're losing the first contact engagements, and because of things, it crumbles the defense. It ruins the map control. It's a risk. It's a risk they wanted to take, but unfortunately, it's a risk that hasn't really paid off just yet. I do like the plays here, or the positioning from NCG, but they need that little bit of I don't know if it's luck. They need that little bit of that momentum to go finally in their favor. If Walk on Water can secure himself a couple of kills here, maybe. But speaking of the man, we're not even going to go to the side that he's placed on. It's, again, going to be pressuring against a Batman here who has been bullied up quite efficiently by the rest of the squad. Exotic knew exactly where a Batman would be. He's 1 HP. There's some chance right now. But if a Batman can hold, there's a Hunter's Fury being thrown out here and his own Killjoy ultimate. So if they can at least do that, yep, they've cleared out the numbers. 3 versus 4. Still not too bad, even though they have baited stuff out. What is that? Walk on Water, unfortunately, flashed out, dealt with by Nico. And that equalizes the numbers to 3-3.
Yanagi still has a 0 point with him, so that can definitely equalize this retake if he chooses to do that. Potentially a Cosmic Divide is going to be expended for this one. Mid Mathers, he doesn't know that somebody's waiting in tree, and Yanagi finds his counterpart. Beautiful flick, and gets a third! And he's finally alive as he gets a second round for NCG. No problem whatsoever.
That's Yanagi for you. Once he gets his ball to roll, it rolls magnificently. Let's look at that quick little highlight once again. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely beautiful transitions of that.
I have to say, Yanagi's performances are so incredibly polarizing.
Regardless.
Right? They're just so...
True.
Yeah.
I get you.
How do I put it?
I mean, I'm a fan of the man. Like, he looks... Remember when Yanagi actually had the Lotus map with MVP and he was playing as the Neon? It's crazy stuff. Yeah.
Again, we're not entirely sure what the conditions are for him to really pop off just yet, but it seems that they've met, or they have been met in that previous round, and potentially could snowball into the rest of the game here. Now, we did lose Walk on Waters yet again. Very, very... I guess, vigorous exercise to try and wrestle that B main control away. But NCG, they're still holding strong here. They don't necessarily have a reason to rotate to any of the sites. Kella's going to try and pose a lurk threat here. And a little bit of information is going to be given away. A Batman is still going to stay strong and hold stable. We have Mid Mathers playing a rotator now. And that's going to be a sound cue and a frag to convince NCG that MVP is ready to invade, and they've already made their way towards the site. A few more things just to make sure that they have full safety, and NCG already gearing up for the rotate. Asterai, what ultimates do they have in the bag? Absolutely nothing, and Slay them knows this. Kel, where did he come from? He finds one more with the Hunter's Fury, and MVP. They look like they're going to run away with this round. Drums with that Odin, still trying to look for value, but he's all alone as Kel will dissect more members of the NCG squad. Oof.
Oh.
What happened?
No, I was just thinking that he probably came through on short because they tagged the 0 point on, who was it? On a Batman. That is good punish play from MVP. That's probably the reason why he got through there, right?
Perhaps. Mayhaps. Now they have to save this Odin. Oh, and he's using your crosshair. The Mosin Nagant crosshair.
The what?
The Mosin Nagant, because that's the crosshair that the Mosin Nagant has when you play it in other games. Yes.
Oh, he went through mid. Okay, that's how Kel got through the pickoff. But still, that was really good timing.
Yeah.
No, it was a very late rotation. They actually misspotted each other, and Kel was the quicker one on the response.
I see. When Mathers. Oh, hey, Kel. Wait a minute. That's a little
You're not a
confusing. You're not a teammate. And the lineups, the setups here on MVP for a fast execute here. I love that they're keeping their opponents on their toes and really going for all these different tempos for these takes. But again, the round looks to be a little more difficult on the side of NCG. They don't necessarily have the best weaponry here, except Joms making this look like Death Beach yet again. He only finds one Asrai, but that's enough value for Walk on Water to capitalize on. He picks up his slain comrades, Odin, and he is going to bring the wrath down upon anybody in this A side. Question is it enough to equalize these 3 Vandals?
Could be quite difficult there, though. They do have that big flank that could come through from It Matters, but he has to smoke himself out. No, he actually broke the alarm bot. In any case, Batman's by himself here, popping a couple of shots. VBlack, all he has to do is just react, and there it is.
Did you see that?
It Matters on the flank. I did not, actually. What was it?
I thought VBlack had a collab. He was trying to kill, I think it was Walk on Waters, and it accidentally got a Batman. I think we're going to get a replay here. Or maybe it was the second frag that I missed. But you see Walk on Water doing his thing. It was a collab. Look at that. Oh, my lord.
Oh, okay. I was so focused on the flag that I didn't notice that one. There's a lot of things happening all around the map. Yes.
That's why
I
we
can't
work in pairs.
I can't have my eye going left and the other one to the right. I think that's a special skill.
I think you should get that checked, honestly, if you're doing that. You did the alignment yourself.
I need to calibrate my eyes. my cross.
Oh my goodness. Exotic though, going for similar
Exotic.
play. I thought that could have been it. But Yanagi, once again, right, the conditions for him to pop off have been met. He's having a field day, basically. But Nico, back-to-back rounds where MVP gets a monstrous collat, and Kel, who's been a master at timing. You know who Kel reminds me of now? With all these super godly lurks and just being a super solid sentinel. Dispenser. When he would just toy with his opponent. Remember when Dispenser used to do that a lot?
Yeah.
Those
I
are the
remember that.
days.
That was about 2 years ago, I think.
Maybe just this game alone, right? Yeah, because that's what Kel been doing.
Truth. When Dispenser was still, I would still call him the best lurker ever because his timing and
Prime
utility usage. Yeah, and that was the era where Cypher was a lot more used than KJ.
Because we only had like one proper sentinel anyway for the time being, so it did make a lot of sense. I think Nexi makes a really good case of being our best sentinel player now though, and obviously one of our god lurks. So many lurks that he's done that's really translated well to wins, and we've seen Kel and obviously a Batman do the same things at varying levels, but MVP could have a raw fight, and you know what that means. They're probably gonna take it and win it. Exotic, he has had a leg up on Walk on Waters, Asarai. It's been a pretty considerable lead already.
True enough. So difficult for anybody to kind of deal with in that position, right? Exotic, again, just showing his pedigree as the entry, for MVP as of the moment. Null Command going to be utilized quickly as they can. Nico finds so much value into things. Batman's going to be coming in for the rotate. Everybody else is going to be doing the same. Yanagi somehow finds VBlack, though. If they have Mid-Matters alive, which they do, they can at least separate Kel with the rest of the team. Here comes the push. That is such a risky play from Slatho, but gives Kel a bit of time to actually get the refrag. Does actually pick it off. Exotic finds the picks from everybody coming in through Heaven. And as Yanagi tries to, encapsulate the situation and at least pick something off from Switch, it's already done. He couldn't do anything.
Unfortunately, that is how the cookie crumbles, Asarai. Despite the damage control Yanagi tried to apply, MVP was just running around everywhere. Uncontrollable, uncontainable. And once again, once you find this type of momentum as an MVP player, it just becomes so difficult to really stop them and even slow them down. But we have hit a reset point here, Asarai. NCG, and I like to keep saying this about them, is that they're always so good at coming from behind. They're so good at coming back. But again, just this new iteration and potentially uncertainty of what they really want to do is going to hamper that success. And Exotic, wow.
Sheesh. Yep. I mean, MVP, when they're on a roll, they feel like a team that can just bully. Right? I mean, yeah, we saw Oasis Gaming yesterday with how they play, but it felt clinical, surgical with how they approach. This one, it just feels like there's so much raw potential right then and there. Anyways, the Batman, he was able to pick up the first, but Slatham, my goodness. Again, a bunch of very talented players from Cebu, man, just all coming into the swing, looking unbelievable in this first game.
I mean, the bully playstyle is pretty much a trademark of any Visayan team, really.
Cebu?
yeah. No, I'm not even joking. Even in other games.
I get that.
It's basically, you know what, before we start activating the neurons and firing up the old playbook, let's see if the opposing team can handle a little bit of rough housing. If they can't, well, why do we need to adjust, right? I mean, it's really still a facet of the game. And NCG, they've been trying to contain it, Asarai, like you mentioned, but it has not been looking good, especially with how dominant Exotic has been. It's clear to see that he's the best player in the game right now, or at least in this game in particular.
Yeah. True enough, the king has once again dabbled on his throne. Nico, as of the moment, sees the stars, throws out beautifully. He's going to go at this. Oh, he is going to charge in. Only gets the 1-for-1 trade, but he's disruptive enough that Slatham is going to be able to follow up. It's a bit of a messy fight here, 3 versus 2. And Exotic, my God, he is so prepared for everything they're going to be throwing at him. And he's able to deflect it with all of the fancy footwork that you can see coming in from him and the fancy movements. And now with all of that, MVP, they've got themselves match point.
Plus, it's a Pearl map next game. I don't know about this one, Chief. I just realized, Asarai, NCG and MVP have very, very similar map pools now. But it is pretty much night and day on who's been confident and a lot more refined in their approach. NCG, they have to really try to eke one out here. They go for a force buy, really trying to get as many ideas as they can on the board and pretty much in the game. But MVP, look at this forward stats they've taken towards A. They gather that information, they bow out, and they are going to go for a full retake here and walk on water, suffering so much damage. Once again, Kel is so sharp, man. He is just unbreakable at the moment. V-Black is going to capitalize on the pandemonium. And this smoke, despite being in the way, only providing clarity for MVP as Joms gets a freebie for himself. But is that all NCG have left in the tank? Oh, they're going to knife him, aren't they? They're going to knife him, aren't they?
They're going to try to knife him. He's 0 bullets right now. Couldn't really do anything, man. He ran out. And that's going to be victory for MVP at the very start of things. 13-2. Quite impressive to say at the least. As they look just unstoppable. My goodness, man. Unstoppable.
Once again, NCG, they have to find their answers. Otherwise, MVP, they are looking to run away. Much like one of my panels. It disappeared again. I don't know where it went. Yeah, I don't know. I fixed it. It just disappears. It's the heat, ladies and gents. But Asarai, I feel like we've talked about everything really in that game in great detail already. And it was very, I guess, how do I put this? Palpable that MVP have had so much mastery despite the age of their roster. So we're going to be looking at the stats here. I believe there are no thrifties on either side. Not really a chance to flex those type of muscles here. And you were talking about the Batman returning to the stage. At the very least, he was performing for his team. Did that translate into rounds? Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. And even though he had the highest kills on the side of NCG, though, I think he was bullied quite efficiently by MVP because even though he was able to pick up the kills, that didn't really translate into a lot of site defense, at least for now. Right? So let's take a quick look again at the highlights once more. Look at it, just quickly Exotic just reacts. Look at that. He's like, oh, split second, and then gets the pick. Absolutely maddening as to how this particular player, when he's on a roll, it's just a whole different vibe. Look at that, just charging in, picking off everything. There was that one play that we saw from Yanagi. Then after that, it was all for naught.
The Yanagi play was pretty insane though, and again, just so many things that did not fall into the lap of NCG. Once again, we saw the intention, and this is quite common throughout all our VCT teams. We see the intention of what they want to do, but it's really those small things that don't add up to the totality of what they want to do. But as I say that, of course, we nearly get to see a knife kill, courtesy of our MVP's Exotic, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, Asarai.
Well, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. He picks up the most kills. He picks up the final blow. Absolutely daunting performance coming in from Exotic. What's going to happen? I mean, you're talking about how Pearl seems to be a very, very shaky map, I would say, for SR Nacague. Actually, any map that I think SR Nacague has played right now has been incredibly shaky because of maybe the state of transition, the state that they're in, the transition phase that they had with their players. Same could be said with MVP, but I mean, MVP looks to drive a whole lot better than this team. So, is the jury out already? Is MVP the better squad as of now, or does SR Nacague have something else, you know, in store, or can they bring it back on Pearl? That's the question. Anyways, I mean, we're gonna go on a quick break, guys. Oh, sorry, last thoughts before we go in the break.
I was just about to say that we will have to find out at the end of the series. Again, it's still a pretty long day ahead of us. But the 13-2 start, already a great sign for MVP. And as Asarai was signing off, once again, my name is Raf. That fine gentleman is Asarai. We will be right back with more Valorant. It is as clear as day as MVP's performance and their dominance that how this series might turn out. Once again, my name is Raf. That is Asarai himself. Yes, I was about to come up
Yes.
with something clever, but I feel like I've exhausted everything at this point, you know. Oh, did you guys know Asarai deadlifts 100 kilos? What a Chad.
Wow, not yet, not yet. We're getting there. We're getting there.
What? I thought you already did.
No, dude, that was 80. What do you mean 82.5?
The DL? No, that's the bench. You benched 82, right? The deadlift.
Oh,
I said
you meant
deadlift,
DL.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I had
I like it
100
though,
kilos just the other night too, so you know what I'm saying. Anyway, guys,
Get
we're
it,
getting a little too
get it.
distracted here. Welcome to the Triple Digits Club. Woo. Anyway, so that's about it, right? I mean, hitting PRs and hitting all the crazy shots. MVP, it
Truth.
seems that they're trying to speedrun this as quickly as they can, but I don't think Pearl is going to be a similar story, Asra. It is a map that really benefits the more methodical team. It is, I would say, still fairly attacker-sided in terms of the way it's designed. The
Yeah.
rotations are that much easier. However, I think this is going to be leaning on which team wants to pay more attention towards mid and how they're going to default off of that, rather.
Yeah. Still, I think a lot of the teams, and I can't remember who mentioned this. I think it was Black and Blue that mentioned it, that Pearl has, I think, one of the most aggressive B or long angle defaults compared to even C side on Haven, right? So B side pushes are ridiculously default setup B. Not a word I know, but I'm just making a point here. In any case, that's been a fallback for a lot of the teams right now, so we could be seeing SR Nacague play into that. If they're having issues with how they're approaching the particular fights here, we'll have to see about that. We are now going into age selection. I wonder if they're still going to put a Batman on the Sentinel. I am okay with this, but I felt like a Batman as an initiator was so much more, to be honest, before. I'm not sure now, but at least before, that was the most
especially in
takeaway that I got. Yeah, he was also on a Soba beforehand.
I totally understand and remember where you're coming from. I am surprised, though, that MVP is not running that usual comp they have, where they have Exotic on the Phoenix. They do go for a slight double controller variation here, huh? MVP looking to make waves, I suppose, because they're going for something that's a little more akin to what our international brethren employ on this map. SR, they still go for something really, really similar to what they usually do. In fact, I feel like this is a mirror comp from the previous map, barring the... Actually, no, it's a complete mirror of what they had in the previous map.
For MVP?
No. For SR Nacague.
SR Nacague from the Ascent map. What I am looking at here for MVP is... There's only 4 players there, but I'm just kidding. There's a Harbor in that. Is kind of interesting because I think maybe because of the pickup for Nico, right? That's why they're kind of putting Slatham in sometimes in the not so controller role. I mean, that would be scary, right? If Viper can technically TP that use a Viper's Pit, that would be incredibly ridiculous. Maybe we could get that like in a mode where you could just mix and match abilities, Riot, you know? Reach out to me. We can make it work. You know, they do it in League of Legends. We can do it here. Anyways, that being said, right, I feel like this is still a solid composition for MVP. I'm just a little bit like off-put that it's V-Black that's not playing as the Harbor. In any case, speaking of V-Black, yep, there it is. The quick little pinch. Kel is alone by himself. Wall is giving him a little bit of cover here. Could provide some damage if he can only find Walk on Water. But still, the losses a little bit pulsating on the side of MVP as the retake will have to come in swift from this particular roster. NCG's already gotten themselves, the B side.
I'm still really curious why they didn't go with that Phoenix pick. I thought that was almost foolproof with the way that they were playing. Again, super compact. Had a lot of flashes, and especially with Nico on that Sky. Maybe they want that gap close that Exotic has been maybe lacking with the Phoenix. And Exotic, again, they hit that with a combo. Gets a dink surprisingly on jump, but can't get the kill. But it's Nico on the follow-up. A great 1-2 punch. A 1v2 situation here. Yanagi's going to provide a crossfire. And no way that he's going to win this, right? Nico? Oh, he's turning back the clock here. 11 bullets, no reloads. But Yanagi, he is going to zero him without any worries whatsoever. And that was a great start by NCG, Astra. It's them controlling the pace now, or at least in that previous round. That's ultimately given them the advantage to take first blood.
Yeah, that's such a strong push too, right? You'd think that you're gonna be safe through sewers there, but that's the reason why Jet is still pretty touted here. Your ability to chase in such awkward positions is still incredibly strong in that regard. Anyways, the rest of the boys right now pushing through. I can hear the sounds. Ooh, bit of creeping. Something nagging the head of Exotic if he wants to actually push through things. No recon dart will actually spot him out, but I mean, they were very much prepared for that. Slatham was just a collateral of push. In any case, if this is going to be a straight up onto A, there still is a good three-man setup for the MVP roster.
Well, 3 or 3, they still have to cut down anything that stands in front of them here. Exotic already at the first line of defense, and like you mentioned, it's a tag, a very deadly one, Asarai. And they're actually doing so much work with the pistols. Exotic has found himself a Spectre here, but the Bulldog still has massive range. They're gonna flush out that hut, but it doesn't seem like they can flush him out. I don't think they know somebody's playing close art. Yanagi finds one, and he will get the other, as a 4K will complete his pretty much heated performance here in the first 2 rounds.
Man, Yanagi got the highlight last game. He picks up 2 more highlights this game. Incredible stuff. And now because of that, he has his null command. Very, very useful in that regard. It was also kind of risky because, again, Exotic didn't take any damage from the double throw of the molly at the back of the site. He was still somehow able to do so. But Yanagi was so prepared. He knew exactly where to peek and react peek right after he got that initial bout against Exotic. In any case, Fenners right now, MVP, having their first purchase. Spread across the map here. Bit of a push on B-Long. If you can see right now, Exotic and teammate have already gone through on things. Batman's hearing the pickup on the orb. But with his turret there, they can't really over-push whatsoever. So NCG feeling very comfortable as they start pushing in through art.
Maybe it's comfort that they were lacking in that previous Game Master, as they seem to be a little more confident in how they move too. The body language was completely changed here on the side of NCG. Now they're looking to maximize this bonus as they've walked on towards the site. A little late in the rotation as MVP, and they might actually pay for this. And as I mentioned, that Kel is going to be cut down. Oh wow, and they double back out towards mid. So they divvy up the attention, but in turn, NCG is going to not have the initial stopping power for this. An interesting choice, definitely. If they can get the half, then this is going to prove to be disastrous for NCG, but something is stopping Slatham. Not entirely sure, but VBlack, beautiful spray transfer here. One more person left to deal with. It's going to be Walk on Water. They've done their damage, and they've shown their hand. NCG is still a very effective round from them, but MVP, as per usual, responding.
To answer your question, I believe that was a gravity well that stopped the defuse at the first try. Even though they did have that harbor wall, yeah, you can see right there, there was the Astra Star, and Mid Matters was still alive to activate it. But man, I was actually thinking it could actually work for NCG if they just bolster their forces on A main. But because they had to rotate all the way around and MVP was already on the site, the pressure was on for them to rush that reconnect with the rest of their team. Exotic is on a very, very dangerous mission here, and that will just not work. So, that being said, it's a 2-to-1 exchange. Slatham is trapped. But, okay, that dart finds nothing. They're throwing up basically everything. Do they still know that he's there? The wall didn't actually, or the wall didn't break down before he got back into cover. So you can see right now where they're looking at, and they're not looking at Slatham because the recon dart was just a big miss. Cover will be used for a cover, and unfortunately, Walk on Water finds it, breaks it, and breaks Slatham's back. MVP's, or rather VBlack though. Oh. He picked up a Vandal. It's got 13 bullets. Pretty respectable. He can find Yanagi first. The check, the timing. Yanagi wins the fight. All down to Kel.
All down to Kel indeed. And those are expectations that could provide too heavy for his shoulders. But if not the weight of the expectations, then maybe just the raw fragging power of NCG to deal with. And honestly, it looked so good with the way they were responding, right? Especially with that exotic frag. NCG, quick decision making and unfortunate whiffs on the side of MVP, making this a little more competitive than it was in the previous map, Astra. And again, what if they had that flash from the Phoenix? What if they had all the stalling power that Amali could provide? It's just all these small possibilities and changes that really is left on the table for us to ponder about with this sudden lineup change.
True enough, right? But gotta give it as well to NCG. They have what looks like better control of the comp that they have compared to Ascent, obviously, because it was a 13-2, so there was nothing really that we could see in the long term for that particular game. But the second one, so much more understanding of what could be used there, right? Good timings on utility usage, spacing, able to force out certain positions. Anyways, Walk on Water. Oh, that recon dart spots out so many of them, but what was Walk on Water doing? That was not good. That was not good. He was floating in the air, thinking that nobody could just hit him at the skies, but the dogfight is going to go in the favor of Exotic. They get punished for it. I believe Exotic got 3, and that makes it into 3 versus 1. Oh no, the Cascade to push back a Batman. He has time, but the spike left on the A site. He's going to run all the way around. If he can get a pick right now, as soon as he could have his lockdown, that's the thing. But if MVP figure this out, understand this, they will not give him an inch, they will not give him a pick unless he is in very easy refrag territory. All they have to do is wait. And Slatham, he says he could wait low longer, but still finishes off in the end.
Was that the first Thrifty of the series? I think it was, right?
I think it was, yeah.
It was. And once again, highway to the danger zone. Of course, Exotic providing a narrow path towards it. And like you mentioned, what were they doing? I thought they knew that there was a scan already, so you would kind of expect them to train their eyes where the jet would be. But once again, Asar, it's the pandemonium and the combination of everything that really provides this type of problematic approach into dealing with MVP. Now they have a more active set play here. They throw that high tide just to intimidate anybody that would be potentially in A. But Nico's gotten the information. A little too antsy here. And so many members on NCG being sent to the slaughter here. A Batman's going to get a bit of a bonus. They're going to knife him again, aren't they? No! Slay them! He was about to get stabbed, man. Come on. Brother,
well,
man.
If you've heard of the Twilight Zone, have you ever heard of the Thunder Zone?
Ooh, exactly. Look
That's the
how
sound
close.
You already hear the anticipation stabs.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you.
No, apparently not. But look at this, Asarai. The ultimates that we have in play here, I would say, is still in favor of MVP, as the value is gonna be a little more instant with the impact, right? We do have a lockdown on Hunter's Fury on Joms, and as well as a Cosmic Divide that hasn't been burnt yet, surprisingly. And once again, NCG, they want to change it up. They want to go for that heavy A hit, but the retake is already in place. Look at Exotic, just so patient in the corner of the map there, but could be time being burnt as none of the teams have really gotten enough information. NCG could have potentially double backed here and sold a very expensive fake, but they go for something a little more courageous, as V-Black is going to take away Walk on Water, but a trade that I would prefer. Still the man advantage being swayed on the side of NCG, as Yanagi is going to be the great equalizer. Joms using that owl drone to scout as much as they can, and they do have post plant here, Asar. There's really no reason why they have to fight this. It's the responsibility of MVP to really just kind of bleed them out here. And with an operator, we know how it goes. Either just save it or hard commit, but it looks like they're just going to save this. Actually, that's so early by Joms.
Yeah. Oh, Yanagi? Alright, there you go. Well, thankfully for Exotic, because they pushed up so far onto Art, looking for... Ooh, I think that was a close event horizon. Yeah, looking for Yanagi, who already actually pushed up all the way through spawn. He saved the operator, because if he stayed on A main just to hold for somebody who's actually going to peek, that would have blown up, and at least they couldn't save the op. But in any case, that was NCG's victory without shadow of a doubt. The thing is, you're absolutely right, they used basically the whole enchilada to secure the site. That was a wall, that was a null command, that was a Hunter's Fury, excuse me, all for that particular round.
Well, an investment that should have its return sometime soon, Asarai, but now it's up to them to try and force it out of MVP to respond with theirs. V-Black could have had that pit for B, but nope. They really want to snowball this economy and potentially force NCG into burning theirs as much as they can. We know that MVP's playstyle doesn't necessarily rely on a lot of super heavy set play, right? But Walk on Water's making an awful lot of noise here. He might actually be the victim of a crossfire, but it's actually V-Black's Vandal finding Yanagi here. Joms also finding so much space by fragging 2 players for himself. And these last 3 rounds for him have been phenomenal. MVP, though, they're still sitting pretty ass, right? NCG hasn't necessarily committed to any of these sites.
They've been abusing the fact that that mid-side take has been such a bane on MVP's capabilities to defend. Oh, Kel, this actually might not be too good for him because they're about to peek 3-man, but he's almost back into cover. There it is. Doesn't take any damage. Still has the lockdown. Because he still has his turret right now outside of Art, maybe could actually find mid matters. Never mind. It could have deactivated because he pushed up onto A main. He was maybe outside of range. In any case, mid got the great punish for that. The rest of them now rotating onto the A site. Oh, this could be perfect, though. Walker War is aware of it, but they're so close that they still have time to actually go for the fight into this one. Slatham, 2 versus 1! He finds another. Now he isolates the fight. It's him and mid matters. Puts up a straight-up wall. There's the cove.
No way.
Does he spot him? No way. He barely misses it. I think that was too much cover of abilities that it just would have made it so much easier if it only was maybe the wall. But in any case, he didn't know where mid was. But good lurks altogether for mid, securing the round regardless.
Again, you know, we mentioned it in the pregame too, that this is the map or a map in the game where mid control is so important that if you don't have it, teams can just sit in it for a good minute, especially when they get a pick. And everything just kind of unfolds from there. NCG, I love the fact that they're using their maneuverability this time around and being a little more active with that Astra utility. Asterai MVP, I like this timeout. Well timed from them. They were forced to use that ultimate on the side of Slatham, but not too much of a big loss. He's recovered 3 orbs. Exotic's operator still hasn't really found any initial value. He might want to put that somewhere around mid. As the B hits, the long B hits that we've been talking about just haven't really presented themselves.
It's probably because of the reason that they have the double smoker of the Viper as well as the Harbor, right? Compared if you just remove any one of those and turn it into Astra, you don't have the threat of the gravity well, no stuns. You do have a bit of slow, you do have that molly, but Walk on Water just runs past it. And because it's these 2 controllers that keep holding on to mid, it hasn't really proven any value whatsoever, value proposition. In any case, Exotic, risky thing he's trying to do right now. Has a tight little angle to deal with somebody, but the timing, his reaction time, absolutely beautiful. He picks out mid. This could hold or force the rotation from NCG, but they're not flinching just yet. They're still at least putting a lot of footwork on mid, but now they're starting to go all the way around and try to reinforce the A site. They still have a flasher in the form of Yanagi, and if that is well placed, it could put Exotic up for a turn.
They go for a double peek here, Asterai, but Exotic is still on the case. Could potentially find anybody, or rather anyone, who tries to tempt his crosshair. You already see that follow-up. It's on Yanagi. Can he get a third? Nobody is willing to challenge him except Joms, and Joms is going to come out on top. They break onto the side, but Slay Them, who's been so reliable as a second frag, is here. Nico supports, Slay Them delivers, and MVP win yet another round. What I do appreciate on the side of NCG is they understand that now there is an operator on the field that's going to render MVP not as mobile as they would. So it kind of doesn't make sense that they would re-hit the site that way. Maybe they're going for a pull of aggro somewhere else, but there was no presence.
Could probably be the reason. Maybe the reason is they're hoping that the operator actually went the other direction, because now that they've lost their smoker with mid matters, right? Exotic would just go for the A site and leave someone else to handle B, but he just stayed B. So it could be an overread from NCG. It could be actually anything. But fact of the matter is, if they don't have mid matters, there's so many things that this team struggles. And this is the adjustment I really wanted to see. Having Nico actually not play in B anymore with the rest of the squad here. So his flash is a bigger punish. There it is. Oh. Can actually find so much. The wall. Oh, no, that's so big of a punish here. The wall was there. Made both sides unaware of each other, and somehow Walk on Water finds the pick. Kel aggressing through things. It's all falling out of hand for MVP right now. And the only one who's going to be holding the B side, it's going to be Slay Them. If he can find picks here, that's going to be beautiful. Oh, that wall. Oh, that smoke. And he can only find... Whoa, oh, my God. How did he get the pick through the smoke? Through the wall of the Viper?
I don't know. Who knows? Honestly, that was a wild sheriff shot. And MVP, again, this is the negative of having an op. When you don't find initial value in the first 30 seconds, you're rendered pretty much useless. It's so difficult to retake with it. You become such a prime target for hunting. And I must say, with a double controller, I don't think having an operator on the field would make a lot of sense. In fact, just the gap close, I feel like is a little unnecessary. I see the merits of it. And Jobs is going to trip on that 50 caliber. But like I said, right, I feel like there's just so much more value with that molly and that flash that a Phoenix can provide. Again, if you're going to go for a control-oriented lineup like this, why not just go all in instead of supplementing a weakness that's not even meant to be acknowledged in a composition like this?
I do get where you're coming from. If it stretches thin what options are available for MVP, especially once they start getting pressed. And honestly, this is a point of weakness right now for MVP. We've seen so many times, however many iterations they've done on mid, it still hasn't worked. This time, they're going to straight up abandon the B site and holler Exotic to be a lot more proactive on mid here. See if anyone's going to be pushing in. The thing is, nobody's there. They're going to hear, probably even see the wall from the Astra go into the B site, and it's all going to be a straight retake. The beautiful thing right now for MVP is even if though they got that super aggressive push outside of B and got no value, in this retake, it's a 5 versus 5 finally, and they still have a whole bunch of ultimates to utilize for that retake with the Reckoning and the Lockdown.
Once again, that's something that's been keeping MVP afloat. They've always had a great grip on their ultimate economy, and a Batman shoots Exotic out of the air there. A lot of accuracy. They're still waiting for this lockdown to dissipate, as a Batman will find Kel. That wall, that high tide, and everything that they have is just going to provide so much of a nuisance on the side of MVP trying to get this defused, and that is the point of no return. Yet again, they burn so much utility on the side of NCG Aserai, but they have been doing it so well. MVP, on the other hand, hasn't necessarily gotten that snowball they wanted. But let's not forget, this is a very slightly attacker-sided map. But I'm also very surprised, well, maybe not surprised, but appreciative of how NCG have been handling these scrambles. They've been so much better in comparison to the looks that they've given us in the previous weeks. Oftentimes when they were in scrambles, it felt like a lost cause. But right now, they have been thriving in it, apparently.
The thing is, MVP are doing more harm to themselves with the double controller than not. Not just the operator from Exotic. Oh, that they bypass each other. Walk on water. Looks at the opposite direction and even gives Exotic the operator right now, who whiffs the shot. But there's the follow-up from Kel. Damage, keeping it to a minimum 3 versus 3. Nico somehow finds access to another of his Seekers, giving them opportunity. Good damage onto a Batman, but not knocked out just yet. The number is still equal. Positioning here spreads NCG very thinly, but they have a trifecta of spots, of angles to work their magic on. It's such a risky thing to actually keep fighting this V-Black. Nico, they don't know that it actually has gone on the other direction right here. The pop shots.
Oh dear.
There it is. Isolation, but Yanagi gets the pick regardless. Timing, but Yanagi is so confident. So much more HP than what V-Black could handle. And that is going to end it. Well, this first half, 8-4.
And Yanagi has been a proper anchor for this team to rely on, right? If not indicative of the stats, just eye test alone. He's been winning out these situations where if he wasn't there, obviously, it'd be a little more different because Nico looked like he was about to pop off here. Yanagi's been landing these nutty shots since Ascent. But now we will see if the NCG defense can weather the MVP storm. Exotic and Nico, they've made so much work with that flash and dash combo. Slatham has been so reliable. V-Black and Kel have yet to really hit their stride here. But, once again, we will see how this is going to unfold in this half. And heavy-handed start here for both ends. See aggression towards A main. B main occupied by MVP. And the turret is going to be the only resistance it's going to provide Aserai. Exotic has a great spot here. Will take some minor damage from that Nano Swarm and that turret combo. But they do have the sight. They burn the Cascade just to get extra coverage. But do they expect NCG to go on such a massive flank here? Thankfully for MVP, they don't have it planted out for long.
Yeah, and they still had utility from Kel there to spot the aggressive flank coming in from the other side. Oh, they did not clear that recon. Darkel is on him by himself on an island, but I think he get another kill here. That could be more ROI for him to, well, be happy about. In any case, since they already spotted so many players of NCG pushing through, but not the whole squad, they immediately push on Spawn as well as Bialy just to make sure that anybody else there will get cleared out. But look at this. It's all falling asunder for them. V-Black not in a position. He's going to be able to find any picks. That wall bang. No. Did he really think he could get the wall bang there with just the ghost? That is a very, very confident outlook on things that ultimately didn't lead into, well, much.
I have to agree with you with that. Again, it just seems like it was a game of inches for them, but not too much ground to be covered with the ghosts. Pretty conservative buy here on the side of MVP per usual. And the one big thing that NCG have been doing in that previous half that MVP have not done so far is to just take advantage of this mid portion of the map. And now we see Exotic and the gang try to do the same here. And the flash and dash is only going to hamper Exotic. A Batman, beautiful positional adjustment there. Gets 2 before he will fall. He'll finally give up that Spectre, but they're all stunned up. They're going to be shredded, but mid matters here. Mid gets 2. Mid gets the last. And an Eco, well, 3K. Nothing too surprising, Aserai. MVP, if they don't respond in this round, then I would say it's pretty much done and dusted.
True enough, right? I do like the idea of Exotic doing that dash, but unfortunately the flash actually blinded him more than I think it did a Batman there, especially that he only got grazed a little bit. So the idea was merited. It was a sort of improvised, if not altercated style as to which NCG were pushing on mid last time. But MVP now, they have a good chunk of abilities. Ooh, that wall actually forces Walk on Water far back. Oh, damage, nothing yet. Pop shot from Slatham gives him a little bit of opening.
Too little of an opening for him to really, I guess, expose. Once again, it really is to nobody's surprise if MVP win this round. Pretty standard stuff here. The question is, what can NCG do to sway things in their favor and potentially damage the economy? Doesn't seem like much. Unless a Batman and Jobs can pull off some sort of miracle here. It's already looking to be the beginning of an okay round here. Joms, if he can find just one more pick. One more pick. Well, apparently not. But again, I love how sure MVP was walking into that site. Once again, NCG, they are really showing some of the more intricate setups. Asarai in term, it does take a little bit more execution. And it's proven to be difficult with weaker weapons, but high prio around MVP. If they win this, then that's potentially going to have a 2-3 round swing in their favor, if I'm not mistaken. NCG though, they have walk on water on that operator who's been fairly quiet today. In fact, in their last few performances, walk on water has been pretty pedestrian.
Well, it has been kind of awkward for him, right? Because it's him and Second Love that were kind of, if I'm not mistaken, altered by, or was switched around by both NCG, if memory serves me correctly, when they joined this team. So that being said, maybe it's just not yet, he's just not yet accustomed to the role again for the most part, but hasn't really been the biggest hurt for NCG as of now, at least for this particular game. That was pretty smart though from Joms just to use his shock dart. I think the shock dart still breaks any and all utilities, right? I mean, except for the lockdown. Yeah. So that being said though, good use on the walls or smokes here. It's the same issue that MVP had a while ago. He's gonna brute force their way, try to maybe ninja in a defuse, but it's not gonna work out, especially with the smoke being there, especially with the snake's bite still being pretty active. So you're absolutely right. If they win that particular round, there is a very, very realistic chance that MVP could get 2 or 3 more to near that equalization.
And I think we see the merits of double controller now and why it didn't make sense to have an operator on the defending side, especially for MVP. Again, it's not that we discredit Exotic's opping prowess. It's just for the composition overall, you tend to not want to take any direct fights without using your utility to get a feasible advantage over. And we're seeing this come to life a little bit more on the attacking side, where they have, again, just free reign to dominate whatever site they have. These Astra smokes are going to provide some sort of semblance of cover. I'm not entirely sure why that's getting popped this early when there's no resistance on the site, but it is going to mask the tell of this how many people on the flank? Everybody basically. But they ran into the snake bite, unfortunately. So V-Black's gonna have a field day getting all these potential ult orbs. But again, NCG, they do a great job of hanging on and making the worst, or rather the best for the worst type of situation. Save them with a range advantage. Are you just knocking on Jom's door here? Joms landing nothing as of the moment, but looking to be a bit cheeky. Will get slapped. And MVP, they get another round. NCG, though, I love the fact that they're being a little more tricky, Asarai. But I feel like these type of plays should be reserved. Or that one in particular. Honestly, just that one in particular. Yes, you can overwhelm your anti-flank with the Sheriffs and maybe get one Vandal. But, again, if they had a proper armory for this one, then this could have been problematic for MVP to hold.
True. Honestly, if they had those 2 Astra smokes, right, that could have isolated the forward-playing players of MVP to the players of MVP that was stuck on the back of the B site. But to be fair, I don't think NCG knew about that. I think they just charged up from A main and wanted to go for the numbers play. So all that being said, it really is just supposed like that kind of play would have to be such a hard read to kind of do. Yeah. All right. Anyways, there's a push.
There is a push. Do they get picks? But like I said, I really appreciate the idea of the play and being active on eco rounds, as we've always mentioned on the desk. Again, you kind of need to supplement the fact that your weaponry is a little weaker with a little more activity. But a fair trade nonetheless is going to happen here. Yanagi, who's been an absolute late-round monster for NCG, is going to be removed very, very early. Batman's ability to cover the flanks is going to be sorely missed here too. Now, NCG, they're in a bit of a scramble, Asarai. They only have a slight disadvantage in terms of manpower.
30 seconds left.
But position-wise, they don't really have anything to, once again, dissuade MVP from moving around. And as long as they check this corner, they'll be fine. They check it. They remain fine, despite the huge pick on the side of Mid-Mathers. And Joms, he could be the game winner here, Asarai. They're forced to plant. They have no choice. That's going to break sometime soon. Goes for the shock darts instead. And V-Black is going to find a stray walk on water here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Joms. Oh! So close. V-Black walking into a hailstorm of bullets. And once again, the Odin proves to be superior.
Man. That's so scary. Like how that's kind of transpired, because it could have gone both directions, especially when he got hit by the snake bite too. Let's look at that quick replay once more. That was a quick punish. There it is. How did V-Black not hit that shot? Because it felt like V-Black should have gotten the first chance at that peak.
Yeah, I agree.
Slightly awkward from him.
No, because I feel like, you know, since he knew he was scanned, he would not shift walk. Because what would be the point if you were known? But he was shift walking still.
But true, but he also had the mid, like I don't know what it's called. The A box. The hut, yeah, thank you. That shouldn't take any through the wall damage from the Odin. Maybe, spam from the Odin. Yeah, true. Unless it's like the very corner of it, but there's a sizable. Anyways, he knew not where Joms would push. So I do get the reason why. I guess he'd play it slow.
Yeah, but he was scanned. You know, it's not that he would peek. It's just maybe he'd use the speed of the regular strafe speed. Is the biggest thing that I'm fairly suspicious about. But enough suspicion. Asarai is Joms.
Oh my God,
he doesn't really care. The Odin, like you said, oh my God, it's been pretty insane here. Kel will get a response kill on Yanagi here. What? What a whiff.
Oh my God.
Mia back.
Someone's still defusing it though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
that was
what a
so
messy round.
Okay,
that it was.
I'll be honest here. That whiff stunned me a little bit. Again, I know it happens to the best of us. It really does, but it's still stunning to see it happen sometimes. Either way, you're stunning.
You're breathtaking.
You're breathtaking. Wake up, Samurai. We have a game to cast. As NCG, 2 more rounds. Asarai, Walk on Waters, who's normally very, very efficient with the blades. Once again, they're going for a set play here. They're going to double Q up, I believe. No, instead he holds strong. He will go for that crossfire. He will get spotted out, and we'll find V-Black. Still a very, very important kill here. That is going to allow NCG to just hold on to backside and backhaul here that much more reliably. But slay them with a spray. Finds Mid-Mathers. Not even sure where he was from. And man advantage yet again. Wow, insurance. Talk about insurance. They know it's an eco, but they really want to get as many rounds as possible. All alone. Blind. And Nico will clean him up. Again, that pick on the Viper was so important, Asarai. Oh man, just denying that much more backside control on the side of MVP could have worked out, but there were once again some plays that really were not meant for NCG.
Yeah, they definitely need to take a slower. I mean, MVP just took the slower pace. They still had the numbers, they had the utility, and you're absolutely right. They wanted to just make sure, especially that. I mean, Seekers are useful for basically anything and everything that you want to do. Yeah, exactly. But at least for the moment, they're okay not having it for now when they do have at least close to their arsenal the Viper's Pit as well as maybe the Reckoning if Slatham can pick up 2 more rounds here. Even though that was a dub on the previous round, MVP Esports know the strain, know the risks of not utilizing their timeout right now. Nobody wants a timeout, I believe, on like when your opponent's already at match point. If you still have a chance to come back, use it before, get that momentum, and hopefully get that comeback.
That's a good call. Really good call, and a lot of valid points from you too. That you kind of don't want to be in that quote-unquote too late position, especially when NCG's at match point.
Yep.
The Odin, Jom still not letting it go. I mean, for good reason. He's found a lot of success. And no operators this time on the side of SR Nacague. Going for the more generalist approach here. Walk on waters, no more blades to him, but he will have a healthier arsenal. And NCG, they're already rotating towards B here. Interesting choice. MVP doesn't seem like they want to slow down for anybody. And they are just so willing to take these longer fights, Asrai. And now you can still flash out of that one, but that's a crazy, crazy double wall here. As long as they keep their nerve, then this could be a fairly easy round for them. But Exotic, he's starting to heat up again. And those are 2 huge kills. The Viper's Pit finally expended. Nico and Kel are nowhere near close to their ults. Good knife here just to spot out how many people are actually playing within his proximity. But MVP refusing to show themselves. And NCG, I like the call here to save. I don't think Yanagi's going to be allowed such a luxury. Not even a kill on his end as Exotic is merciless. Mid Mathers, he's going to be ways away. But MVP, they're slowly closing the gap, Asarai. Mid Mathers has to start being worried here. But once again, potential to make this Ori for MVP. Goes for the zone instead. I would have thought he would have gone for a smoke. But nope. They all just kind of decide not to pursue the rabbit. Or in this case, Mid Mathers.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. Like, if it's the smoke, they can still just run by you and shoot you, right? But the gravity well, especially when there was little time to still push through or wait for that gravity well to expire before they can cleanly fight against Mid Matters, it just gave him a little bit more space. Plus, honestly, if he gets 2 kills, that's very much nearing his wall again, and we do know how NCG play with the wall so efficiently. Did V-Black actually spot them? I don't think so. But Walk on Water is just going to go straight at things. He needs to control his spray or else he's going to get overwhelmed. But no, Nico right behind him helping out his Brody. And now it's only Mid and a Batman 2 remain. Both coming in from the flank, but unfortunately, their opponents, their guard here, has now, their ward, excuse me, has gone all the way through the other side. MVP straightening themselves in and supposedly locking in the 11-11 already, unless they just botch this very, very unbotchable situation.
Well, a bad spot could happen at any given time, but so far, NCG, I think they're going for a double take here onto B Alley. Mid Mathers, it's really the only gun that's available, but nah, it is gonna be an exit and a Batman. I thought that he was done for, but 2 crisp shots give them a glimmer of hope. But still, it won't really dent the forces of MVP as they have a super healthy bank from this big swing that they've taken. NCG, now they're recuperating, gathering their thoughts, and potentially going back to the drawing board. What was working for them, Asar? Where do you think the strong points were on their defense? Because so far this retake style against double controller has just been a living nightmare for them. A hell on earth, perhaps.
How do I answer that? I think it's more of they're trying to at least find a bit of picks, back away, and then wait for the rest of the team. I think they're trying to find some value before the retake actually happens so that the retake is much easier. But because of that, they're putting themselves in a position where it's not going in that direction. And the big example of this, or a good example of this, is how many times has Walk on Water actually pushed out through the back of B against Exotic and lost the fight, right? I think he's been wanting to challenge Exotic for so many rounds now, but unfortunately it hasn't really worked out at all in his favor. And because of that, they don't have their front man to really go for those big engagements, those big fights.
So they haven't really expended High Tide here. I think this Trailblazer is going to spot out all that Killjoy utility that's going to be prompted by Exotic. And Exotic taking a few hits to himself will actually get hit by a vulnerable and will get knocked the hell out with that Hunter's Fury. V-Black tries to explode onto the site here, and with assistance of Nico's ult. And Mid-Mathers trying to pop all the utility, but will instead get his brain splattered on the concrete. Joms responds in kind with a reply kill of his own. And it's a 3v3. The plant has gone down. No proper crossfires on either end, really. But Kel, once again, the new blood proving why he's here. And Slay Them pushes them to the penultimate round, Asarai. One more for MVP. As NCG struggle to keep things together, they crumble.
You know NCG was already feeling that, especially with the kill on Exotic with the Hunter's Fury, but how did Mid Matters, or how did V-Black find Mid through there? Yeah, I know, guys, it's the Seekers, but Mid was so unaware that he was already that close. I think he was just about to swing for the site itself and not really for what's already in front of him, that he just blew up. Because of that, yet again, no more smokers, nothing to isolate any corners, makes it an easy time for MVP to set up those crossfires. As you were mentioning, it looked a little bit awkward, but still worked out in the end, regardless. Any case, MVP, or rather NCG, they got some good weapons. Oh, ooh, there is like 4 people on the site here. This could work in the favor of NCG if MVP not careful with their approach.
And that's exactly what they have to do, Asar. They can't be reckless here. MVP, they know that they have what it takes to win this round, and with the Batman already taking so much damage, it's going to be a bruised NCG trying to hold the line. MVP really not saving, or once again crossing into unknown territory without just caution and a lot of paced steps. They must be sweating bullets, Asarai. They know that they should be winning this round, potentially this series. They don't want to gas out. And suddenly everything falls apart. Mid-Mathers comes alive with a big double kill. Slay Them is reduced to 5 HP. And Nico is potentially all alone. He will heal up Slay Them though. Walk on Waters is gonna have an upgrade for himself. But the forces of NCG, they look to draw into overtime. A bit of an overextension on the side of MVP. And they are just trying to get as much space as possible. One has to eventually plant, and the odds are against MVP in this round despite being in the palm of their hands. And we have yet another overtime.
Wow. The one round to decide the fate of this series, if it's going to be over, or are we still have a continuation, a part 2, or a part 2 or part 2.5. Well, 2.5 right here. Can we get into part 3? Ladies and gentlemen, as NCG barely holding on by a thread. Took them such a long time though, but they were already like, you know what? Their motto right now is, if it ain't broke, don't fix, push B. Why don't we just stack B? Why don't we just have all of our bodies, lots of crossfires, lots of setups. Exotic can't find every one of us, which it couldn't. And the follow-up from MVP was pretty much not as explosive as can be. Are they really going to push this? This is going to be a massacre.
Oh my gosh.
But on the other direction. Wait, hold on. They're falling back. They're fighting back. Exotic! No way he hits that shot. Okay. He's managed to somehow muddle through, get the numbers equal. No. Incredible! Spider senses from Exotic actually feels the flight coming in. The timing, super duper pristine, perfect. However word you want to use to react to it, to describe it. Exotic, oh my goodness.
And again, we are left speechless with Exotic. He was so quick to respond. I can't believe that he actually held on to that, as Walk on Waters was slowly but surely demolishing everything in his path, and they're gonna burn yet another timeout here. And I have to say, that's probably one of the best moments so far of the day. Now, Asarai, here's where we find the crux of the problem again. NCG have not necessarily weathered the storm as well as MVP have. So if they go for another gamble here and go for that arguably weaker retake, what do they have in the bag? What do they have in the tank?
Oh, can't tell you what they have left, but they do have some risky plays that do pay out in the end. So maybe there's an opportunity right now for NCG to find that kind of play once more. I mean,
I understand
more than anything
the
else,
sentiments.
yeah, this has gone into a battle for sure. So yeah, as I was mentioning, at least as an example, that one round that pushed it into overtime. That's the one best example I could give you from NCG.
Just hold strong, have faith. And once again, we saw that impression of, I believe it was that one Saving Private Ryan scene where Exotic be not that far from me, as he just absolutely annihilates everybody trying to walk on towards A. Exotic in a different position here. Could potentially find a duel on Joms, but an uncharacteristic whiff, but Kel salvages the situation here. He himself is brought down to such low HP, but the sustenance on the side of Nico will be snuffed out. Joms again. Joms, an absolute beast. V-Black sweating bullets here. No utility on the board. An MVP. They stumble yet again, and NCG happily tripping them up. Yet another overtime we go.
Big commits by Exotic to actually force that fight here, though. And unfortunately for Nico, that was just giving a heal to his homie on the side. Got wallbanged through dugout. Not the best. Exotic. Oh, he is risking it again, man. I feel like operators on overtime out of regulation is very much what's the word? Underappreciated. Obviously, the risk is there, though. You don't have your shields anymore. You're going to be lacking in utility. But I feel like it does put so much more emphasis compared to
Just
the
hit your
regular
shots,
rounds. Bro. Wow, amazing.
No, but that's exactly what you're asking for when you're going for the operator. And again, it's a lot of confidence and a lot of uncertainty, perhaps. No armor whatsoever! And a stumble yet again on the side of Exotic. A critical error. And salt on the wound as Kel can't even finish the kill, Aserai. We still have the rest of MVP trying to pick up the pieces, but it looks like it's in a minefield to slay them. Nearly loses both his legs, crossing no man's land. Spike has been planted here. And V-Black and the rest of the crew, they still try to find whatever openings they can abuse, and V-Black gets an idea, but maybe potentially overstaying his welcome here. Yanagi already prepping that flash, and that operator that you were talking about has found its way here. Nico getting that heal up, but they will be discovered as quickly as they've been cut down. And look at this. NCG, they break through the defense now. MVP, can they respond?
Well, they're trying to break through that mold. This is it. NCG, they found their stride here through the break of mental from Exotic there. The dash forward, man, really screwed him over. Again, we made it very simple. Hit your shots and you get the value. Don't hit your shots and the value gets you. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, but look at this. Something akin to an Aspas play here on the side of Walk on Water. I like it a lot, but do they anticipate it? The Cascade's not even going to block it. He's going to be stuck in a corner, though, and nobody's really here to support him, Aserai. I'm not entirely sure why they left the operator in such a position, but Walk on Water needs no help up until he gets killed, obviously. Now they have free reign over this B side, and Exotic has a choice to make here. Does he want to be the spearhead, or does he want to be the long-range support? The operator's in front of him, and he still has armor to spare, Aserai. They did lose Nico, so taking those closer angles are going to be extra dangerous. Still trying to get a meaningful advantage here of both these teams, really. Yanagi giving so much faith on his teammates, stuck with a shorty, as every single attack, and every single offensive player here is just gonna barrel through, and Mid Mathers undiscovered. A bit of a dance.
God.
And he's winning the dance. How? How? MVP! What happened?
It's the Cove. Wasn't there a Cove right in front of Mid Matters that gave him cover? Yo, that was Slatham's Cove, dude.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, you saw that.
Oh
Well,
no,
that's
indeed.
unfortunate.
Oh my gosh.
And it does look like we are going into a third map, Asrai. I'm not even sure what our third map is. Again, somebody quickly remind me. But in any case, we have to take a
Lotus,
gander.
if I'm not mistaken. I will double check. It's Haven, actually. Sorry,
Lotus.
Haven.
All right. So, no matter what happened, rather what happens in map 3, that was demoralizing. Simply demoralizing on the side of MVP, especially with the way they lost that overtime. But with that being said, they still had a very, very good performance on map 1 to kind of hinge off and really draw confidence from. It's just a really confusing tale of where did it go wrong? Where did it start going wrong? Because even going into that round, they had such a good look. We're going to be jumping right into our post game here, our stats. And as I was talking about, as we were talking about, Joms was setting the server on fire, Asrai. Maybe not the flashiest, but went for all the right plays and all the right calls.
Well, we'll see the replay or the highlights once again so we can confirm what the heck just happened in that particular engagement. Because I like the point that Exotic actually didn't go back of B anymore, especially when he didn't have the dash, right? He covered up. He was covered up by the Cascade. Exactly. He got the first pick onto Joms. He got refragged by Mid Matters, which was okay. But then somehow, people were just running at him with pistols at a certain point. So that being said, and then there was a flash from somewhere. I'm not sure if that was Nico's flash or if that was Yanagi's flash. But it all just turned up very well from Mid Matters, who played the situation absolutely beautifully. Again, I'm just waiting for that point right now because that's the most important thing we need to see once more.
True. Credit to Walk on Waters too, despite not having the greatest of starts. Still contributing value, especially later in the game, where he really did come alive. And Mid Mathers also very, very impressive. Now, one thing that I feel like every team that's going to be up against SR is that a behavioral pattern on the side of Mid Mathers is that he's always going to be in a super ratty spot when a crossfire is being set up, obviously, right? I mean, that was the biggest contributing factor to what happened in that previous round, and a Batman, oof, that's disgusting.
Thought Exotic taking some of the riskier fights there, just not paying off for himself. I think he took like two oh, there it is. See, the Cove from Slatham. Also, that was also pretty weird though, because again, I get it that it gives you cover, and of course delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it's got to be a Batman with the final blow. But going back to my point, it was pretty awkward to kind of see that as well, because first things first, it gives you cover from B Heaven, yeah, but at the same time, it also gives Mid Matters cover. So that quick choice to do something like that, and unfortunately not get mid, is going to, as you mentioned, probably haunt MVP at least for that second game, because they definitely had it in them to convert another overtime.
Another thing is that they were not kind of playing to the strengths of their composition already as the latter rounds were starting to show. They were, again, they ran a double controller comp, but did we see any of that control in the last few rounds of overtime? I thought it was sorely absent. Again, they had so much time and aptitude to go for something a little more, I guess, frontal assault. But I guess they'll just have to forget about this game and move on to how they can succeed in our decider.
In any case, we're going to go on a break, guys. When we come back, as Raf mentioned, it's going to be decider on Haven. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're coming back from that break. As huge upset, I think, from NCG there. They got the heavy start. They stalled a little bit, and they were somehow able to transition. That all, honestly, I feel like all of that happened primarily on the B side. There were some A side takes that I think MVP was doing, but then most of the things that either went great or went horribly wrong for MVP was all positioned in that B long corridor. We talked about it before the game started, and it was one of the mainstay things that happened in that entire game.
Which I find, again, so befuddling because they were running double controller, so there should have been no issue in taking that B site. But as we mentioned, sometimes when we fall back on our instincts and rely not on more active thinking, we do go for plays like that and whatnot. And you can't really fault MVP because in the heat of the moment, that's what they thought would have been the best play. And again, stuff like that just happens. So now they have to hit a mental reset and hopefully hit that form again. I think this is the crux of their playstyle too. When they're not dominating, they are very prone to get adjusted on and just basically getting defaulted to death.
True. I mean, anything could have changed. Like maybe a certain mid play could have been pretty helpful for them, but like again, 5 straight rounds on B, even though it looked incredibly good, as we mentioned, Exotic versus Walk on Water fight was almost always going the favor of, or the way of Exotic. Anyways, it seems like we're not wasting any time to get started on map number 3, and selection is already in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we look straight into things. Seems like, again, Walk on Water going to be on the Jet. No changes. No changes on agents whatsoever. Is this just like mirror match or mirror picks for NCG up until game number 3? Okay, there we go.
Black is going to be an Astra. It's a mirror. I think it's going to be hard mirror.
Yeah, it is. No, I was mentioning how it looked like every single map that we had, it was the same comp for NCG. They had to switch up the KO for the breach though, which is very good.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to play KO in Haven, in all honesty, unless you're going for double ini. And I feel like there's just so much more value in breach that you cannot I guess, supersede him with any of the other initiators. Maybe Fade, but your ability to control sewers and just be such a menace from a good ways away is so important in a map like this. But as we look into this Asteroid, maybe comfort was not on the side of MVP this time. He did mention Slatham's not necessarily a dedicated controller player, so that could have messed with his muscle memory. Now he's gonna be right back on that signature initiator. Wait, we're still going double controller.
Oh. Is it?
Huh? What?
No.
I thought I saw Brimstone.
double initiator. Yeah. Well, you could have just, you know, seen Breach on with a beret. That would have, you know, absolutely bamboozled. Breach in a beret is literally Brimstone younger days. You know, he still has the long hair ponytail just because he's trying to be a rebel.
That's not the reason
no,
why
Mom.
I have a ponytail. I'm telling you.
This isn't a phase. It's a lifestyle.
Oh. Look at this though.
Oh, indeed.
Batman. Oh my gosh, man. That's the initial reaction. My time has come. As Yanagi responds and finds Kel here. Exotic's already on that defuse, and there's nothing they can do. Maybe I called it too soon as Yanagi has initiated God mode, and he hits Latham with a running shot of a life. He is so low though. And Nico has to make the right call here, and he will call upon the clutch gods. But I swear he must have been sweating bullets. That could have been the play by Yanagi. But alas, MVP, they steal the round away.
Again, Yanagi, very polarizing player. Even when he was in Ascension PH, he would get the deepest of ooze, and then after that, nothing. Yeah,
look at that.
Oz. He does a drive-by too. Just strafe shot and almost clutch it. Even as we saw, he even dinked Nico in the Corksicle. Anyways, quick little dashes here from NCG, trying to cross very quickly as that smoke gives him a little bit of cover right now. Exotic, perfect on the tracking as his teammate Slatham already on the sideline, spots at the Batman, leaves it very difficult for mid as well as Walk on Water to maybe go back into the cross as both of them have that control. Mid here, no more smokes to actually help them again get back into cover without exposing themselves in that avenue. Oh, he has one now. It gives him a bit of options here. But MVP don't really have to go for the chase. All they have to do is, well, play it safe.
And that they do. They haven't really necessarily walked into NCG traps here in NCG. They are just kind of grasping at straws. Latham is about to do some major damage. And again, you really see the merits of him playing that sofa. He's, again, just so good at being there to clean up after his duelist and just, once again, the mastery of being that second, third in. So apparent. It's just so apparent.
Okay. This is where this buy for MVP turns a little bit sour with the SMGs here. I think MVP realized this. That's why they are looking to fortify C with like 3 players. I thought they were actually going to push on to Cubby, but not really, at least for the moment. Slatham trying to get that information as fast as he can outside of A main, using the dart very early. Jiggle peeking at least, has a pixel angle just in case. So, that being said, MVP have a plan here. They're trying to force their opponents to maybe go shepherd their way towards C long. But it could also be a good read from NCG here as they're only seeing the utility of Slatham from that final time. Slath's going to pop a couple of shots right now. Smokes allow them to cross the threshold of A main. And the rotation is going to come in a little bit late. Thankfully for Slatham, though, this next recon dart, the second recon dart, could provide proper delay, as that might dissuade NCG for pushing in. And they've already used so much utility just to clear out a little bit of that A-long position.
I like it, honestly, but once again, them backpedaling is gonna just reduce the effective range of all the weapons they have. But Walk on Water kind of running into this. Perhaps not the best idea, but the Vandal is, of course, the weapon that encourages bad ideas. V-Black is here to just swarm the rest of his opponents as Yanagi. Oh, exotic. Oh my lord. Crazy, crazy stuff here. And another bonus on the side of MVP. And okay, Asrai. So we had a very nice discussion behind the scenes because we were honestly kind of baffled why they would put Slatham on the controller role. Because again, when you look at Slatham here, even if he's not contributing, or at least not in tangible ways, his utility use and just shuffle in general is so good. It's a bit of a shame, really, when he's not on that initiator. But I digress.
True.
We do kind of need that evolution from MVP, who is still, I would say, a very young team who's made major strides. Kudos for them for trying, but ultimately, they did drop the ball in that game.
Yeah. Again, it's the problem, I guess, having too much initiators, not enough controllers, right? I mean, it could work, actually, if they went for the double initiator, just drop the ball already with the double controller. If it doesn't work, if it feels a little bit too difficult for Slatham, maybe that's the option. It does leave a lot to be desired in terms of how far their reach can be with the smoke abilities. But again, as you mentioned, you could just see how well Slatham plays with his abilities. Look at that, even through not the can, the observer's not fighting it. He gets a kill with the Hunter's Fury. There's the quick little retake already. They push so far in the front of a window here that it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually fight for this. Where is that ultimate coming from? It stops the defuse, but only for a smidgen. They can't find him, and that is going to be a quick one for MVP. NCG put a lot of resources in things. Nah, that's the Blades, man. And
No,
it's not going to work.
No, I was like looking, why were NCG so far to capitalize from the Rolling Thunder? I was like, what? Okay, so we saw that. I think it came from Garage. You would expect somebody to play from Deep Link, but they all went from Window. So again, just those smaller plays that are fairly peculiar. I understand why they would burn ults in that situation, but I think it would have been better if they just kind of went for the damage route. Again, every time we see those types of plays, it tends to be Hail Marys, and they're running out of beads here as Yanagi's already looking to charge up the Rolling Thunder. They do lose Kel, so their ability to scan for anybody on the flank is going to be hampered immensely. I love the positioning here by V-Black and the courage to just kind of stand in front of the spam, but he will just reset to a default position. We also have quite a bit of support, but wow, Mid-Mathers getting a pretty much casino roll on this Peaks. Blind through the wall. What else is he gonna get? As Slatham, the man of the hour, has a recon dart and everything in his belt, but kind of stuck on logs here. I'm not sure why Joms kind of left him to his own devices, and it's already paid so much dividends on the side of MVP. 1v1. A Batman. Legitimate chance of winning this as his HP advantage is quite noticeable. And if Slatham won that, that could have been disastrous on the side of NCG's internal comms.
Oh my gosh. Maybe because he heard the flank coming in as to why he dropped. I'm not entirely sure from Mid-Mathers there. But he had very little HP and 2 bullets left in the chamber. So it was a match. It was a 1v1 that a Batman should not have lost. And he didn't. So all that being said, though, he didn't. Exotic was not spotted. Mid-Mathers. Okay, his Spire Sense is tingling. Kel, not able to spot anybody at the moment. Trying to see if anyone actually plays inside of the smoke. Hearing the drone for now. Has the utility. Calls it. Astra there. Stops it dead in their tracks. No C-long pushers. And NCG playing around MVP here. MVP Still has Exotic holding on to a short with the operator. We need to look at him right here, right now. It's going to be very, 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 very good. Could have gotten the collateral. Unfortunately, not going to happen here. The shock darts spot him out. That could have been actually it, but whiffs the shot. Crucial, crucial shot. And that is going to be the waterfall of NCG to go straight to the A side.
Walk on Water is so lucky and thankful that operator shot just was not fatal. And I'm really curious why that didn't. Oh. That action. Whoa. So much utility going around, but again, the question was how did that not kill him? But Slatham denies the plant, so it is pandemonium on the side of NCG here. Yanagi making a break for the spike, but he's stuck in hell, stuck in the 7 layers, and Mid Mathers finds an opening for him, and a very, very abrasive jump by Slatham here, but V-Black from above is going to support his teammates, and oh my god, indeed, Asarai. You know what? I've noticed that our most chaotic games are when MVP is playing. And it's just such a fun watch. It can be incredibly interesting at times, but it's generally very, very fun.
It's fun, stressful, and OMG. I think the reason why, who was it? I think Jobs couldn't really do anything even though he had full HP. I think it was a combination of still being vulnerable from the gravity well and then the shock dart just getting the tag at maximum damage before the debuff actually ran out. Walk on Water. He's down to 2 blades. So if they can get him through here, that would be super useful for MVP. Don't want to get that reset happening. That being said, though, MVP very much slowed down by this wall.
Slowed down indeed, and I like the respect Asterai. Whose Rolling Thunder was that? I believe it was Nico's. Again, combos everywhere. I love this more utilitarian approach to everything. They've already found two key members here. And yet again, a Batman is going to be left defenseless.
Stab him.
Not like this.
Stab him.
Stab him. Stab him. But no, not at all. What? No defuse still. Oh my gosh. NCG, they steal this away and slay them. Does he have time? No, he doesn't. Not even the slightest. And that confidence seems a little unfound on the side of MVP. I thought for sure they were going to win that round, especially with the strong picks. But the gravity well and the shifty play by Mid Mathers making such a great case for them on one of the more important thrifties in the game.
I was surprised they took a longer time to tap the spike first and force the earlier gravity well there. So they still should have had time, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was already, as you mentioned, cleared out the round, but blew up right in their face. In any case, if it's going to be a B push here, Exotic waiting at the precipice of things with his Judge. Garage is being cleared out with the utilities. That's going to call a little bit of the rotation here. V-Black is very adamant about forcing them back here. It's going to be perfect. Oh, this stun, this follow-up, and there it is! V-Black even gets the kill as they exit out with his Frenzy. Immediately gutted. And they are actually fighting for things. That Nano Swarm, unfortunately, will not spot out Exotic, who has ran all the way through Gong. Not able to pick up a weapon, I think, as they pushed it back well enough. His rotation needs to be quicker because if he spots out a fight out in long range, he's not going to have any value with this Judge. But Yanagi, you know what? Yanagi's been very, very scary this entire series, just running through things. Gets the first pick. Kel gets dusted. It's all down to slay them, spotted out in heaven. And what looked like to have been a super good starter for MVP, even though with the weaker weapons, has all been dismantled.
Dismantled, dissected, whatever you might call it. NCG had a lot of certainty going into this anti-eco and nearly made it expensive for themselves, but ultimately at the end of the round, they still did such a great job of maneuvering away from all the advantages MVP created. I feel like that's also one of the biggest reasons, especially with that gravity well. they've just been trying to avoid MVP basically. Like, oh, you know what? We lost a few members there. Naturally, MVP is gonna have quite a few reinforcements, not too far. So let's just go for the farthest site. And NCGs have had a great read on that.
So, with all of those good reads from NCG, it has put a bit of strain on how MVP Esports kind of approaches each and every angle that they've been facing on. But still, that being said, right, they have the weaponry right now. They have the wall. They have the lockdown. If there's any chance here for MVP to stem the bleeding, this is the perfect opportunity to do so. Slatham is activated too. Look at that. He's 12-4-2, top of the leaderboards. Been really impactful this entire game, as you were mentioning. And we'll see how NCG fares about things, but NCG's call to just ransack utility left and right in this Haven site in this Haven map is giving them so many avenues of attack though. They burn so much very early, but they force their opponents to burn so much more earlier as well.
That is true. We've talked about how MVP have such a great response when it comes to pivoting off of that first fight. They've done it, but NCG, they've really just kind of done all the advantages there, but not this time around. V-Black is a monster, getting 2 quick frags off that gravity well. And Nico has to just try and plug in the holes here, as NCG doesn't seem to be dissuaded, not one bit, despite a small disaster happening to them at the entrance of Garage. And Jumps doesn't spot out V-Black here. They will finally be shooed away. But look at MVP. They already look like they're going to encompass most of the map here, at least all the important bits. No timing whatsoever towards A-Long. And NCG, they're pretty much stuck here. Mid Mather's going for that playmaking ability of his. Nico, I think he's lost his sense of object permanence here. They will check this. He doesn't get the trade here. Mid Mather still has his knife out, and Joms, once again, so reliable to cover the rear end of his teammates. And suddenly, it's a disaster again for MVP. A great start, but Slatham has something to say. Unfortunately, he will be silenced, and a Batman is going to swing and find the final member of MVP. Yet another round on the board, an effort to close the gap between them and MVP.
I honestly thought that Nico already read that situation. The smoke wasn't really placed for the B push. It was placed so that, well, Mid Matters could play inside his own setup. And it fell down the drain so quickly. And there was just an awkward phase where got a kill, set up a util, get picked off for setting up util, and it just goes the other direction. Exotic now risking just to pick up those blades just because it's so important as of the moment. Lots of understanding that's going to be a seaside push once again. Walk on Water could be in danger here. Never mind, as he actually spots out Nico.
He is the danger. He will spot him out and cause a bit of damage here, but MVP, they've pretty much already given this round up. Asterai, again, not the best weapons, and not really a good decision if they went for a force. I feel like Haven is one of those maps where it is generally just super dangerous and super ill-advised to go for a force buy. And not just because of the long angles and whatnot, but really the only realistic place you're gonna go if you have a Stinger or any of the shorter range weapons is B. Every retake is gonna be difficult. All the important maps have longer angles, etc, etc, etc. And that is why MVP just couldn't find any solid footing in that round.
Couldn't find anything at that particular moment here. MVP really struggling at these calls. Mid Matters, as you mentioned, loves to play the ratty positions, and it seems like MVP haven't caught wind of it yet. It's been their bane as to why we're seeing a game number 3, and it's also their bane as to why they've dropped that 5-0 or 5-ish round lead. And once again, he's just playing inside his own utility. Look at that. All right, sorry, that's V-Black. He also does the same thing. but
Well,
you get the gist.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that every time you have your controller in Astra, you're expecting quite a bit of that individual
Ooh.
solo, or rather individual impact. But a Batman, he will care not for that type of shenanigans. As MVP is still trying to go for a retake here. Slay them gets one, but Joms! Wow, he's really not letting it go. He still has enough in the tank. Slay them is going to respond in kind. A Batman will retaliate and trade effectively, and NCG have wrestled the lead away from MVP.
Now they're looking more comfortable each and every round that they play. Punishes working so well. Duels go in their favor. And Joms, again, showing a complete mastery of the Odin. Once again, we're at this...
I think...
Yeah?
No, I was just about
gonna
to say that, like, I think... Oh. All right.
You first.
Now you've made me cough. Oh, gosh. Anyway, pardon me, guys. But I was just about to say Joms is probably the only player, or if not the most, I guess, interested in picking up that Odin as much as he does. And you just saw him walk around here. Beautiful cinematic shot, by the way. NCG going for a heavy hit towards A. They go for that god angle clear. And MVP not having exotic is already a bit of a problem here, as they're going to lose quite a bit of verticality without the jet on site. VBlack actually still has this Cosmic Divide Aserai, so if they're going to wait for them to walk into the site and pop that, then it could be doable. But the stars are being set up. NCG is very stubborn. They already see all the utility, but they're really not backing off. And Walk on Water, he is just walking with a full head of steam here in VBlack. He is undiscovered. Kel is going to pull so much attention away, and they can't even flush him out.
Well, if you can rat us, I can rat you. Ratatouille. Very good stuff.
I really did not get the reference for the first few rats. I was like, I don't know about this one.
Rat! But yeah, look at the positioning with that one. Even gets the final one. Obscured vision, not even blinded, just obscured by his own smokes.
Kind of like Remy, you know? He didn't necessarily see what he was doing, but he was still a very, very good chef, apparently.
True.
I wonder if Ratatouille is actually one of the biggest contributors for rat problems, you know? Maybe there's a chef in one of those
I think
rats.
it's just...
I'm joking, obviously.
I know. I think it's just, you know, a pointing out of that it already is an existing rat problem. In any case, no more rats will be found on C as the Exterminator's MVP clearing everything and anything with their utility, making sure it's spotless, it's clean. Walk on Water. Oh, that smoke has expired, and look at this. The complete skirmish starts off once again. Jom's getting a lot of picks. Turns into the 1 versus 1. Kel could still lose this bout. The jump up from Joms. What was that? Was he... interesting.
The floor was lava.
The floor was lava. I wonder where he read Kel could be as to why he jumped up like that.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Once again, one of the more interesting decision-making, or other decisions that was made in this game. And I will only chalk it up to, it would have been really cool if it worked. And it would have been really cool if it worked. But Walk on Water is still having such struggles, man. Maybe it's just another slow start for him. Maybe just another slow half. But I think NCG, they really need him to push them over the hill here. Because they're doing, honestly, they're doing great without him being on fire as much. But imagine if he was.
Well, let's see how this goes now. MVP, they've gotten themselves a head start, but they tend to stumble somewhere in the middle of the ground right now. Triple flank coming in, and VBlack's the one on the first contact here. He's alone by himself. Yeah, Kel's utility will spot it out, but he's still alone by himself. Now they ask for some help. Now they ask for assistance. They know that he's in the corner here. Are they going to be really hungry for the kills? Because this is a definite risk that they're taking just to push up. Oh, that is a great gravity well to counter out Jom's ability to get the punish. Slatham perfectly tracks, gets all the picks in the world. Nacague and a Batman on the side itself. And they just, again, accept their fate.
Dr. Fate. As I'm really excited to see him in the Blue Beetle movie. But, you know, Asra, again, just going back into the game here, MVP. I was about to make a reference to their attacking side being that much more potent, but let's just put it right out there. Leave none to the imagination. As, once again, they are far more effective when they're on the offensive. And, like I said, NCG, they're still not doing too bad, right? They are going to have a bit of a bonus here. But I still think if Walk on Waters was having a little more volume in his fragging, then maybe we would see a different story, as an even trade has already happened here. VBlack has outmaneuvered the competition. They went to a C split. That's honestly super ballsy on the side of MVP. Typically, you would see a more B-oriented push just to cover further range. But now Slatham on the flank. He gets one. And Cal, nasty double kill. And the bonus has gotten the best returns.
Oh, man. You're absolutely right. Walk on Water feels a bit sluggish in this, not able to read the situations or able to clear out these corners efficiently for the rest of the team. And even though he does get refragged quite quickly, the problem still lies that they had to expend that extra player just to. So, that being said, it has turned into such a detriment here for NCG. So, of course, they do have... They're still safe, though. It's still 9-6. Not the worst that Recon Dart is going to spot him out. They're clearing out utilities right now. The throws of NCG of abilities able to stop them, but not able to combo enough to throw them into a mix that they could actually push the side and actually get stalled by it. In any case, MVP, they have everything. They have all their bearings still about them.
That they do, but I did want to make the point that this is still a pretty attacker-sided map. Aserai and NCG, although they did maximize their window here, they're not really weathering the storm anymore. Granted, this was the same look that we saw on Pearl, as Nacague's going to find a stray kill onto Exotic here. This time, MVP is going to have to work around having a disadvantage, but everything should still be fine. The Hunter's Fury is going to make it so that it is not. As Joms, he's really come alive this series, man. He's been so important and so integral for NCG to succeed. A clean 3v5 potentially could happen here. But VBlack is already going to press that disadvantage even more so. Slatham's already fairly upset that they already lost their duelist. And everybody, despite having a bitter start to this round, will have no issue of finishing it.
True enough. That actually made me wince a little bit, thinking that it could have been not the best of engagements here for MVP, since they lost so much with just very well invested efforts from NCG. But in any case, it's not MVP. This is looking much better for them, to be honest, compared to what we saw in game number 2. A lot more cohesion. Not really looking at Exotic anymore, because it feels like he's the battering ram that's not going to find any blows. That's his job right now, but the follow-up is so much more felt. So even though he is as near with, as you mentioned, with Walk on Water's statistics here with the numbers, the movement and value itself is miles different from each other.
Well, miles or kilometers, Aserai. Whatever system you want to go, the evidence is pretty much super apparent. Again, just from the eye test alone, right? But Slatham has really been tearing it up. Again, for MVP. Exotic's not having a great game, too. I had to point that out, but Walk on Waters has the pointy gun and could potentially be what will turn this around for him. The question is, how are they going to play around this operator on the side of NCG? Are they still going to risk, or rather, is Mid-Mather still going to risk for those more, again, ratty spots without the support? Because it has found quite a bit of success, but only if there's an established crossfire, right? And with a map like this, it's kind of hard to establish that type of safety, especially when you have so many lanes.
True. Plus the fact that last time for MVP, they didn't have a Sova or a Fade on that previous map. This time with that Recon Dart, unless Mid-Matters is in a position where he's not spotted by, and you could say maybe he can smoke himself off, right? In a awkward off-angle spot, but that would make him incredibly obvious where he's positioned at. So
and
he's
you're
gotta
kind
be
of burning
tricky.
a star for that.
Yeah, true. That too. You gotta be tricky as well, but I mean, I feel like it's not gonna, might not pan out.
May or may not.
Technical,
Again, we've seen
technical pause.
Yeah, interesting technical pause here. It is pretty late at night, as we've scared it away. That's right. Technical pause has a bedtime. That's right. Go home to mommy. If you get that reference. It's Metal Slug.
At the moment.
It's Metal Slug. It's Metal Slug. I love Metal Slug.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a PS2 before when I was younger.
It was in the arcades.
Which one?
All of them, man. All of them were in the arcades. Metal Slug.
I only remember the Japanese, like, what was it, like a Gundam-esque or tank fighting game. That was fun. Like, you're in a cockpit and then you're just, you know, controlling this mechanized war machine. That was pretty good.
I'm trying to remember what that game is, but before we stray away from Valorant and what's happening in front of us, it seems that MVP have taken a slower approach and actually left Exotic to his own devices. I think they might just hinge off of his contact here and prompt on the fact that NCG, they're expecting the Jet to constantly lead the charge. And if Exotic can take a pick here, I think that would be the round if we're not taking into account the adjustments. The Sova drone has exposed himself though, and the utility set. Exotic still getting the frag onto Joms here, and Joms has been such a, once again, cornerstone for the rest of NCG to really succeed. But V-Black, already tired of this nonsense, will go straight to the point and will put that Cosmic Divide just so they have that extra bit of safety. I feel like that was a little unnecessary though, considering it was already a 2v4?
Yeah.
But once again, it's insurance.
1v3 on the side, actually. Exotic now slowly trying to have a game of cat and mouse of Tom and Jerry with Walk on Water. But he's going farther and farther from the truth of where his opponent lies. And after this one, you're absolutely right. That's the thing that we were talking about, right? Mid-Matters, again, smoking himself off, trying to play that off angle, that off position. I do like the idea that that particular smoke at the back of the seaside covers him from the dart, so he doesn't have to react to it. All he has to do is weather it out, get a pick maybe. Hold on. Oh, whiffs the shot, but at least keeps operating. Yeah, and to finish off what I was mentioning, unfortunately, because he had no threat from his teammate's utility in the front of the site, all he really had to do was clear him out. And even though he could get that first pick, as you mentioned, V-Black had enough of this nonsense and picks up another one of the Batman who was just about to swing the smoke.
Like I said, right, for that type of ratty play to succeed, he really needs somebody to pull as much attention away from him. And despite Walk on Waters not having the greatest volume, he still commands so much respect and so much gravity with his presence alone, right? But again, with the operator in hand, I think you lose a little bit of that capacity to instantly trade in, or at least the potential to trade in tighter corners like that than Joms. Oh, what? Again, a little confusing there, taking a little bit of time to get V-Black, but they lose the controller. Exotic is still here. He will set his mark and his sights towards the site. No verticality, no control whatsoever. Walk on Water. Already trying to find a little bit of value with this operator, but as long as the boys on MVP don't overextend, they should be safe. And you are absolutely right. That should have not happened. A 3v4, a Batman has a choice to make too. If he's going to pick up the operator, if he's just going to outright swing. But Exotic, the last member alive, time is ticking still. This is a pretty late spike situation. And Exotic, that's 4 for him. He goes for the ace, and he dashes in, and he slices up mid-Mathers without any issues, without any regard for human life. NCG have taken a haymaker right to the side of their cranium, and they seem to be dazed.
Everybody from MVP, except for Exotic at that point, was actually just wide swinging everything. All right, I don't know if we'll see it here, but they were all just basically putting themselves out in the open with pre-fire angles, which again could work, but almost just blew up in their face. Thankfully, it was Exotic's time to shine, and as you mentioned, as we holla at him, he got the good ace. Now with all of these swings, leaving the 2 versus 4, Exotic once again by himself, but that spike is very much in no man's land, although V-Black finds a modicum of control, doesn't take any damage here, so this still makes it a very credible round for MVP if Exotic can find his timing. Yanagi, unfortunately, doesn't tag him well enough. Now they know. Joms finds V-Black, and it's all down to the 1. But mid matters always with the Ratatouille plays, the Remy plays. Will keep themselves... Oh, still alive. Not yet, not yet.
Well, we'll keep that in mind, Asra. I guess that's what we're going to call those shiftier plays. But blink and you'll miss it. What? Why?
Remy boy.
Remy, I know what the Remy boys are. How does this relate just because they have the same name?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness. I understand, but again, the pandemonium on the desk will not compare to the pandemonium on the server. And we still have Exotic here. Getting stunned up, but no follow-up on the side of NCG. I just realized NCG don't necessarily take as much time and put as many resources to control Sewer Asar, which has been a huge point of contention for a lot of our teams. And it's really been hurting their effectiveness. Kel is going to be here. He already has that lockdown, but he wants to be a little closer. Rolling Thunder is here, and the punish. Exotic, he's feeling it. That's 1 for him, but that's all he gets as greed and avarice will manifest. But a Batman got a quick response here on V-Black. Joms still has a recon dart, but doesn't want to expose his position. And for good reason, he gets a free kill onto Kel here. He is in a spammable spot temporarily, but Slatham will get tagged up. But every single person on the MVP side has been discovered. And look at this. Despite getting that killjoy, Nico still holds the line here. And Slatham with a wide swing and a pre-fire just to cap it off. And I gotta say,
that's why...
despite...
Yeah?
No, you go first.
Okay, I was gonna say, slay them. That's why that's his name, because he be slaying them. That's all.
Yes.
I'm bowing out.
He's dropped the mic. Mamba out. But, again, Asar, I have to say that they've recovered really well in Haven. It makes me wonder what really was the call for that Pearl map, because typically when we do see the MVP roster play on Pearl, whether it be a different iteration of it, they're super, super strong and pretty much really effective on that map. But again, just those last few rounds of the double controller just didn't seem like it was something within their, again, comfort zone.
Yeah, ability to grasp, unfortunately not for NCG here. We thought a lot of what could happen because they had such a great bounce back in the later portion of the first half, but then after that, it was just non-existent. The first kill is very much even across the board for them, but the follow-up, I think, is what messes them up. Or not the follow-up, but just the... I don't know if it's a disconnect or the style at which they want to play is not working on Haven, or it's a mixture of just MVP able to finally find the rhythm that they're working for. Exotic back on track as being the head honcho in this particular series. Slay them coming into the mix once again. But the obvious fact, once we came into that second half, it all went down the drain here for NCG. Even through good utility punishes and whatnot, they're still not able to convert these into leads that would work in their favor.
Yeah, again, there were a few rounds where NCG had the right idea of, despite MVP getting the earlier duels, they would just basically circumvent that by going somewhere else. But again, that plan was lost in translation. They became so incredibly stubborn that despite losing a few members on an early offensive, they would still linger in the map. And is this a product of overthinking? Is this a product of, again, just having too much info on your hands? But again, I think it's still a pretty decent look for NCG Aserai, but we will have to give the win. And of course, who would have to be delivering it would be Slay Them with Grab Unlimited.
Yeah. He slaying them, as I mentioned. So with that being said, again, this is why we want to see this man on an initiator, on his Sova. He just plays so much more confident than on that controller. I'm not sure, because again, the next series that we see them on, if there's going to be a Pearl, are they going to still go in that general direction? Because again, they had woes against a team such as NCG. What about woes against other teams like NOWS, Oasis, Action PH, who play on a whole different spectrum here? Again, it looked like they could make it work, but they need their best foot forward, especially on this kind of situation.
Once again, we're not really faulting them for trying something new and getting those evolution points up and running and really getting as much XP as they can. Honestly, it was still very effective for a good chunk of that match, just up until they kind of spiraled out of control in the latter halves. Yeah. But with that being said, Aserai, they still have a very bright future ahead of them, and Slay Them so strong on that Sova that you just can't really have him on anything else. But do you have any closing remarks before we throw it to our very beautiful panel?
Actually, nothing else. I think they're already starting their discussion, so we're going to throw it immediately to Laika and the rest to discuss things even further.
Mga kaganapan sa game na to na kung tutusin, akala ko sa Pearl pa lang matatapos na. Pero pinatunayan sa atin dito, Taylor, na pagdating sa Haven, this is Jet's playground. Mapa Georgie o mapa exotic pa man yan. Thrive na thrive ang mga Jet natin today.
Kaya nga talagang palong-palo yung mga Jet natin for today's video mula dun sa first series hanggang dito nga sa panghuling series natin. And the fact that exotic was just keep on doing his thing ng paulit-ulit nga dito, exploding onto the site itself nang hindi mapigilan ng kabilang team is a big problem. But at the same time, isang buong skirmish yung buong mapa na nakita natin dito, partner, no?
I mean, partners, na to lang, itong mga players nga ng MVP Esports talagang they've been so unstoppable nga pagdating pala sa game number 1 all towards game number 3. Napansin naman natin na exotic talagang sobrang nag-perform siya. In-outperform niya yung mga kalaban niya. Pati yung mga kakampi niya getting 6 na 2 kills. Dito nga sa game 1 pa lang, pagdating naman dito sa game number 2, kitang-kita din natin kung paano rin talaga nag-perform si Slatom 999, which is yan din talaga yung parang fini-feature na rin natin ever since last split pala. And like what you've said, Jet nga, di ba, gigil na gigil din si Walk on Water, lalong-lalo na si Joms.
Ay, totoo. Grabe yung gigil talaga ng mga players na to. Pero matanong lang kita, Vil, ha? NCG yung nanalo sa series, pero bakit pagdating sa chat natin, parang ikaw yung malungkot?
Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Talagang, ganoon talaga. Well, ganito kasi, gusto talaga natin din makita rin na manalo din talaga yung NCG kasi ito talaga yung punto na hindi ka na talaga pwede magkamali. Ito na yung punto na talagang everything should be flawless na Kasi if ever you really want to stay here in this league, kailangan mo maging consistent, kailangan you have something new para ilabas para sa mga kalaban mo. And syempre, wala ka ng choice. You need to step up.
Nako, yun pala yung mga hugot ni Vil sa sa Facebook chat natin. Doon pala nanggaling yun. Hindi pa natatapos yung series, naka-ready na yung hugot niya. Pero tama naman yung point mo dyan. Dapat talaga mag-step up sila. Kasi tulad nga ng sinabi ko rin kanina, di ba, Taylor, na ito yung chance nila na manalo, magkaroon na ng good momentum sa side nila.
Yeah, exactly, no. And kapag nagkakas nga kami ni Vil, lagi naming sinasabi, ito na kasi yung path towards Ascension. So napaka-importante ng split na to para sa lahat ng mga gustong mas mag-exceed pa, kumbaga, yung career nila. But anyway, pagdating nga sa series na to, pagdating sa lahat ng mapa na nakita natin, Exotic was really explosive on this one.
Sobrang explosive talaga. At masasabi mo, Vil, no, na kahit saan idaan, maganda pa rin talaga na si Exotic yung nagli-lead ng mga fights natin for the side of MVP Esports. Kasi minsan talaga makikita natin si Boogie yung pumupronta, pero talaga pinapatunayan na ito yung way kung paano dapat nila i-apply yung sarili nila kasi it's so effective.
Yeah, sobrang effective nga. Siyempre, if ever effective yan, tuloy-tuloy lang natin gagawin yan. And nakita naman natin sa MVP Esports na despite of that na wala yung dalawang players nga nila, di ba? Which is si Asta at si Rababs at pumunta naman yung mga bago nga na players dito sa MVPE. Eh, talagang dun pa sa point na nag-change sila ng roster, dun pa talaga sila lumakas. Which is nangyari yan yesterday and today. And nasa kanila yan kung kaya nilang gawing consistent itong mga bagay na to. Dito naman si SR Nacague, kailangan talaga na bumalik kasi score nila 0-4 medyo masakit na talaga yon. And hopefully if ever ipapanalo ng SR Nacague yung mga games nila, mga susunod na games nila, it should be landslide, mga 13-1, 13-2, 13-3, mga ganun dapat yung score nila kasi ang pinakakailangan na ipanalo dyan, lalong-lalo na SR Nacague, is yung tiebreaker. Yun na yun yun yung pinakamalaking chance nila
Pero grabe rin talaga yung pinakita ng MVPE dito kahit papano, no? Yung mga skirmish na naiiwan yung 3v2, kaya 4v2, at nababaliktad pa nila. And overall, pagdating talaga sa mapa o sa buong series, sa tatlong maps na nakita natin dito, Laika, I would say that MVPE, delay, pag nasa defense sila, delay. Gamitin yung utility. Nakita natin yung pagkagamit ng Gravity Well, Shock Dart combination, kasama pa yung fault line. Yung ganong klaseng synergy, yung kaya makapagdala sa'yo ng mga puntos mula dito sa mga games, especially sa team na naghahanap pa ng bagong footing dito.
Saktong-sakto rin yan. Kasi gusto ko talagang i-commend yung utility usage netong MVP. Lalong-lalo na kanina sa Pearl, talagang pinapanood ko kung paano nila sinusulit yung harbor pick nila dito. Ibabato nila yung cascade. They're able to clear so much space pagdating dun sa bilong. And then, unti-unti na sila magpupush forward. Sulit na naman yung ating wall pagdating sa harbor. And then, unti-unti na nilang mapipick off yung site at makiklear yung mga angles sa kailangan nilang i-clear. Kaya naman, medyo comeback story yun. Pero in the end, sabi talaga ng NCG, grabe itong mga to, pinahabol lang. Gusto pang manalo. Yan, hindi ko kaya yung ginagawa niya. Pero, yun na yun. Ang ganda talaga ng series natin.
Nanahimik lang kami dito.
Sarili niyang host, sarili niyang ano.
Ako na magbubuhat na sarili ko. Hindi ako connect sa dalawang to ngayon. Pero ayan, tignan natin kung kamusta na nga ba yung standings. Na-mention na natin kanina, kailangan talagang mag-step up ng NCG. Pero so far dito, Vil, sino ba yung nakikita mong sitting pretty?
Sitting pretty, syempre Action PH, 3-0 sila. Same goes with now si Esports. I mean, kitang-kita man natin talaga Action PH. Yung performance nila ngayon, comparing dun sa split 1 is ibang-iba. At kitang-kita man natin for the first time ever sa split na to, kitang-kita natin na nasa top sila. And of course, rambutan ni Tatay, medyo mainit talaga. We all know na meme team lang to. Pero feeling ko, si Josh S. tsaka si Ching, sila yung talagang pillars ng team na to. And sa ating playoffs, 6 lang ang makakapasok. At ngayon sa oras na to, kitang-kita na natin kung sino talaga yung top 6. So yung top 6 na to, sila yung sitting pretty talaga na hoping na makapasok sa playoffs and syempre sa grand finals sa LAN.
Yan. Sabi nga ni Ray dun sa mga nasa baba pa, yun ang huling words niya. Pagdating dun sa cast niya kanina, 'di ba? So, nahirapan nga makahabol pa rin dito ang Nacague, but hopefully soon makuha na nila yung first win nila.
Sana talaga makuha na nila yan kasi delikado na talaga. Sabi ko sa ating earlier panel kanina na asa halftime na tayo ng ating regular season, which means bawal nang magkamali from this point forward kung gusto ng mga teams ito na mag-qualify sa ating playoffs. So dahil dyan, abangan naman natin yung mga matches natin na paparating. Dahil mainit pa to guys Ang dami pa nating pwedeng panoorin talaga. Kalahati pa lang Marami pa tayong matches up ahead. Pero yan yung inaantay ko. sabi mo nga kanina, Vil, sitting pretty at the top, Naos Esports versus Action PH. Aba, saktong-sakto. Sila pa nga ang maglalaban.
Tama, magbabago na ang simoy ng hangin tomorrow. Sino ang kukuha ng top spot dito sa ating game number 1? Pero, Besiwap, ito yung kakas natin, RNT versus Zone.
Ayan. Ayan ang maganda. Kapag di sila nagdala ng payong, wag na lang. 'Di ba? Pero ito nga. Isa lang nakapayong nung naglalaro sila sa may SR.
Oo, tama. Ay, oo.
Yan.
Tama. Nung huli sila
Thunders na kasi si
naglaban.
Vil, guys eh. Nakakalimot na siya eh. Siya yung nandun pero nakalimutan niya.
Oo nga pala, oo nga, no? Andun ako. Pinapanood ko sila Ching, sila Josh S. Isipin nyo, habang nagva-Valorant, nakapayong, nakatalukbo na kung ano. Yun na yung parang sneak peek eh, pero 1-0 sila doon. RNT ang panalo. Babawi ba ang Zol?
Baka kailangan talaga nila ng payong pagdating din dito sa VCT.
Umuulan.
Para hindi na siya 0-4. Magkaroon na ng 1, di ba? Yan yung gusto nating makitang scoreline. Pero at least looking forward na tayo. So bukas maririnig yung mag-cast na ba ng ating The Bods duo dito. Pero ayan guys, dito sa panel, bago natin i-close itong show, magpasalamat muna tayo sa ating napakagaling na sponsors. Thank you so much to Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
At saka syempre, yung nagdadala sa atin ng unlimited na kasayahan nga dito sa ating panel at sa broadcast natin. Walang iba kundi ang Grab Unlimited. Enjoy free delivery every day at saka makakakuha pa kayo ng discounts kapag nag-subscribe kayo sa Grab Unlimited. Huwag niyong kakalimutan na sa first month natin, libreng-libre lang yan para sa inyo.
Libreng-libre, and syempre itong huli, VCTPH ay sobrang legal dahil ang tournament na to is officially sanctioned by Games and Amusements Board.
Parang dinidingin mo na naman na tayo yung illegal dito eh. Actually, ngayon na sinabi ni Taylor yung spill, parang kaya pala familiar kayong dalawa.
Bakit?
Kayo tayo nag-deliver nung kape ko?
Kami ba yung The Riders?
Bukas makikita nyo.
Ay, aabangan ko yan. Dapat abangan
Kung
din
malamig.
ng ating mga viewers. Depende pa pala sa panahon. Moody yung The Riders natin. Tatanggapin ko ba itong trabaho na to o bukas na lang pag hindi umuulan?
Anong oras na rin eh. Sige, meron pa kaming meron pa kaming delivery mamaya. Kaya,
Ayan, sige, hayaan na natin silang mag-clock in sa trabaho nila, guys. Dito na magtatapos ang ating VCTPH Split 2 Day number 7. Kita-kita ulit bukas for more Valorant action. This has been Likeable, Terror, and Vil. See you guys and good night.